got schizophrenia, bipolar, and ADHD. She's never coming back home. In fact, according to my information from a family member, it's hereditary, and it's only going to get worse. She's right now, as we speak, on her third mental health evaluation, and so obviously she didn't pass the first two, right? So, you know, she is not, no, she's not coming back. She's hearing voices in her head telling her to kill her husband and her children. So, no, she is not coming back here.
Well, I'm really sorry, Yvonne, because you know, mental health issues like that are very, very difficult for the family to deal with. Very difficult.
Well, the thing of it
I'm
is
sorry.
that I've essentially lost her twice now. You know, the
Yeah.
first time she left on her own. Now this time I had to put her away because of her mental health issues.
Yeah.
So I've technically lost my wife twice now. So I would, you know, I had somebody privately message me the other day. They said, Vaughn, I'd be a fucking basket case. How do you handle it? I said, well, I handle it from one day at a time. You
Well,
know,
you've got. How old are your children?
my children are toddlers, all three of them. My wife was only 25. My wife's 25.
So, where are the children? Are they with you?
Yeah, of course. They're not going to be left with a woman that's threatening to kill them.
Oh no, I wasn't suggesting that. I was just thinking that you know you've obviously got a lot to cope with, and the last thing you need now is for your bloody boiler to bust, isn't it?
Yes, yes, that was not what I was expecting to wake up to this morning.
No, I'm sorry. I really am. Genuinely, Von, you drive me insane, but you know, that's irrelevant at times like this. So you know, if you were in the UK, I'd literally come round with some blankets and some coats and stuff and some food for you. But you know, obviously, I can't do that.
No. Yeah, I did a search for how much it. I was curious. I wanted to see how much it would cost to fly from Manchester, UK, to Manchester, Kentucky. And
I don't think you can fly directly.
well, you can. You have to go through London, but
Yeah.
I mean, even going through London, your London and my London.
There's a flight from London to Manchester, Kentucky. Really?
No, no, there's a flight from Manchester, shit. There's, I keep getting confused because it's all the same shit. And there's a flight from Manchester, UK to London, Kentucky, and then from London, Kentucky, you would bus to Manchester, Kentucky. But
There's a flight from Manchester. I'm sorry, I know I'm being sounding pedantic, but I'm gobsmacked that we go to Kentucky.
yes, yes.
Wow, that's impressive. There must be some kind of connection. There must be some community that flies an awful lot from Manchester, because Manchester's quite it's a major city, but it's not a London.
Well,
You know
you
what I mean? It's
probably,
like a
well, here's the way it probably works. You probably fly from Manchester, UK to London, UK, and then you change flights from London, UK to London, Kentucky.
Oh, that's what I'm surprised about, that you would go from London to Kentucky. I didn't realise we flew out to. I know we go to, you know, like Charlotte, North Carolina. What's that airport in North Carolina? I can't remember.
Here?
Boston, New York, DC, Chicago, all the major cities. But Manchester, Kentucky is not a major city, is it? Let's be honest.
No, Manchester's not.
No, no.
Well,
That's
then
why. That's all I was
you would
saying.
have
Anyway,
to.
go on. Tell me. Anyway, you were going to tell me how much it was going to cost you.
Yes, you're gonna. Are you ready for this? Because
Yeah.
I was really shocked.
I have a guess.
$2,000.
You see, yeah. I mean, that's quite cheap, I think.
You think? Really?
Yeah, definitely.
$2,000?
You've got four. I think the reason why is because I'm not being horrible, but I think you'd have to get a flight into somewhere like DC or St. Louis or Lewis, sorry, or any of those places close to you, and then get another flight from there to Manchester, Kentucky.
Hmm.
And I think that's why you're talking about 3 flights. So you've got your Manchester to London, London to, let's say, DC for argument's sake, DC down to Manchester, and that's why you've got 3 flights.
Wow. I was floored how expensive it was, man. I didn't realize it was that expensive.
Why? What? Just out of curiosity, what's in Manchester?
Kentucky?
No, England?
Well, not much actually. I mean, we're
Well, I
not
just
really.
wondered why that particular route was what you
There's
looked
not,
at.
well, I only did it because I was curious. That's all I did it.
Oh, right. Oh, I see, because it's the same name, Manchester, right?
Yes, they're all the same name, right? London, England, London, Kentucky, Manchester, England, Manchester, Kentucky,
Yeah,
and I think there's a few other cities that have similar names as yours. But London and Manchester are the two that affect me most, obviously.
You'll find that you named them after ours.
Well, yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Of course.
I'm trying. I would normally be taking the piss, but because you're going through such a shitty time right now, I feel like I can't. It's not fair.
Yeah, my feet are getting chilly. Actually, I need to put my shoes on.
Listen, Von, the first thing you need to do is find those boxes with those coats and hats and scarves in, and get that sorted.
Well, the kids have their stuff. They got blankets. They've got all that stuff back.
No, well, if you're no good, how are the kids? Who's going to take care of the kids? So you need to be okay as well.
That's true. Well, that's why I'm putting my shoes on. I'm putting my shoes on as we speak.
I'm just saying that go and find the box with your coat in.
Yeah, well, I can put on a winter coat. I mean, I've got my winter coat out, but it just seems kind of silly being on camera with a damn winter coat on.
Well, don't put it on until you're cold.
I've got a burner turned on the stove in addition to the wall hugger, so I should be all right in a few minutes.
Bless him. I cannot believe that my heart goes out to Von Helton. I've got all this empathy oozing out of me.
I used to frequently.
Oh, there's nothing worse than being cold. I hate it.
Flip is blocked.
What?
Flip is blocked. Who blocked him?
I didn't.
Not me.
I didn't. I love Pom's picture. That's so pretty. I love Pom's picture. I want it. Give it to me now.
He usually has a hat on. Where's your hat, Mom?
He has got a hat on. It says "I love Jesus."
No, it doesn't show it on my screen for some reason.
Yeah, I used to fly to Sydney a lot, and that usually costs from anywhere from $1,300 to $1,500. That's
From Seattle to Sydney's only $1,500.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Across the Pacific
Oh,
Ocean.
you're okay. Yeah. You're talking about coach, aren't you?
Yeah. I fly the cheapest class I can get.
Yeah, that's the downside to flying business when you work. When you fly business for work, the thought of flying anywhere. And I'm not being a snob. I mean, I don't mind flying economy like a couple of hours, 3-4 hours, but anything over that, I'm like, oh no, I can't do it. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I'm young, so I'm still flexible enough to deal with it.
And I'm not talking about, how most airlines in the US don't have a proper business. They have the bit in the front, which is nice and comfortable. You get warm nuts and a few drinks and maybe a sandwich, right? That's business in America. When you're flying long-haul business, you get a bed and a blanket and pajamas.
Yeah.
I know. You want your breakfast? I know. I'm going to feed you in a minute. Where did Von go? Are you all right? So did you find your coat, Von?
Yep, sure did.
And you got your Are you feeling better now then?
Oh yeah.
Can you get someone out to sort it tomorrow or today?
Oh hell no! The snow is up to the windows of the cars.
What about you mending it yourself? And I'm just asking.
I have no idea. It's an outside.
You don't want to mess.
It's an outside unit anyway. And I wouldn't even know where to begin anyway.
Yeah, you don't want to be Is it gas?
Yes, natural gas. Yeah.
You don't want to be touching that then, do you? You don't
Probably not. No.
Yeah. I wouldn't even think about it. I know some men would. I know some men would go out there with a bloody hammer banging at it to try.
That'd be my dad. My dad. He took apart our furnace before he realized his terrible mistake.
Yes, and you would hear this very loud kaboom, and that would be pretty much the end of it, right in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that would be the end.
Have you got? I don't know. Have you got a fireplace?
Have I got a who?
A fireplace.
Oh Lord, no. Okay. I wish I had a fireplace. I'd have it going too.
Yeah.
I've got wood. I live out in the woods. I've got plenty of wood.
Well, you could always light a fire outside and just, and that, because, I mean, I know that's, but just in the daytime where the kids could mess about, and have a bit of a fire going, and just an idea.
Well, I couldn't have it too close to the trailer because
No.
that would be a bad idea.
Just an idea for a bit, in the daytime if you wanted to keep warm, because those outside fires can be very warm.
Yes, that's true. That's true, and I have plenty of firewood. I live out in the woods, so I have plenty.
Gosh.
That's not a.
That's the one thing about living in an old house, that if you ever lose the heating, you've always got the fire.
Always got the fireplace. Yeah. Well, I was wanting to do some additions onto this, but my mother was like, no. So, oh well.
Well, I'm truly sorry to hear about your wife, Ron, and I'm sorry that it doesn't look like she's going to get better anytime soon. But
no, her father is got the same thing, and he just kept getting worse. It's, from what I understand from a family member, it's hereditary, so there's no getting away from it. No getting away from it.
That's rough.
Did you know when you met her that she had these issues, or has it just suddenly become apparent?
No, it was pretty much suppressed.
So that's come as a. How long have you guys been together?
We were married for 5 years.
Okay, so, and when did it all start to become a problem?
Didn't really start to become a problem until the trolls and CPS. The trolls started harassing me, and they started calling CPS out to the house all the time, and it drove her crazy. And I've even got the messages, private messages. It drove her crazy, and that's probably what caused the schizophrenia to come to the surface, because it was suppressed. I mean, she had it, but it was suppressed, and we were doing fine until the trolls and CPS came along, and that was just apparently too much, and it affected her. So.
Well, I wouldn't have believed you a year or so ago, but my brother had suppressed PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I've got a tickle in my throat. And my brother, who was perfectly normal, he'd done 3 tours of Vietnam, 3 Purple Hearts, so he wasn't completely normal, and that you always knew there was something bubbling under, because he never wanted to talk about Vietnam, wouldn't discuss it. But it was, lots of people have got stuff bubbling under, haven't they? So you don't. But anyway, he lived. He worked for NASA. He was in the Seabees. Then he came out of the military and worked for NASA as a designer. And then he ended up retiring, but he ran the local DHL office when it was still DHL. No, what's the brown van? I can't remember.
UPS.
UPS. That's it. He ran the. He was retired, but he didn't want to stop working.
No.
And then Katrina hit Gulfport, Mississippi. And on the night that it was at its worst, or the after effects, helicopters were flying up and down the Gulf Coast, up and down, up and down, up and down, and it sort of set him off on some psychotic episode, and he thought he was back in Vietnam. And it completely destroyed him. And luckily my nephew is a firefighter for Gulfport, and managed to somehow get him airlifted out of there. And get him into a hospital I believe in Texas somewhere, and he never ever recovered. He never recovered. He was pumped. The VA pumped him full of pills and all sorts of weird and wonderful treatments, and he was in a wheelchair. And then I got a phone call on the 10th of November last year to say that he'd shot himself. So these things can just bang. They can just come out from nowhere. And yeah. I would have loved it if he'd have been institutionalized, because he'd still be alive today.
Right. Well, last I heard, and this is unconfirmed, of course, but last I heard, she had to have an escort wherever she went, 2 armed guards, because of the death threats and whatnot. And it's sad because she's only 20.
Death threats from who?
From me, from her. She threatened, like I said, she was hearing voices in her head telling her to kill me and to kill the kids. And so now everywhere she goes, she has to have armed guards.
Why don't they just lock her up instead?
Well, that would kind of be cruel, wouldn't it? You know, I
No,
guess.
not if she's a danger to you or herself. No.
They let her out every now and then, but she has to be with armed guards.
Right. Okay. When she goes out.
Right. She's really fine when she's Dr. Jekyll. It's when she's Mr. Hyde that we have a problem. Because then she wants to be abusive to the kids and throw shit at me and mumble under her breath and say God and Jesus every 5 seconds. You ever tried to talk to somebody that says God and Jesus every 5 seconds?
Yeah, my sister-in-law. Sorry.
It happens on Google Plus all the time.
Well, I'm not talking about the typical fundy. I'm talking about.
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, every 5 minutes, God and Jesus, God and Jesus, God and Jesus, and I'm like, I can't even have a conversation with this girl. You know.
It's all about the right temporal lobe.
I think her temporal lobe is gone, dude.
No, it's
what little I know. What little
hyperactivity of the right temporal lobe leads to religious obsession and such.
Well, the frontal lobe is supposed to develop at 25, if I recall correctly.
The right temporal lobe.
The right temporal lobe. Okay, well.
Can I just ask Hazy something? Hazy. Just very quickly, Ron. I'll come back to you. Somebody got me on. I couldn't hear myself echoing.
I'll mute. Hang on.
Is it you?
Okay, let's check.
Yeah, it was Ron. Hazy, you were talking to a guy who had a motorbike as his Abby. Is Hazy there? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, was it me? Because I was listening to that conversation. Was it me, or was he a bit of a conspiracy theorist?
Yes, and also a Holocaust denier.
Is it?
And a self-proclaimed racist.
Yes.
He couldn't give me a definition of what it meant, so.
I was gobsmacked that he actually admitted that he doesn't like all these immigrants coming in, and he's an immigrant. I just couldn't believe it. Anyway, sorry. I just wanted to check it wasn't. I just wanted to check it wasn't me going mad this morning, and that I was actually listening to that conversation.
Well, I'm sorry if you were offended because I was being pretty patient and.
No, I wasn't offended at all. It takes an awful lot to get me offended. I get annoyed, but I don't get offended. But I was just shocked that because he kept saying, he kept using that line. I like to be honest. I like to be honest, which is fair enough. That's fine. But then it doesn't mean that you can be so hateful towards other people for the wrong reasons.
Well, that's the first time I had met that individual, and he is living in Canada. I don't know what part of Canada, but I think he said originally he was Hungarian and born.
Yes, he came over from Hungary when he was 12. Yet he doesn't want all the immigrants coming over. It's like, what am I listening to here? I mean, that's what's fascinating, is that he was given an opportunity to come to another country to whatever, build a new life, yet he doesn't want anyone else doing the same as he's had. Very strange. But you get that sometimes in our Indian communities, funnily enough. You'll find Indians saying, we don't want any more immigrants. Oh, and I wanted to ask Rory, what were you diagnosed with for? Why were you diagnosed with PTSD? Okay. George Bush only cares about white people. That's about right. Oh, and Saudi Arabians. He loves them. He loves the Saudis.
Yeah, all he cares about is white people.
Yes. Yeah.
So, Annabelle, did you catch the part of the discussion where I questioned that individual about the possible predicament he faces by being openly racist and teaching his kids to be racist in terms of parental neglect and how the state might frown on that?
No, I didn't. Do you know what I did? I think I turned him off because I literally thought, I can't listen to this guy anymore. He's driving me insane.
Yeah.
So go on, carry on. Tell me what was his response to that?
Well, he claimed that he was potentially legitimately concerned that that was a threat, but he didn't view it as an immediate threat.
What was a threat?
The idea that potentially somebody could claim that he's shouldn't have custody of his kids because he's poor parenting.
God, well, if you did that in America, I mean, and not just in America, but in the UK as well. But if you took away every kid from an ignorant, racist redneck, where would you put them all? You'd have to build a new country. I'm not just talking about America. We've got plenty of people like him in this country, believe me.
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't understand it. I just don't understand this.
Lucky Nadia, she slept through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get out of a
But
lot.
he had some other weird ideas as well, because he called him. Didn't he say he was a libertarian?
Anarchist.
No, that's it. He was an anarchist. That's it. Yeah. Which, no offense to libertarians, that would be you, Jeff, right? No offense to libertarians, but I can understand them. Well, I don't agree with them, but I can understand them. But I can't get my head around anarchists at all. Not at all.
Well, there's different kinds of anarchists.
Yeah, but I have a friend who calls herself an anarchist. She's funny enough. She's the transgender friend. She's an anarchist as well. And my argument will always be who is. And in fact, TJ was having this very argument with what's his name, Andy Komek. What's his name?
Kovek.
Kovek. He was on. He was on
Adam Kokesh.
Okay,
Adam Kokesh. Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, he was having the same. Trying to say to him, look, no matter how much you want to disable the state and allow individuals and small communities to make decisions, you're still going to need an overriding people monitoring certain parts of society, like medicine, healthcare, vaccines, all that stuff. So you can't really do away with central government completely.
Well, there's, and I won't get too far into it, but I sort of hold the anarcho-capitalist position as a philosophical ideal, and basically we would make the case that even things like regulation, it would not be a ruleless society, but the rules would be applied privately, and that there are numerous incentives for that to happen, for things to be accredited and so forth. And you don't need a single overarching authority. You don't need a one world government. We would argue
no. That's it. I mean, I wasn't talking about one world government. I was talking about each individual country. I'm talking about, not one world government.
I mean, in a sense, the whole world is, in a very broad sense, the whole world is sort of anarchic, because there's no one overarching entity that overlooks the entire world. So it's just reducing that to even farther, and there's no real magic number. But
the problem you have, and I think TJ put this correctly, is that the anarchist theory, or what to call it, the way anarchists want to live is all very well, and that's great, and I get it. I mean, I'm not stupid. I do understand that it would be a much nicer way to live. However, that's expecting every human or every member of society to be reasonable, and that's the problem you've got. Is people just are not reasonable. They hate. I mean, look at us all on YouTube. We're always arguing. We're always having different opinions, different views. Can you imagine how long it'll take to make a bloody decision to build a road, or to build a hospital, or to build an airport?
Well, large-scale investments are made privately all the time. Railroads were built privately. Many of them.
Not without the say of government, for sure.
Well, the Northwestern and the U.S. Railroad that went across the top states, that was a totally private railroad.
When?
In the 1800s.
That would not happen today, and you know that. There's just no way that anyone could get to build anything privately.
It might not be cost effective. Maybe we should be more like the Jetsons and fly around. Maybe that's the most cost effective. We don't know because the costs are hidden with government roads. But basically, there's a lot of literature.
You understand what I'm trying to say? That it's just not feasible.
Well, I don't know by what standard you could say that.
Because you don't have reason. People on the whole are not reasonable. If you had everybody that was, concerned, empathetic, altruistic, concerned about other people's rights, if you had a society full of people like that, then yeah, it would probably work. It would have worked. We would have done this years ago. But you don't. You have fundamentally very selfish people that really only care about number one. That's the problem, and so you're getting to even with that within the first week, you'll start having petty arguments about how this should be done, how this shouldn't be done. And then if you go, for example, as it was given as a very good example by TJ, if you want to build an interstate road from, say, all the way down from Seattle down to Los Angeles, and you've got 550 different communities that you've got to get permission from, got to get money from, got to get commitment from, and say 7 of them throughout the chain refuse point blank to let you build your interstate on their land, you're fucked.
Well, we can bounce around from railroads to highways and all of those. Right. But as far as highways go, there's a lot of literature on how that might work, but it may end up being that highways are not the way to go as far as transportation, and those kinds of things are hidden by government projects because the costs are never really entirely realized.
Just look at the reaction. Just look at the reaction from the average American citizen about having his 4x4 taken away from him. Can you imagine if you suddenly said, "Right, we're not going to use roads anymore. We're going to use, I don't know, what would you use?" I mean.
Well, we have roads now, so I think if we went to a private system, the roads would be homesteaded and they would be.
Yeah, okay. I'm just giving you that as I'm just using that as an example. As how it can't work because you've got too many people involved in the decision-making process and too many people who would not agree with the suppliers that you want to use.
Well, just in general, just to say that the decision-making process works now is very misleading because we actually have roads that are pretty much came out of the political system. The interstate highway system in the U.S. was actually the excuse for it was defense to mobilize troops and get them across country. It had nothing or little or nothing to do with people driving across country easily or whatever. But these decisions are all made politically by people who aren't stakeholders. They aren't investing with their own money. That's why you have interstate highways and bridges that are vastly underutilized. You have others in urban areas that are way overutilized. And the political process is not the most effective place to make investment decisions, whether small scale or large. So this is the kind of the argument you can talk about.
I'm sort of talking about if you had to the decision. So if you were to say, okay, we want to build a new railway, because your railway system is terrible. I mean, it's you know that.
Amtrak,
yeah, absolutely. And so let's just say you wanted to try and get the cars off the roads, which is what the British have been trying to do, but it's not been successful because the Brits don't want to give up their cars. What they've been trying to do is put more fast-speed trains in and make it far more beneficial to just jump on a train rather than drive, okay? So they've been doing, and the nightmare, it's taken them 15 years to get the different counties that this train line is going through to agree, and they've kind of had to force it on them because the arguments are so weak. It's to do with squirrels that are nesting in spring and the environment, which is fair enough because I'm a big proponent of the environment, but the hassle that's just been involved, and this is when the government are making the decision. They've had to consult. They've had to go through 20, 30 different consultancies with all the people, all the locals. So that's when a government is doing it. Can you imagine when a government isn't doing it? What a nightmare it would be.
Well, yeah, and we obviously we don't we don't think that people's property should be taken from them by force for any reason. So we would not agree.
No, that
If
hasn't
those people
happened,
didn't want to sell,
I'm not
but
talking about that.
there's literature about roads, what you can do if somebody doesn't want to sell. There's some people can option their
No, I
property.
wasn't actually thinking about that.
You're kind of talking over me. Let me just finish my thought. Sorry, but anyway, so there's all kinds of literature. You can go under property. You can go over it in some cases, but there's nothing magical about. There has to be, because some central planner thinks a railroad should go from here to there, that has to be made. And the problem is when you make those decisions in the political process, the costs are hidden. And I agree with you that it's frivolous to talk about squirrels and stuff like that. But if you're forcibly taking other people's property, that's a cost too that gets buried and hidden.
Okay, Jeff, I want to make myself very clear. I didn't suggest anything about taking anybody's property by force. That wasn't even in the argument.
Right. I thought you said. I'm sorry. I thought you said they were having to force the issue and take the property anyway. Okay,
no,
I misunderstood.
Well,
here they will do that. They will do.
Yeah, and they can do that. They can do that here, but they tend not to do that because it causes. I mean, they can. They can do it, but it's not. It's very rare that they do it. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. But that wasn't my argument. My argument was that if you're going to go through 20 different states to build a railroad, and you've got the process of having to deal with every single community along, because it's not just 20 states you're dealing with, it's several different communities in those states, so you could be dealing with up to 100 different communities.
Well,
and all it takes is for one or two of them to say, no, you can't do it, can't put it through there, and then your railroad is fucked.
But why are their interests any less important than anyone else's?
Because
maybe
you've got to look at the whole. But this is the problem. You can't keep. This is the problem with anarchy. We need to take into consideration like 15 people in that community, and the rest of the 40,000 people that want this railroad can fuck off.
Well, if they don't own the property, yeah, I wouldn't use those terms.
That's my point. It's a nightmare.
Well, yeah, if your point is it's an absolute that this absolutely we have to have rail transportation, that's the be all and end all. Well, no, it may not be the most efficient way to get people around. What are you suggesting then?
What's going to be the efficient way of getting around?
You can use taxis, buses, and actually, what's happened here whenever they've built railroads, and the DC Metro is a good example. They build the metro, and that in itself causes a population shift, and the population changes, and that is very difficult to move a railroad and to make it go into the right direction. The same with highways.
I'm sorry. I tell you what, I'm going to stop the conversation because to me this is becoming surreal now. I mean, we all know that rail travel is far more efficient, far more energy efficient, far more ecologically efficient than car travel.
We really don't know that in terms of the overall cost. They're very much concealed, especially if it's federal money. The money itself is the cost is hidden because it's printed money. It's counterfeited money.
The carbon. And the carbon, all that. You know what? Let's just stop talking.
That's fine if you don't want to talk about it. Of course, the argument from incredulity is not really valid either. But if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine.
I just don't want to get into a conversation with someone that denies that rail travel is less ecologically sound than car travel.
Well, my position is an economic one, that when you use force and you force these decisions and you do hide costs, you really have no way of measuring what's more efficient than anything else. Maybe Uber and having internet people connecting with Uber and Lyft is a more efficient way to get people around. Ultimately, given the current state of affairs, I don't know.
Everyone can get taxis because they can afford them. You see.
Well, Uber's pretty. The more taxis there are, the more affordable they would be, right? The greater the supply.
Come and get a taxi in London.
Well, that's because they're government licensed taxi, but now we have things like Uber and stuff like that. Okay, well, you keep saying you don't want to talk about things, so
you keep telling me stuff that's just not true. I mean, you've just made a massive mistake in saying that the taxis are all government licensed. They're not. They're privately owned taxis.
Well, the DC Metro has not paid for itself yet, and it's been around. It's been around.
That's not. It's not all about
It's
paying for itself. It's about other stuff like.
I don't know how you measure efficiency. If, without measuring costs, that seems foreign to me.
Okay,
Makes me
it's
feel
not paid for itself
incredulous.
yet, but these things do pay for themselves in the end, obviously.
It's probably older than you are. I don't know how old you are.
No.
It should have. I would think a taxi cab would have paid for itself by now. But
no,
anyway.
because you'd have had to have bought in the age that I am, you would have had to have bought 10 or 20 taxi cabs.
Right. Well,
and not to mention all the petrol. Not to mention all the petrol you'd have had to purchase or diesel. Not to mention all the CO2 you've emitted. Sorry, it's not CO2. Carbon monoxide.
Trains pollute. Even electric trains pollute.
What electric trains? Electric trains don't.
Well, electricity pollutes. Come on. the source of the electric.
It depends on where the source of electricity is coming from.
What is an economy and what is its purpose? I dare say it's a distribution. It's just a distribution of goods and services, and it's
production also.
Actually,
I mean, this is the thing with libertarians and conservatives. They just want to make money. That's all they want to do.
The purpose of it is, of course, to enhance human well-being. And
I know plenty of liberals who make money too.
Well, I'm not saying that liberals don't want to make money, but it's all about money for you guys. It's not about environment or the ecology. It's not. It's just all about making money.
You're kind of moving all over the place with these topics. So.
No, I've just said that you've just said about efficiency.
Well, yeah.
And so I've given you I've said to you that it's not always just about money.
Well, the price system is the best way that we know of to measure efficiency. It's not just, gosh darn it, I want a railroad here, and that's efficient because I'm happy with it.
No,
that's environmental.
It's about providing a public service, and you don't make profit all the time on.
Environmental costs aren't the only costs. The environment is arguably damaged by a railroad, just as it would be with a road.
So do you think that's more damaging? Railroads are more damaging to the environment than cars with fumes and petrol and diesel. and you've got to keep up the roads as well. I mean, the fact is that rail travel is more efficient, ecologically efficient.
I would accept that it's perhaps cleaner, but that's not the entire story. That's not the entire cost. The costs are borne over time. It's just like the NHS. You do a survey and the people say, "Oh, I like that," but that's not how you really measure efficiency. You do need the price system. I don't know if just doing a poll or a survey or
I don't deny
we don't know what the alternatives are. And in economics, the chief question is always, when you say something is good, you say, well, as opposed to what? and overall,
but you haven't got an alternative. You just say, well, I don't know, maybe cars.
I'm not a central planner. No, I think these things can be sorted out very well by actual stakeholders, and I don't know, maybe we'd be in a Jetsons world now. Maybe we'd be flying around.
Amazing argument. I don't know, maybe we'll be flying around in Jetson-like. It's just unbelievable. It's just stunning.
Well, I mean, if I had told you 15 years ago that there would be something called Google Plus and we would be doing this, and you said, "Well, I can't imagine that." Well, here we are.
We're not talking about the same thing. And actually, as I worked in computers back in the 80s, yeah, I could possibly imagine there would be. I certainly wouldn't turn around and say, "Oh my God, that sounds ridiculous." No, of course not.
Well, it would be a very similar argument than you're now making. You say, well, I can't really. If I said we're going to have something like Google Plus, and you would say, who's going to do that? Who's going to decide how many computers people need and all this kind of stuff? I don't know.
A better example of that, Jeff, would be to talk about
another conspiracy theorist now.
New hollow projection stuff that's coming out with Windows 10. That would be a more accurate analogy.
Something that was less foreseen.
Well, because the hollow
How did we manage to get to computers from railroads? I don't know, but I'm not. You guys can have.
It's called an
You
analogy.
can share your conspiracy theories together with how we're going to be flying around in little aeroplanes.
No, wait a minute now.
How did
Now
you
this
get
hollow
conspiracy out of what
technology.
I said?
Wait.
Because you're talking about stuff that doesn't exist. It's ridiculous.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Hollow
I'm not talking about you, Von. Von. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jeff and his idea that in 10 years' time we'll be flying around in jets and like.
I did not say that. You were.
Yes, you did.
Actually, the flying car has been out.
Oh no! Here we go.
The problem is that it's too damn expensive for the common user.
See, that's exactly the same conspiracy theory. Jeff says we don't know what costs are. We don't know why we can't do it. We might be able to do it.
And how is that a conspiracy?
The government aren't telling us. So you've both got the same conspiracy theory. There you go. I told you.
Well, the government doesn't tell us everything. They keep a shit ton of stuff away from us. That's true. And usually we don't find out about something until 10 to 20 years after the government's already been playing with it.
You know, let me explain something. That it's not governments that design cars, that design aeroplanes, that design computers. It's corporate, private companies.
Right.
So now you're under the assumption that these corporate private companies are hiding away ideas from the public. Are you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I am saying that.
That's
Come
not
on,
my
Northwoods, anybody? Northwoods, anybody? Go read the Northwoods documents.
I know what that is, but yeah.
Well, what is it?
I agree with you.
On,
in certain instances, the government will hide things from you, but it's not. I mean, very hit and miss there.
Sure they do. I'm sure they do. But when it comes to private, things like cars, anything that's, cars, computers, all sorts of stuff, bits and pieces. I can't. They can't. It's private companies that make these things, not governments. They're not allowed. You can't hide them.
Yeah, there are some things that are on the drawing board that are just not cost effective, but. Yeah. I don't know why you're calling me a conspiracy. I don't think anything I said. You can call me. You can call me. No.
He's just saying that it's possible theoretically for us.
It's maybe not a conspiracy theory, but it really isn't a viable argument. Then that's okay.
Well, now wait a minute. We have Stan. Now hang on. We have Stan Meyer, who created a dune buggy that ran on water. He was visited by an officer of the United States Navy. And shortly thereafter, he ended up dead. Coincidence? I don't know.
Well, I'd like to see evidence before I even suggest that it might be a coincidence.
Stan Meyer's famous. He's all over the fucking internet. Google it. He's got video. He's got YouTube videos.
I thought he was dead.
Well, he's dead now, but he had YouTube videos. He's got YouTube videos of him going around.
And what did he die from?
Well, allegedly it was like. I actually have.
It really was a conspiracy.
I'd have to look it up again.
Yeah, I want to know what he died of, because if he was blown up in an aeroplane, then you might have a point, okay? But if he had a heart attack, it's not the same thing, Ron.
There's drugs that can stimulate heart.
It is an evil, godless, communist, Muslim government.
Yes, I know.
No, it wasn't.
So you trying to, hang on a second, let me just get this straight. So a guy invents a dune buggy that can run on, so basically, instead of petrol or diesel, water, right?
Yeah? Runs on water, right. That's correct. Stan Meyer. He's got.
Okay, I'm going to Google this just for the laugh, sorry.
He's got YouTube videos, there's documents, white papers,
I'm sorry, I don't care about the YouTube videos.
Patents. He's got patents. He's got trademarks. He's got, the whole gambit, man. The guy's legit. The guy is totally legit.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at his Wikipedia page and his dune buggy water power. But hang on a sec. There doesn't seem to be anything about governments killing him in these.
Well, he got a visit from the U.S. Navy, and then shortly thereafter he ended up dead.
Okay. In 1996, Mayer was sued by two investors to whom he sold dealerships offering the right to do business in water fuel cell technology. His car due to be examined by the expert. Okay, so he wasn't quite ready to. His product wasn't quite ready. Mayer's death. Okay, he died suddenly in 1998, so that was 10 years ago. dining at a restaurant. His brother claimed that during the meeting with his brother claimed that during the meeting with two Belgian investors in a restaurant, Mayer suddenly ran outside. They poisoned me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the actual facts are that Mayer, who had high blood pressure, died of an aneurysm. Poison doesn't cause aneurysms.
Well, I just find it funny that...
Okay, that's fair enough. You can be suspicious, but it's not the truth.
Well, I'm going to be suspicious.
Okay, so anyway, now wait. Even more importantly, this is more important. Mayer's patents have expired, so anyone can pick this up and work with it if they want to.
Mm-hmm.
Notice nobody has.
Actually, there's a lot of people converting.
No engine or vehicle manufacturer has incorporated Mayer's work, even though his inventions are now in the public domain, available for all to use without restriction or royalty payment. So there you go. I've just cleared that one up.
Maybe nobody else wants to end up dead. Did you think of that? Maybe nobody else wants to die.
So why did you? So basically, you're saying it's the fossil fuel industry had him killed off. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, they would. I mean, look how many billions of dollars the oil companies would lose if everybody converted to water. I mean, you could get water from anywhere. I can get water from my damn. I got Lake Alice over here. I can get water. The oil companies would lose billions.
It was a godless, communist, Muslim, LGBT government conspiracy, wasn't it?
Satanist. You forgot Satanist.
Oh, Satanist too, yeah.
And did someone mention atheists? Sorry, I didn't know whether they'd been mentioned.
Godless. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I just think probably what the actual story is. This is my opinion, of course. So, is that it was a crap design, didn't work, and he had a brain aneurysm.
Didn't work. He went from New York to L.A. in the damn thing. Yes, it worked.
Okay. I've got to look at it again to see why it didn't work. Here we go. Where did it go? Where's media coverage? Okay. Mayer demonstrated a dune buggy, which he claimed again. This is all very, not actual evidence. He claimed was powered by his water fuel cell. He estimated that this is quite funny, really. He estimated that only 22 US gallons of water were required to travel. He didn't travel from Los Angeles to New York. He just told people how much it would take to do it.
It would take. Okay. Well, I remember reading.
So no offence, Von, and I do have I'm becoming to have a bit of a soft spot for you, but no offence. But it seems to me that you don't really know the whole story. Would that be right?
Well, I don't know the man personally, but I mean, you didn't
know that all he'd actually said was it would take 22 US gallons, not that he actually took it from Los Angeles to New York.
Right, but here's the thing: he got a visit from the government, and then he ended up dead. All right.
Well, that's his that was the claim his brother made. There's no evidence.
Well, I mean, that's a coincidence. You think that's a coincidence?
It might not even be true. Furthermore, Mayer claimed. No, wait. This is quite interesting. Furthermore, claimed to have replaced spark plugs with injectors, which introduced a hydrogen and oxygen mixture into the engine cylinder. The water was subject to an electrical resonance that disassociated it into its basic atomic makeup. The fuel water cell would split the water into hydrogen. Phil Ball, writing in an academic journal, characterized Mayer's claims as pseudoscience, noting that it's not easy to establish how Mayer's car was meant to work, except that it involved a fuel cell that was able to split water using less energy than was released by the recombination of the elements. Crusaders against pseudoscience can rant and rave as much as they like, but in the end they might as well accept that the myth of water as a fuel is never going to go away.
Aha.
In other words, apparently it's a myth that lots of people have come up with. To date, wait for this, to date, no peer-reviewed studies of Mayer's devices have been published in the scientific literature. An article in journal Nature described Mayer's claims as one more water as fuel myth.
That would be also known as a perpetual motion machine.
Is that a joke?
No, it's not perpetual.
That's not a joke.
No, it's not
The
dramatic.
idea of disassociating hydrogen from oxygen and then recombining it again to get energy and
Oh, right, okay.
that is perpetual motion by
Well,
definition.
that's what. Yeah, but my understanding is that that's not how it worked. What it was is it separated the oxygen and hydrogen, and it burned the hydrogen off and exhaled the oxygen. That was my understanding of how it worked.
It doesn't work, whatever it is.
That's still the same thing.
No, because you're not recombining them. You're burning the hydrogen.
You're using different, better oxygen to combine with the hydrogen? Come on. It's perpetual motion.
No. You're splitting the oxygen and the hydrogen. You're burning the hydrogen and you're giving off the oxygen. That's not recombining.
The proposed systems
There's no
were not
recombining.
exactly perpetual motion because they had some kind of metallic catalyst. I don't remember exactly what they claimed was meaningful there, but it was something not in the purview of orthodox chemistry.
Nadia, are you explaining how it works?
Yeah, mathematically, that's a perpetual motion machine, though.
It wouldn't be technically if their claims are true, which they are not. So
it's just obvious
because they had the metallic catalyst was ended up being the bottleneck of what was consumed.
Okay, yeah, if you used sodium or something, yes, you can do that. But yeah, the sodium would be turned into sodium chloride or sodium hydroxide, which basically means you're running on sodium, not on water.
The catalytic catalyzation of the dissociation of hydrogen and oxygen was.
Okay, Ron, let's just come to the conclusion that perhaps that one wasn't.
Catalyzation of
No,
the dissociation of hydrogen from oxygen in water was by some reaction that's actually got to know not to exist. I think it was zinc or something like that.
So, Nadia, could you, you know how much I don't understand how things work. Could you just sort of sum that up in a sort of layman's terms, please?
Yeah, I was basically eating metal to break the water apart, and then burning the
hydrogen
gases from the water to act as fuel.
Right.
So, are you saying that this water fuel system is
possible? Yes.
No, it's not possible. But
right, it's not possible.
They had.
There's no way to separate the oxygen from the hydrogen, burn the hydrogen, and exhale the oxygen. There's no way.
There are ways, but they had more elaborate of a hoax or whatever ongoing than just whatever the electric charge or usual process is.
So anyway, Von, I think we can wrap that one up as fail, can't we?
Yes, with a capital F.
Yeah, I certainly would.
Can we try? What's the? Come on, let's have another one, Von, because you have got a whole selection box of them, haven't you?
Nothing off the top of my head right now.
Oh,
yeah, I'd be googling, except I'm like busy cutting a pizza with a knife here.
So I just put conspiracy theories in and see which ones that you agree with.
Actually, that's a good idea.
Go for it.
All right, let's see which one.
Vaughn is our conspiracy expert. He will tell us which one is supposedly real.
He is the conspiracy. I'm just trying to think who the other person is that is a conspiracy theorist.
Well, there are a lot of them.
Oh, there's somebody else that's really bad. Who is it?
Oh, welcome, Racklin.
Hello.
Did you hear about the satanic conspiracy that was supposedly ongoing regarding the suppression of water as fuel technology?
Stop it.
Oh. What,
Here we go.
electrolysis and burn both oxygen and hydrogen separately or something?
Yeah, something along those lines.
No, not similar, but main thing is, as a Satanist, you might know more about the satanic involvement in this.
Annoying me, my computer's really annoying me. This is what happens when you live in the countryside.
Okay, do tell us, Racklin.
Okay, all right. Let's go with my
Let's do it.
favourite. I have a personal favourite that I'm pretty sure that Von is going to agree with, or perhaps is going to have a conspiracy about it, and that is that President Barack Obama's birth certificate is false.
You're blocked, Rickland. I just took the opportunity to block both your Google and your YouTube, and now I'm going to put you on ignore. Bye bye.
Vaughn, might not be the way to actually deal with it, but still.
Can we go back to the fake birth certificate, please, Vaughn? Would you say that President? Would you say that President?
Yes, yes. Let me stop you. Yes, yes. Damn it. Yes. 3 different independent organizations have checked the fucking birth certificate. It's fake as a $3 bill. It was made in Photoshop, for fuck's sake. Did Photoshop exist back in 1963?
Come on, Vaughn.
No,
I said no offense, and I said, of course, with all due respect.
Back in 1963. I don't give a damn how you spin it. It did not
that makes
fucking
everything
exist.
Right.
And 3
born in Hawaii
organizations have already checked the birth certificate, and it was done in Photoshop.
It's pronounced Hawaii.
Confirmed by 3 different independent organizations.
Okay,
Donald Trump being one. I mean, is Donald Trump gonna lie?
Did you just use Donald Trump as a?
Yes, I did. Yes, Donald Trump is out in the public eye. If he lied about something, he could get sued. Okay,
He's
so no,
dick.
he didn't lie.
He's such a he's the most. Without his daddy, he'd be nobody. Now let me just.
Well, maybe so, but he still can't lie in public. He'll get sued.
Yes, he can. What are you saying? Are you?
Lots of people lie in public. What are you talking about?
Vaughn, that's not true. Vaughn, that's just not true. I mean, especially a public figure, he can't. Nobody can be sued for slander.
This is why I love Vaughn. This is why I love him.
He can be mistaken. He could say it and be mistaken. It doesn't mean he's accurate or necessarily telling the truth. So.
Right,
Donald Trump can afford too many good lawyers to get sued by most people.
Now wait a minute. If we're not going to enforce the law, then let's.
But I haven't. Can I just ask you?
Civil liability, not
criminal. Can I just ask you, you said 3 different sources have said that it's fake, right? One of them being Donald Trump.
So we discount that one. What's the other 2?
So who are the other 2?
I don't recall right offhand.
Okay, you can't play that game with me. Come on. If you're so certain it's absolutely a fake, then you need to know who the other 2 are.
Well,
Donald Trump is a big fail. Sorry, can't do that.
When you have 3 different groups that check it, and it ends up being.
You can't tell me who they are. I mean, you could be saying that Donald Trump, Kanye West and Kim Kardashian or whatever her name is, and I don't know, Prince Tutu from the King Solomon Islands. Decided that those are your 3 people, it means fuck all.
Well, no.
I probably know the NRA found one of those.
Yeah, I got it.
What's Britney Spears' position?
Exactly.
And besides that, a certificate of live birth is not the same as a birth certificate.
He was born in Hawaii.
Your sources.
Hold a second. I can get a certificate of live birth from Hawaii myself. I can do that. It's not the same as a birth certificate. It's more or less like a proclamation.
This is a birth certificate. I'm looking at the birth certificate. It's right in front of me on a piece of on a page. This is a birth certificate.
So I've heard
things.
Before Obama even got into politics, the New York Times published an article about him being the first black man to be elected to the Student Law Review Board at Harvard University, where he was going to school at the time. Before he was even into politics. So, I mean, and that article was, that article is published in ancient times. Well, back when Obama was in Harvard.
There's allegedly a video back when he was still a senator where he publicly stated off the cuff that, you know, it's okay for him to be a senator because he was, even though he was born in Kenya, it's okay for him to be a senator because he wasn't for president.
This is a video of him saying that?
Well, that's what I've been trying to find a video or any kind of hard data on that.
Yeah, you see, that's your problem. There's your problem. You've got nothing to back up your claims.
Well, when you no, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. You keep forgetting he spent $2 million of the American taxpayers' money to hide all of his records.
Again, and that's a very nice little claim, but you really do need to back it up.
Well, that is a claim. That's not a claim. That's a fact. He did.
Well, no. Fact is provable, testable, repeatable.
Vaughn.
Yes.
Yeah, I could request you.
Nadia, sorry, you trying to talk? Sorry, I apologise. Carry on.
Yeah. Vaughn, if you could actually use sources that are not videos, so we can use them, so we can read them.
YouTube videos don't count, Vaughn. Sorry.
Actually, the main reason why is so that we can review them while we're talking to you on the Hangout. That would be pretty helpful.
Anyway, so far we've got Donald Trump, as far as I can tell.
I mean, he's so anti-Obama. I mean, he has all kinds of other ridiculous.
I'm anti-Obama. Yes, yeah, I'm anti-Obama. When somebody says,
"No, I'm not talking to you're anti-Obama. I'm talking about Donald Trump, which I know you're onto."
Donald Trump don't give a shit whether Obama's a Muslim or not. He could care the fuck less. The only thing about Donald Trump cares about is money. All right, he don't give a damn whether Obama's a Muslim or not.
But he doesn't want Obama to prevent him from making more money, which is what Obama is doing.
Why does he spend such an inordinate amount of time talking about Obama if he doesn't care about him?
Probably
he does care about Obama. He doesn't like Obama making him pay tax rates the way that he has to.
I know. I'm just saying that he said that he just said he doesn't care about Obama, which he clearly does.
Well, yeah, but he cares about it because he's being taxed. But that's Donald Trump's bottom line is money. Donald Trump's bottom line is money. Okay.
Yeah.
He's not going after Obama because he's a Muslim. He's not going after Obama because he's not American. He's going after because.
So why bring the birth certificate? So if he's not going after him because why not just say to him, stop taxing me, instead of coming up with stupid conspiracy theories?
He can't say that.
So, but instead he can accuse the President of the United States of being a liar. Oh, right, okay.
Easier to accuse him of being a non-American than it is to say, hey, stop taxing me. Yes, it is actually easier to say that.
He's got, as we know, neither you or Mr. Trump have any evidence, so...
Well,
I just don't understand why
Donald Trump said his
hold it. We can solve this problem right here, right now. Is anybody in the room good with Photoshop? Anybody? Anybody in the room good with Photoshop?
No.
No. Shit. Because all you gotta do is download the damn thing off the page and see if, in fact, it was made in Photoshop.
The form was a PDF.
I just don't understand how you believe the government wouldn't have done their own background checks on someone who we made the president.
Quite.
Unless they were being paid by Rockefeller and Rothschild to turn the other way. You don't think that goes on? You don't think there's money that...
Yeah, but we had so many people who were up in arms about this issue for so long. I think that at that point we would have, if it had any bearings or grounding at all.
No, the first thing you need to learn about the government is that they don't give a fuck about you. All right, that's the first thing you need to learn about government.
I know, but they still want to keep up their images. They still want to keep up that appearance, according to you at least.
Well, they're keeping up appearances by hiding all of his fucking records and by totally ignoring all of the damn... I mean, look how many... But
you're saying that someone has proof.
Look how many court cases has been levied against Obama. Look how many court cases. Hundreds. Hundreds of court cases have been levied against him. You think the Supreme Court gives a fuck? No, they don't. They don't give a shit. All right? That's the first thing you need to learn about the federal government. They don't give a fuck about you.
Who and what do you think the government is? Because it's not a monolith.
Ronald Reagan made a joke after being elected president at some talk he was giving or other. He said, one of the advantages of being president is that you can have your school records classified top secret. Because, you know, he was accused of being, you know, not all that bright.
Yeah, but he never did. Obama, as far as I know, is the only person that has ever made their school records private. Only one. No, I'm not aware of any other president.
Well, they're not exactly public information anyway.
The point is that the reason he has his damn school records hidden is because he got a student visa to come over here as a foreign student. That's why it's hidden. That's why.
Then why did the New York Times say he was born in Hawaii in the article about him in Harvard?
There are two different allegations of him being born in Hawaii. There are two hospitals in Hawaii. Which hospital is it? Which one are you going to pick?
I've got the information. I can tell you.
Okay, tell me.
He was born in I'm going to tell you. Shush, be quiet. Ron, quiet. Kapiolani Maternity and Gynecological Hospital.
Okay, that's great. Now, the other part of his family is saying he was born in the other damn hospital.
Well, who was? Who? Where? How?
His own family can't get their story straight. He was born in two different hospitals.
Prove it.
It's out there. It's
not out there. Otherwise, you would be finding it and putting it in my face. The reason you're not doing that is because it's not out there.
I mean, first of all, just because his family mistakes the hospital, I mean, my aunt could mistake which hospital I was born in. That doesn't disprove
I don't think
it.
his mother would, though, would she?
The hospital I was born in no longer exists.
Yeah, I bet none of
mine.
I'm sure none of my siblings know what hospital I was
born
exactly. in the Detroit area. There's numerous hospitals, and they wouldn't know the name. I'm the only one who was born at that hospital. They didn't even live there. I was the only one. I'm the eldest, so.
I'm striking that argument off the.
If Obama really was not a U.S. citizen, that is born a natural U.S. citizen, he wouldn't be president right now. They do background checks before you get to even, you know.
Yeah, like he wouldn't have been able to run for president. He wouldn't have been in the situation to be able to have even ran.
Rockefeller money can buy a lot, bud. Rockefeller money can buy a lot. All right, people can be bought off. All right.
Obama didn't have that much money those days.
No,
he had earned some money from being a senator, but I mean, he was already well off. I mean, he went to fucking Harvard, for Christ's sake. You know how hard it is?
Yes, and at the Bilderberg meeting in Chantilly, Virginia, they gave us our president, our vice president, and our secretary of state. Obama, Biden, and Hillary Clinton were all three at the Bilderberg meeting in Chantilly, Virginia. That has been documented. That is a fact. All right, it's not in dispute. All right, so how in the fuck did the Bilderbergers know who our president, our vice president, and our secretary of state were going to be? How did they know that shit in advance? How could they have known?
Sorry, what have I missed? How could they know what?
What makes you think the Bilderbergers knew?
Why do I think the Bilderbergers knew? Because they paid them. They paid to put them in.
Okay.
Your electors are bought. They're not voted on. They're bought.
Okay, I'll grant that. Just produce a documentary.
What's the most recent claim? Sorry, just a quick précis of what the excuse is now.
Bilderberg meeting in Chantilly, Virginia. That'll get you on the right path.
Oh, it's too complicated. Anyway, anything that you've said, you really do have to back up with full evidence. That would be provable, testable.
Like I said, Google Chantilly, Virginia.
No, you're making the claim. It's your job, Bon. I'm not going to run around doing your job for you.
I'm looking at the meeting attendees of the. You're talking about in Chantilly in 2012. This is actually from a conspiracy site, but it doesn't list Obama as being there that I've found.
The only place you can find it is the conspiracy site.
Well, I mean, I would think if they wanted to allege that Clinton's not there, Biden. I'm just searching for those names. None of those people were there.
So basically, this meeting that's been held has been not recorded anywhere except Von knows all about it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there's a list of the attendees I should probably find a better site. But
Bilderberg meetings are private meetings held by the rich elites. They are not publicized. No.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a
okay.
minute.
I didn't realise that's what you. I couldn't understand your accent. I'm sorry. Yes, I know that.
Oh, wait
which
a minute,
means, how do you know who attended it?
Because there was somebody there that recorded it.
And who was that?
There that recorded the
And who was that?
attendees.
And who was that?
I don't know. An insider.
Henry Kissinger was there. Let's see.
Oh, sorry. Are you serious?
Henry Kissinger was there, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were. Sorry, I'm getting confused with the other Kissinger. Sorry.
Oh, no. There's a list of
How long ago are we talking about here?
I think the latest one was 2013. That's what I'm looking at now. So I don't see Obama listed. I don't see Biden. Who else did you say? Clinton, Hillary? I'm not seeing
Hillary
her.
Clinton, Joe Biden, and Obama. It might not have been the 2012. It might have been the one.
So, are we now going on to the Illuminati argument? Have we left behind the birth certificate argument, and we're now on to Illuminati?
Bilderberg, not necessarily the Illuminati.
He wasn't.
Well, come on.
He wasn't.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think of the World Economic Forum, Von? Do you think that's an Illuminati meeting as well?
Is it a meeting of rich elitists without our input or our vote? Then yes.
Yeah. It's all corporate. It's most of it's the head of corporate organisations, but there will be lots of people from government are there as well.
You don't see a problem with 5 corporations owning pretty much every business on the fucking planet? You don't.
They don't. That's bollocks. That's a ridiculous
claim. It's bollocks. Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm glad I don't have those anymore.
It's not bollocks.
So Time Warner does not own a whole shitload of businesses. That's all.
You just said 5. No, well, you changed the story. You said 5 businesses in the entire world.
5 corporations own the vast majority of businesses in the world. Yes.
And these corporations,
particularly in the media sector.
Well, that's Murdoch. Yeah. Well, we know about Murdoch, but who are these other 4 corporations?
There's a pie chart out there somewhere. I'd have to
Why is it I have to go and look when you're quite capable of doing exactly
Dude, I'm 50. I'm going to be 52 this October.
No, sorry, not having that bollocks.
Next headroom, okay?
Ron, how old do you think I am?
I don't know and don't care. I'm not Max Headroom.
Let me inform you.
I'm not.
You just said you were 52. I am 3 years younger than you, and I can use a computer. So you should be able to use one as well. Yeah, show us your birth. Show us your birth.
Your powers of Google are broken over there. Is that what that is? Your Google doesn't work.
Well, it must be broken over there because you're making all these.
The burden of Googling is upon you.
Yeah, the burden of Googling is on you. Exactly. Thank you, Nadia.
The burden of Googling.
The burden of Googling is
I'm going to use that one again. I'm going to steal that one. It's a patent. You want to patent that, Nadia, because I've been using that.
No, you trademark it so you can keep it forever. The burden of Googling is on you.
Make it into a T-shirt and send it to all the atheists.
Yeah. Oh,
right, so let me just make this clear, Von. You've made a claim that there are 5 organisations in the world, on the planet, that own all of the businesses on the planet. 5 organisations, okay? I've asked you to name it. It's very simple. It's not exactly difficult, is it? If you know this for sure, then you really should know 5 names. That's not difficult, okay? And so I've asked you to name them, and you've told me to Google it myself. Okay, I'll do that.
I did not say all. That is a lie. I did not say all.
For instance, Vaughn, I can recite Ichi ni sanchi go roku shichi hachi kuju. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
5 corporations that own the world.
And at this point, you should be able to remember 5 things at a time.
What's the betting a conspiracy theory website comes up first?
I like how Nadia just counted in German.
Well, of course,
actually counted in Japanese.
Media is going to describe how the whole world's being consolidated? Hell no, they're not going to mention that. You're not going to hear that the whole world's being consolidated on Fox or CNN or Deutsche.
Well, I might be able to find it on a conspiracy website.
Get on major news media. You're not going to hear that shit on major news media, that they're consolidating the whole damn world. They'll never admit that to you. It's like that goddamn meteorite that almost destroyed the Earth. They told us the night before. A planet killer.
I found the conspiracy website.
They never told us until the night before. Okay, so if they're not going to tell us about a planet killer asteroid, they're sure as fuck not going to tell us about the consolidation of the world.
What asteroid are you talking about?
I counted from 1 to 10. I counted from 1 to 10.
Oh,
First
honestly,
then
you're so fucking entertaining. It's brilliant.
I counted from 1.
Okay, what did you say? Zero
I counted
head.
from 1 to 10. I counted from 1 to 10. First in Japanese, then in Russian.
Yeah, Japanese. I knew you'd done
German,
Japanese.
then in German, then in Spanish.
I mean, Vaughn, if you're talking about that one asteroid that it happened somewhat recently, I don't remember the date, to be honest with you.
In Russia, wasn't it?
But
Was it in Russia?
It was in Russia.
Yeah.
That wasn't a Earth destroyer.
No. It smashed some windows. That's about the max it did.
Talking about the rock that flew in the atmosphere over Russia. I'm talking about a major planet killer.
Yep, looks like a...
It was a meteor, not a rock.
Oh, speaking of Cameron sucking, John Key is selling off New Zealand by the pound.
What?
John Key is selling off assets in New Zealand. Similar to Cameron's privatization.
Well, I have actually got tears in my eyes from laughing.
I don't think it's very funny.
I
if
do.
Corporations are consolidating the wealth of the world. I think that's. You don't find that dangerous? You don't find that dangerous at all?
Rewind.
You don't find that dangerous?
So what can we do, Vaughn?
What can you do?
First, Vaughn needs
to boycott. I mean, there's
to
things you can do.
But if they own all the money, then how can we, I mean, what's the point of our boycott?
If you don't buy their shit, they don't get any money.
They make everything.
Yeah, so what do we eat?
Yeah. We have to fix Vaughn's mic so he doesn't have to shout, because I fear his voice will fail him, and then we won't get to hear his wisdom.
Man, you sound exactly like Nick Bravo. I know you keep denying it, but you sound exactly like Nick Bravo.
Is it only me that's finding
Nick
this
Bravo in here.
So
I would love to get Nick Bravo in here because you sound exactly like him.
I want to hear this guy who sounds like me.
I will get one of his videos.
Do you think it is him, Vaughn?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Because that sound of voice is very rare. It's not a common voice, okay?
Who's Nick Bravo?
He's a pseudo artist, pseudo actor, entertainer, comedian.
What's the pseudo actor?
He's been trying to get work in California as an actor. I don't know if he ever succeeded. He's
on the opposite fucking.
Well known. He's well known on YouTube.
I'm not in California.
What's he well known for on YouTube?
No, I've got a YouTube channel.
I don't know. He's just on YouTube.
Yeah, trust me. I've got a YouTube channel, and sometimes I even show up on camera.
So, in the meantime,
I'm trying to find a video with Nick in it.
Look at Jam. Show me your birthday.
in the meantime, they have no reason to keep these things secret because, of course, it's all legal.
Jeff, have you spoken to? You must have spoken to Vaughn before, surely.
I have not heard, as far as I can recall, I've not heard some of these claims.
This is nothing. This is quite mild.
Yeah, and I just wrote on the side. I don't like to just dismiss things people say or marginalize people but from what I've heard, the bar of evidence is pretty low. Kind of hearsay, kind of somebody made a video, somebody made this claim or that claim. That's
But what
kind
makes me laugh? What makes me laugh is go and find it yourself.
I mean, it appears I scanned the guest lists, did a search on all the guest lists from 2009 and 2000 through 2013. I didn't see Obama listed on the
Well, I
list.
doubt very much that he would be seen to be getting involved with that lot, because it just answers all these. It just gives everybody these people some more ammunition.
Hold it, stop, damn it, because you're starting to make me sound like I'm some sort of dumbass. We've got Bill Clinton admitting on stage that he did, in fact, attend a Bilderberg meeting.
Michael,
quit trying to infer that I'm some sort of whacked out crazy son of a bitch, because I'm not. We've got Bill Clinton got up on live stage in front of a live audience and admitted that he attended a damn Bilderberg meeting. This is not some fucking conspiracy.
Well, you said Obama.
These rich people do get together in private, and they decide what goes on in the world, literally.
Wait a sec. I never said they didn't. I never said they didn't.
We know they get together, absolutely.
I used to work for the World Economic Forum. I know exactly what these people get up to. Thank you very much. I'm just asking you to prove that Obama was at this meeting that you claim he was at. That's
anyway, there is a link to a video of Nick Bravo and Club Button's voice are an identical match.
Could you produce a transcript? Number two, Michael Yannet very importantly points out it would be a violation of the Logan Act for U.S. politicians to attend secret meetings.
Well, of course it's a violation, but do you think they give a shit? No.
Okay, here it is, and on the Clintons, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Okay, I didn't go back this far. They may have attended one in 2008. So if that's the case, that's the case.
Anyways, there's a video of Nick Bravo, and you will find that his voice is a perfect match to Fudd Mutton's voice. Almost an identical match.
Okay, cool. I'm going to get that one ready. I'm going to queue that one up on my watch list.
So the main thing is that one in particular meeting is not going to encompass the whole of it. I mean, they've got, debutante balls and
elected officials are bought. Elected officials are bought. They are not voted on. They are bought.
Yeah, I would agree with that, for the most part.
Yeah. You have to be rich to run for president.
Yes, Hillary allegedly has $1 trillion war chest, but amazingly, when I went to Google it, it wasn't there. You know why? Because the internet has been sanitized for your protection.
I have my birth certificate.
Yeah. The if Obama actually violated that act, that would be grounds for impeachment.
They don't give a shit.
Congress that is now majority Republican and a Senate that is majority Republican. You don't think that they would pull the impeachment card out?
No, because they could have impeached him on a great many things besides that, and they haven't.
And Bush could have been impeached for a lot of things too.
That's right.
So
they could have impeached these guys.
And actually, impeachment is not removal from office. By the way, impeachment. Bill Clinton was impeached. Andrew Johnson was.
Birth certificate right here.
Yes, I have one.
Is that the original, Nadia?
That looks like a photo copy.
That looks like you made a copy of something.
It's not a copy. It is.
Hey, don't lose that document. It's rather important.
The ink is still wet.
You can just order another copy from Bureau of Statistics in state of Florida.
Yeah, because if by some miracle you do get a chance to go abroad, that's your ticket to get your passport.
and a lot of people lose their birth certificates rather, and and then you just send away for a copy. So I think I have a copy of mine as well.
Did you know that only 27% of Americans have got passports?
That sounds right. That sounds right.
I knew that.
Yeah.
But do you know that 80% of the UK citizens have passports?
Case number or the reference number?
Well, you didn't used to need a passport to go to Mexico or Canada. So
that's right.
if you've never been off of this continent, I would actually 27% sounds high to me actually.
Oh no, it was 21%, but it went up because it was 10%.
Yeah,
and it went up because Mexico and Canada you had to have a passport, so people had to get passports.
Right.
There's apparently a card you can get so that you don't need the full passport book for Canada and Mexico.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
But I don't know. When I got my passport this year, I got the full book.
It's definitely gone up since that. That's when it's gone up since. So.
Actually,
it was like $135 to.
Yeah, we have to pay about $200 to get a passport. It's about the same. To me, that's taking the bloody piss.
Well, I wasn't paying for an expedited one, so I paid only $130. Actually, I think it was $133. There was a fee at the acceptance place, which was my local courthouse, and a fee to the U.S. State Department.
What's that? I mean, what's that, Von? What's that video you just posted, Von?
He's got a bald guy that he thinks is me.
That's a video of Nick Bravo. You'll find the voices are almost identical.
Oh, please! Could you please come up with something valid about the bloody birth certificate? That would be nice.
You're not going to get anything. You're not going to get anything. If somebody's going to spend $2 million of the taxpayer money to hide their shit, don't you think that they're going to deny? He's got
£2 million is peanuts. £2 million is absolute peanuts. It's nothing.
Obama has hundreds of court cases against him, many of whom are in the Supreme Court. Did the Supreme Court even look at them? No. They threw them in a damn trash can. You know why? Because your government, my government, do not like us.
All right, let's change the conspiracy theory because we don't seem to be getting anywhere. So we can now say that one's a void. So that's 2 down. 2 to me, 2 down to you, 2 to me. So, next one. Now, this one's a biggie, so you might have to do some work. I'm just warning you. Is climate change real?
First of all, I reject the term climate change because climate change can be raining outside of my house 1 minute and snowing the next. Okay,
so that's weather. No, that's weather.
Well, call it what you want, but I don't like.
There's a difference between weather and climate, right? You do know that, right?
Now let's be clear. The first person that came up with this shit was former Vice President of the United States,
bullshit, nonsense, absolute nonsense. You do realise that there are other countries outside of America, don't you? Right?
I'm well aware of that, but the person that came up with it was the Vice President of the United States.
No, it wasn't.
He came up with the idea of global warming. He decided behind it.
Al Gore did not come up with global warming.
Oh my dear! Listen.
Let me ask you this: if you
there is more. First of all, he's not a scientist. Second of all,
if you believe that global warming is being done by humans, then how do you explain the warming of Mars, the warming of Neptune, the warming of Pluto? How do you explain that?
You know that Mars, Neptune,
there's no humans on Pluto. How do you explain it warming up?
Could I ask?
Maybe this one was the wrong one to ask because he's now making things up that are too difficult for me to even cope with.
I'm not making anything up. Pluto is warming up. Neptune is warming up. Mars
Guys, can we let Nadia talk?
Could I briefly point out that with no prospect of immigrating to other better places in the world to go, it's not really worthwhile for me to invest in a passport.
Well, I already told you how much it costs to go to the UK. About $2 grand. So save up your penny.
That it has nothing to do with immigration.
Well, you got to get there somehow, ain't you?
I can't hear Nadia very well.
Yes, you cannot really do it with a tourist visa.
mean, typically, don't you get across the pond by plane? I mean, that's usually the accepted way. I guess you could go by cruise ship, but that would be even more expensive, I would think.
No,
Jeff,
you can't even do that anymore, I don't think. Me and my buddy actually wanted to, and we're trying to look it up.
You have to return. You have to return in order to essentially get a work visa.
I'll just say to those of you that are denying global climate change, I nearly said global warming then. I'll just say to you that at the moment, go and visit Bangladesh, go and visit the Maldives, go and visit all these places that are.
The Earth ain't getting warm. What I'm telling you is that Mars is also getting warm.
Not talking
to
you, Jeff.
No. The sun is currently at a minimum, so every planet should be getting colder, not warmer.
Well, tell that to the sun. The sun's having a...
Oh, never mind the solar observatory data.
Guys, if you guys want to check out a really good vid on global climate change, I've posted a link there.
Okay.
And it's not a it's fantastic documentary by scientists, and it's just an alternative view. It's really good.
When you say
alternative
view, is it well, I mean, because my concern isn't about bloody America or England. We've got the financial ability to sort, to do something. And for example, I live on the south coast, and we have to spend millions every year shoring up our shoreline that keeps getting lower and yeah. Okay. So I'm not too worried about me. I'm worried about the people of Bangladesh, the people of the Maldives. Those are the people that are being affected right now as we speak.
Yeah, but no one's. I don't think people are denying that climate change is happening. It's just what's causing it. What's causing? What's causing it? Well, no one's denying global warming or typhoons or flooding or.
Right.
There is strong evidence to suggest.
There's plenty of evidence to suggest that it's man-made, and I'm more than happy to go with that.
Okay, but
this is
there's no possible way that it could be caused by the sun. No possible way at all.
I think the problem that I have with the sort of global warming conversation is that it appears that there are sort of multiple surrounding theories. So there's the empirical question of whether or not the globe in general is warming, which it seems to be pretty much true, pretty much the case. There's the whether it was caused by human beings. There's another question of whether there's another question about whether it's going to be catastrophic or even if it's a bad thing. If actually on net we're better off having a warmer planet with more agriculture and stuff like that. And then there's the point is not to get into all of these debates. There's also the question of, is there really anything, if we alter our economy in this sort of draconian way, is it really going to have any effect?
It's about altering an economy. It's about creating renewable energy.
Yeah, let me just say that most people don't agree on all of these points, or at least to the same degree. Which is why we need government. Which is why we need government. Yes,
absolutely.
So they can force an opinion on everybody.
No. I already said to you that if you've got all these people that disagree on stuff, how can you make a decision for the better of the people? If you're all bickering away like children.
You're changing the subject.
No, I'm not. I'm pointing out.
No, you didn't even let me finish what I was saying. I'm talking about this.
Okay. All right, carry on.
Please, can I finish?
Almost done. Nadia's speaking. It's not me.
No. Well, I was speaking. I'm almost done. Please. So my point was, we have all of these divergent package deals of theories. And this is where people get kind of suspect about the whole thing, because if you don't agree on all of them, or they don't all sound of equal merit, then you're somehow labeled as a denier and this kind of thing. And I think that's misleading, and I think it's suspect.
Well, it's a bit like vaccines, isn't it? It's the same with anti-vaxxers. They get told all sorts of stuff, and they don't know what to believe. Perhaps if they went to the reputable sources like the Royal Society, the oldest and most respected scientific organisation on the planet, and read up as to why climate change is happening, they might actually learn why
Well,
it's happening.
of course, but
happening.
even within the scientific community where there's supposedly a consensus, they don't agree on all of these points. That's my only
Read
point.
my link. They wouldn't. These are not people that disagree with each other. This is the most respected scientific. Read what they have to say instead of worrying about what lone scientists who have got fossil fuel connections are saying about it.
Okay.
What this really has to
This
do
is
with
the problem. Yeah, this is
Well, you look at if you give me one scientist that's a denier, I can guarantee you I will link him to ExxonMobil.
My point is that you're lumping this whole thing into the category of denier, where if somebody doesn't agree on all of these points, they're
about man-made climate change. Yes, you are.
Or the effects of it, or all of this package deal. You're missing my point entirely. So we'll just.
A bunch of ants. A bunch of ants running around is going to affect an entire planet. What a load of shit.
Okay. Sorry, Nadia. I can't hear. We can't hear you, Nadia. You're going to have to speak up.
What this really has to do with is that the countermeasures run contrary to right-wing economic ideologies.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Climate change is a result of the Republicans and conservatives now? Oh my fucking God.
That's not what she said. God. She said the reason why there's so much anti-climate change or anti-man-made climate change is because it goes against right-wing economic policies.
That's just an ad hominem.
That's true, though.
You know, they can still be right even if they are greedy and don't like the argument. That their interests.
It's pretty obvious that they don't. They're all in bed with the fossil fuel industry. We all know that.
Scientists benefit from the idea of global warming. People pay attention to them and read their papers and all of this.
How much do scientists get paid? How much do scientists get paid?
I don't know, but they benefit.
Not a lot of money. You need
if you're a climate scientist,
no more than you or I.
Well, see, this is the silliness of the whole argument. So the people.
It's not for me.
But,
it is for you. But you are going down the conspiracy theories route.
I am not
going. They're lying.
You are dying to pin conspiracy on me. It is not
I
working.
know, because you were like one. You're talking about. You're now saying that. Oh well, we don't know.
You said the right wingers were conspiring against.
No, I didn't say that.
I think that was Nadia. I think Nadia said.
I repeated what Nadia said. That the reason why they won't have, the reason why they're being very or anti climate man-made change is because it affects their policies.
So is that a conspiracy? Is that a conspiracy? Are you theorizing?
They're all in bed with the fossil fuel industry. We all know this. This is all basic knowledge.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like a conspiracy.
How much money do you think ExxonMobil contributes to the Republican Party? It's billions.
Sounds like a conspiracy to me.
Well, you can go and find it out. Okay, let me give you the facts again.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're wrong though. It's just a basic argumentation. If somebody is self-interested, that's noteworthy, but it doesn't mean they're wrong. That doesn't disprove anything.
Okay, but what I've given you is the most respected and oldest scientific association in the world. Give me one reason why they would put up and destroy their reputation by putting up weak or.
Usually their positions are more nuanced than is published, and usually somebody doesn't accept the entire batch of ideas.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Royal Society don't agree with what they've actually put on their own website. Is that what you're actually saying?
I didn't say anything of the kind.
Okay. Well, I don't understand what you're saying because you keep going off on tangents to justify. It can't. This
Royal Society's position is that
this person doesn't do that. Oh, that person doesn't really mean that. They've just put it on their website because they just want to please everybody, make everybody happy, like Lolo and Poo and Papa.
You seem to assign motivations to others with ease. Why can't I assign motivations?
Like what?
Well, about the right wingers, and this and that.
How much do you think ExxonMobil contribute to the Republican Party?
I don't know. You obviously know. You have the burden of Google on that one.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now. I've done this before, so I know it's an awful lot of money. I just can't remember.
It doesn't mean basic logic. It doesn't mean it's false because somebody is interested in the outcome. You do know that, right? Basic logic.
What's false?
Well, a person's motivations does not make something true or
Why
false.
do you think ExxonMobil contributes such vast amounts of money to the Republican Party and not the Democratic Party?
I will accept that they don't want global warming research, perhaps, or for any. They also get federally subsidized research. The federal government pays for oil drilling and all of that, and we have oil presidents. So I'm sure there are other motivations as well.
Yeah,
but,
there's plenty of motivations to keep fossil fuel as the main source of energy for the United States.
So I don't know. So why?
I'm just sorry. I'm trying to concentrate and talk and discuss it with you.
If you're a scientist and you go against the orthodoxy as far as global warming or any of the aspects of it, that will damage your career. So scientists are just as everybody's self-interested.
One more time, give me one. Okay, I'm going to ask you to now back up what you just said. Okay, give me one scientist that goes against climate change. Give me the name of one scientist that does, and I guarantee you he will have connections to ExxonMobil. Guarantee you, because I've been through this. I've been down this path 1,000 times with deniers, so I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, let me. I don't feel like I have the burden of Google on that, but.
No, it's fair enough. I do, so that's fine. At least one of us does.
I posted 3 links to debunking of climate change denial.
Well, it's not difficult though, is it? Let's be honest. I'm just trying to find out how much the ExxonMobil PAC gave during. Well, the last one would be the 2010 election, wouldn't it? Because they have to declare that, don't they? $4 billion.
Before what was it? Citizens United. Before that decision, you can find things.
$4 billion was given by the fossil fuel industry to the.
Yeah, everybody got bounced to the server. Some people might still be bouncing. So hopefully we will get back to the discussion.
That's a hell of a thing to hope for.
Okay, so I don't know if you caught the links I posted up on the sidebar text chat, especially because y'all just got wiped when everybody got reloaded by force. But need me to repost the links. Hello? Are we
Hello?
there? Yes, is anyone there?
Yeah.
Hello, Nadia. You alright?
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was talking with my mic muted. That was stupid of me.
Hello, Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main thing is did everyone who needs to get the links to the climate change denial debunking sites?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to go to them. I've been relying on NASA's website because they're like actually measuring all the effects.
Well, that would be the ultimate direct evidence. Okay, I'll work backwards. Here's this one. Here's Bill Morris's. And then .org has a series on it. So these are debunkings of climate change denialism. We can delve down his primary sources if you don't care to have those things engage you on my behalf. Hello, is anyone there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No. I just looked at the skeptical
Yeah, I'm just reading this.
science one. That kind of goes along with what NASA is saying.
They probably use NASA as a source.
Quite likely.
Welcome back.
NASA and the ESA, I think, are gathering the most data out. Well, no, there's the NOAA as well, and I think between the United States and England, the most data is being gathered on the actual actual measurements of ice thickness and so on and so forth. There's a lot of satellites up there looking at the Earth, and a few looking at the sun directly. SDO has been up for 5 years, and they did recently they did a time-lapse video to celebrate, which I don't know if you've had an opportunity to see or not, but it's really cool seeing 5 years of solar photography from 2,600 terabytes of data squished into 2 minutes or so. But it's even shows a few of Mercury's transits.
Okay, so Vaughn and everyone else, here's the first site, and then the next two are.
Have we finished the global warming discussion now?
My Chrome is crashing for some crazy reason.
Okay, so here are three sites devoted to debunking climate change denialism.
Patrick Michaels. Come on.
Yeah, well, I personally would not make the claim about ExxonMobil connections. On the other hand, I would.
Will do fine.
He did testify on behalf of an oil company, but that's something.
There you go. You see?
No. I'm
not having it.
You probably would never even run across that, but that's something the Cato Institute does. They will.
Yeah, I was about.
They
I
will
was
provide
just reading,
expertise.
I know what the Cato Institute is. I was just. In fact, I've worked with them. I was just reading about that because I was about to throw it at you. I just wanted to see what exactly.
But I don't think that constitutes working for the oil companies in any significant way.
He works for the. He's a staunch Republican, and I mean,
well, okay, now you're just doing an ad hoc. You're moving the goalpost.
I'm glad to see that at least the man acknowledges that it's happening. I mean, that's one positive thing, because most of these deniers are completely in denial about it and say, "Oh, it's not happening." There's a whole group.
But people like him. My complaint is that people like him are being thrown in with people who are,
I mean, fair enough. There's going to be, like, they did. I think they came out at 98% of climatologists agree that it's man-made. Okay. So
whoa.
I don't know that.
You have a link for that?
It was. Yes, it was.
No. I need a link for that. 98%.
Of climatologists. Climatologist.
Great, give me a link. I want to see.
No problem. See, unlike you, Von, when I say something, I can back it up. 98, and do not, in any way, shape, or form, tell me that my link is not reputable. And actually, isn't it rich?
Nadia, one of Nadia's links even has a little tidbit thing you can click on it. It's 97%, but you were 1% off.
I thought it was 98. Sorry, Ron. Can I point out that you've been yelling at me to do my own googling, but then you demand that I do yours for you?
No, you're the one that made the statement about 98%. I want to.
You're the one that made the statement that President Obama was at a meeting that he wasn't at. You're
was.
the one that made a statement that Donald Trump.
All right. I will find you the Bilderberg meeting that Obama attended.
No, we know he was at one. You were the one said that. What last year you said he was at one.
Well, no, I didn't say. That was actually Jeff that said last year.
So Jeff, can you? Does anybody remember?
I found it looks like, we got sidetracked, but I was if the Clintons and Obama attended a Bilderberg meeting, it looks like they may have attended in 2008. They may have attended that one. If that's important, I did find that. I didn't find when I was looking from 2012 or 2011. I'm sorry, from 2009 on, I did not find that they attended.
Right, let me just get. I'm going to make sure it's from a reputable site because there's plenty of people reporting this, but some of these your time are saying, "Yeah, the Guardian."
I think I saw in the Daily Cause, which is not the most reliable, but
no.
I
Here we go. I've got it.
Nadia's already posted a link on surveys of climate change in the right bar.
Yeah, but is this the one that Ron asked for?
I've see here it says 97% say that it's very likely that it was caused by human beings. It's kind of.
Well, I've got the actual NASA.
I think that's where I was too.
And it says agree. It doesn't say. I say it's likely they agree.
Yeah, James L. Powell, current executive director of the National Physical Science Consortium, analyzed published research on global warming, climate change. Found 13,950 papers and peer-reviewed journals. Only 24 rejected anthropogenic climate or global warming.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
2,258 peer-reviewed articles between November 2012 and December 2013 revealed that only one of the 9,136 authors rejected anthropogenic global warming.
What I've got in front of me, it says the survey found 97% agreed that global temperatures have increased, but hold on, it says that only 84% say that they personally believe that human-induced warming is occurring.
Where does it say that?
On the very link that Nadia gave me.
Okay, have a look at the NASA link.
I'm not done. Wait, I'm not done. But it even gets lower than that because then it says only 74% agreed that the current available scientific evidence substantiates the occurrence.
Right, can you please look at the NASA
So
one?
74%.
Can you please look at the link that I gave?
I'm going to click it. Calm yourself. I'm going to click it.
Okay.
Do you have any idea how big a number that is, though? I mean,
no, he doesn't.
Scientific consensus, even 74% is a big number.
Well, I'm not disputing it's a relatively large number, but it's not 97 or 98%.
You know, I can't believe that I've become quite fond of Von over the last 3 hours or 2 hours. There must be something. You know what? Pom Jam suggests that I might be autistic. You know what? You could be fucking right.
I used to be a skeptic. I know you might not believe that, but it's true. I used to be a skeptic.
Somehow I find that very hard to believe. Actually, no, that's not true because you spend your whole time being skeptical about President Obama.
Well, if I'm skeptical, wouldn't that make me a skeptic?
Yes.
Dar. Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Yeah, usually I just go to the climate site at NASA.
Yeah, so.
And
American Medical Association agrees. There we go.
And NASA publishes like all their shit online. I mean,
most importantly, the American Meteorological Society, American Geophysical Union.
Yeah, I was really glad that NASA finally admitted that there was a rogue planet in our solar system. I just hate that they waited 5 fucking years to do it. Why didn't they say it? Why didn't they admit to it 5 years ago when I was getting hammered by haters and trolls? It sure would have been a help.
Wait, a rogue planet? Can you be more specific?
Yes, there is a rogue planet wandered into the solar system, hung around for a while. I don't know if it's still here now. I think it's done gone by now, but yeah, it wandered into our solar system. NASA finally fucking admits it 5 years later.
And this
Oh,
is
by the way, there was a rogue planet wandered into our solar system.
Why were they covering it up?
So this wasn't like a Kuiper Belt object or something from the Oort cloud or whatever.
Well, it could be from the Oort cloud. Yes, it could. I mean, look at Ceres. Ceres is spherical shaped, so it very well could be.
Well, Ceres is in the asteroid belt. That's been known about forever.
Well, I know that, but I'm just saying.
So was the planet orbiting our sun? Is that how that works, or?
No, my understanding is that it just wanders in and wanders the fuck back out. I don't know. They call it rogue for a reason. It's not tied to anything as far as we know. And I think the reason they held off discussing it was because they was afraid there would be a worldwide panic, and they didn't want that, so they kept mum about it until it wandered back out again. But it was here.
I'll bet there was a lot of information on it. Because
I bet there wasn't, because I got lampooned by trolls and haters for 5 years over the damn thing.
Well, it's just that a rogue planet would be a very interesting object because it's not part of any solar system. It's gotten ejected by some solar system, happens to fly by us. It would be a one-time deal. And
I'm not denying any of that.
So it would just, be further credence to, well, they've already got over, I think, 250 exoplanets on the list.
Yeah.
A rogue planet, that would be a cool one because, most planets get stuck to their sun.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I guess the reason they kept
on up because planets are tidally locked. But,
I'm sorry.
No trouble. Do you believe that God promised the world He would not cause any more floods?
Well, that's what it says in the Bible. I'm not sure about pagan writings. I could check for you. I know that the Vikings speak of Ragnarok, which is a great battle that's coming. And there's all kinds of things going on with the planet at that time. I don't know. I'd have to research it honestly.
Even so, as a Christian writing, there will be no more floods. You then believe there will be no more floods, right?
Yes, that's what the Christians believe. But as I want to point out, I am not a Christian. I'm a pagan. I have some elements of the Christ that I incorporate into my walk, but that does not make me a Christian.
Even so, you lend credence to biblical.
I lend credence
that
to
promise not to flood the world again.
The Christ is one of many ascended masters. I personally believe he's the greatest of the ascended masters. But like I said, you get 10 pagans in a room, you're going to get 10 different answers.
But the gods will not flood the world again because of this in the Bible. Is that right?
That's in the Christian Bible, yes. It's in the Christian Bible that I will not flood the earth again. The Jew
have that part of the Bible is true.
Vaughn, I have a... Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
You believe that part of the Bible is true?
I don't know, Nadia. I am no longer a Christian, okay? And I've already aired my displeasure at the so-called Apostle Paul on many occasions. Okay, so I am not entirely down with the Bible. What I have stated from numerous times is that I want to see the whole damn book. Unfortunately, the Catholic Church tossed 3/4 of it in the trash.
Why are you displeased with the Apostle Paul? He's anti-LGBT, and so are you.
Oh, I'm not anti-LGBT. Nadia, I am the only presidential candidate that asked for nationwide civil unions for the LGBT community. Did you know that? I'm the only one. I am the only presidential candidate that asked for nationwide civil unions for all the LGBT community. I'm the only one.
Sorry.
I dare you to show me any other presidential candidate that openly spoke about giving nationwide civil unions for the LGBT community. Prove it. Do it.
Jill Stein.
Who?
Jill Stein.
Stein. Oh, for God's sake. Stein isn't...
Sorry, where do we register to vote for you? Where are your When are you starting your campaign?
You don't. You have to write me in. You have to write my. You have to literally write my
Come
name.
on, Von. Being serious now. You're not really a president.
No, it's called a write-in.
Write-ins are legit.
So, I would like to say next time, can you give me a warning next time you throw that into the conversation? Because I nearly choked on my coffee. Just want to let you know.
Well, I can't help
a spit take.
I just managed to hold it in, and only because I had a chocolate biscuit in my mouth. I wasn't losing that.
The SeattleLesbian.org seems to indicate that Chillstown is strongly in favor of LGBT rights on a national level.
So, what is your name? Is actually James Paul
Von Helton? Yes, that's my real name.
Remember that, folks. Remember that. You might be hearing a lot more about him over the next couple of years.
That's my real name. I am the only presidential candidate that called for civil unions for LGBT community nationwide. I am the only candidate that did it. I defy you to show me any other legitimate candidate. Legitimate now, keyword there. This third party over on fucking Von Live, they're not legitimate. Any other legitimate presidential candidate that actually wanted to give civil unions to the entire LGBT community.
I would think the Libertarian Party candidate, if not this year, I think they would actually.
Yes, now that I put it on the table, of course.
No. Harry Brown definitely back in 1996. That's been a libertarian. That's a libertarian position. Obama changed his mind after he was.
Yeah, I know, but he changed his mind. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, Ron Paul's position was.
That wasn't good enough for me, honestly. I think Obama was pussied out.
Ron Paul's position is that the state should not be involved. That the government should not be involved in marriage. He would not have had any kind of national bill because he doesn't think that's constitutionally correct. But he would favor, not personally, but he would favor the legality of civil unions or gay marriages, whatever you want to call it.
Ron Paul's going to legalize drugs too.
Can I just check that Von is fully supportive of the lesbian, gay, and bi and transgender community? Can I just check that?
Well, yes, because they're afforded rights under the Constitution of the United States.
Okay.
Of course.
That's fine. That's absolutely fine. I'm very pleased to hear that, Von. Very pleased to hear it indeed.
Yes. Just because I'm conservative doesn't mean I'm an idiot.
No, I'm not. I didn't say. I've never called you an idiot. Well, I might have actually a couple of times, but anyway.
Yes, actually, you did call me an idiot.
I apologise because actually, what you are is a very, very, very entertaining man, and I'm finding it very. I'm so enjoying myself so much that I haven't gone to bed.
Well, if I'm keeping you awake, let me get off.
I tell you what, I'm in a very good mood. I'm very happy. Lots of nice things are happening in my life, so I'm enjoying this. And I think, I do get frustrated with some people, but on the whole, I'm enjoying this conversation enormously. So I'm not going anywhere.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear it. It warms the cockles of my heart that
even if I'm having to deal with a conspiracy theorist and a pseudo conspiracy theorist.
And by pseudo you mean non, right?
No, I mean who desperately wants to be one but can't.
Good catch. He got you.
I have been called a lot of things. I have really. I do not subscribe to most of what people regard as conspiracy theories. I don't dismiss them entirely.
You're just on the fringe, right? You're just on the fringe of the conspiracy.
Unfortunately, I am on the fringe, but I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm only interested in conspiracy facts.
Here's the thing: if anybody is deluded into thinking that money doesn't change hands behind the scenes, then I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, nobody would dispute that.
No, absolutely not. But to the extent that you think it does, I don't think that. I mean, like I say, I've worked with these people. I know how crafty they are. I know what they get up to. More deals are done and Davos is what it's called Davos, and it's the World Economic Forum. And it's every January in Switzerland, and everybody in the entire world that's got any kind of multi-billion-pound corporation pitches up there. Every government, lots of prime ministers, Bill Gates. I'm just trying to think of, big names that big names from all over. They all pitch up, and there are more deals done between governments and corporations in that week than anywhere else, anywhere in the world.
Are there minutes posted publicly?
Sorry?
Are there minutes? Is the minutes of that meeting posted publicly?
It's covered by the media.
I think it's live on some.
Yeah, it's live, but there are lots of seminars, live
All right.
seminars where people.
I was just curious.
Yeah, there's lots of people that get together, and they all get together, but they all do it in a very sort of. You've got to pay 100,000 to attend. It's a very kind of elite meeting, definitely, right? You know.
Of course.
And so what I'm saying is that I was in the middle of it. I watched all of this going on. So these sort of meetings, because you've got this intense group of men without all their hangers-on, without all their lackeys, because they're not allowed to come into the building.
Right.
And they're just themselves on their own, and they all know each other. Well, most of them know each other, and they all sort of just.
They know each other.
Yeah. So I'm not that naive. But I think that there are I think the one that gets me the most is the idea that possibly scientists are making stuff up. That's what really gets me. Because
what about the theory that rich people are evil?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's really claiming they're making stuff.
No. I mean, the climate change deniers do. That's what they're sort of suggesting, isn't it? By saying, when you've got someone like the Royal Society that's got an incredible reputation, and it's one of the most reputable and most respected scientific organisations in the world. Yet, you've got people saying that these people have just made it up. No, I'm not talking about you.
No.
Okay, Jeff, I'm not. I'm definitely not.
That the Earth is warming up. I'm just saying that the other planets are warming up along with it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, you can have that theory if you want. That's entirely up to you.
Well, I believe NASA has information regarding that very fact.
But why are they hiding it from us?
Well, like I said about the rogue planet, I mean, they didn't admit that the rogue planet was here until 5 years later. Okay, so now what is that?
Can I ask you a question about that? How were you aware of it prior to NASA's confession?
China sent up a rocket with a camera on it and got pictures of the damn thing. And then
China sent up their first rocket about. When did they send their first rocket up?
And our very own cameras that take pictures of the sun also captured it on a few occasions as well.
But how were you able to access that? And I mean, who recorded it?
I went to the official website. China has a website online. Okay. And then I went to NASA's website that has the cameras pointed at the sun, and downloaded the pictures. I mean, the pictures were there. You could clearly see a planetoid going, behind the sun or in front of the sun or whatever. I can't recall at the moment, but I mean, it was clearly there.
Well, it was not actually in our solar system, or was it?
No, it was actually in our solar system. They come in.
I heard it was near the solar system.
If I could ask you in more detail, the Chinese National Space Administration website doesn't seem to have anything about this.
No, it's nothing at all.
Well,
could you provide a more specific link on their website?
Well, hang on. Let me see
if I can. Issues you're talking about.
Let me see if I can find a video. It's probably been sanitized for your protection, but I'll see if it's still online.
I gave you a link to the
I love the idea that the internet has been sanitized. I have this image in my head.
Whoa.
Nadia's talking.
Oh,
I gave you a link to the Chinese National Space Administration website.
Oh, okay,
thank you. If you could actually find something on their own website that deals with the issue you mentioned, that would be very helpful. It's definitely the original source.
Can I I've just been reading up about Patrick Michaels. No offense, Jeff, but he apparently has a history of getting it wrong.
Oh, you know what? I'm actually mixed. You asked me to come up with an example. That may be. I was not putting forth all of his ideas as being correct. There's another guy, Patrick. There's another Patrick at Cato who's also, and I was thinking about this. He's also on this issue as well, and I get the two mixed up. So I don't know. I don't know on what point. I'm not saying that he's right about everything either.
Hey, I think we've wrapped up the climate change. Let's be honest. I'm going to find another conspiracy theory. Oh, I'm having a good time. I think it just goes to show that Von actually has got a sense of humour in there. So that's all that matters to me.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm not comfortable dismissing all kinds of theories. Some things we don't know a lot about. Some things were kept in secret.
All right,
I think we don't know everything about the Kennedy assassination. Does that mean that we can just fill in whatever theory we want? I don't think I do think the Warren Commission was a whitewash. It was headed up by probably one of the chief suspects.
The what? Sorry, which one? Which one's this? Sorry, did you say?
I'm just talking. I'm kind of interested in the Kennedy assassination. I don't hold a particular view, but I think there are a number of things that are unsettled about it.
I didn't really. I mean, I knew what happened. I mean, I wasn't. I don't think. When was he shot? 63.
November '63. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't even alive when he was shot. So it's never been a big. I mean, it's a much. I mean, it's American history stuff.
Yeah.
For you guys, it's very important, especially considering who he was and how charismatic he was and how everybody absolutely adored him. Well, not everybody, clearly, but lots of people did. But I read. I know this sounds a bit silly, but I read Stephen King's book. Did you? It was called.
No, I haven't. Yeah, where they go back in time, I guess, to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to read that actually.
So what it did is it gave me the history. It wasn't written. It was written in the. So he was what basically went back and watched Lee Harvey Oswald. And as far as I know, a lot of the story is the facts of the story are actually true. You know, where he lived and whether or not the tale is where he shot from and all that sort of thing. Obviously not, because they don't. Do they know where he shot from?
Well, Oswald was in the 6th floor of the Texas Book
Depository.
Yeah, so
that was in the book. Yeah. So I didn't know any of it. So I found out so much from that book. So that led me to be more interested. Do I think he was hired by the U.S. government? Don't know.
Well, there are actually lots of theories, but.
Okay, I've got a good one. I've got a good one for you now, Vaughn. You ready for this one? Because this will be up your street.
I got a better one.
Okay. Do you want to go first?
Well, Tesco has been selling horse meat mixed in with their beef.
Yeah. That's a very old story, you know.
Yeah, it's a few years old, but
you know
then it only says the Kennedy assassination.
So what?
My favorite one is
horse meat has less fat in it. That's actually good for you.
I mean, what have I? Oh, that's me, isn't it?
Vaughn, where are you on the moon landing? Do you think that was fake? Do you think it was?
It's both. The moon landing is both.
So you think
the moon landing is both? We went there.
So they landed on the moon, but they were fake astronauts.
We went there. We went to the moon. We found something that the government or governments did not want released to the public. We come back and shot it in a studio.
What you mean, like little green men?
Whatever. You know, whatever. We obviously did find something there.
There's a black monolith with the dimensions 1 by 4 by
2001.
Actually, Buzz Aldrin, out of his own mouth on CNN News, said yes, there is a black monolith on Phobos, the moon of Mars, one of the moons of Mars. Yes.
But he didn't go to Mars.
Well, I know this.
He was on the moon.
I know
How
that.
did he know what's on Mars?
But yeah.
Well, I guess the moon is closer to Mars.
Well,
it depends on the time of year, I guess. But,
well, all I can do is, I mean, he's an astronaut and I'm not, so, you know.
Yeah, but I don't think he actually said that, Vaughn. I think you might have imagined that.
No, he did actually say there is a monolith on Phobos.
Evidence, please. Right, I'm
Buzz
going to give
Aldrin said some pretty weird stuff, so I'll believe that, but none of the other guys have.
Really? Does Buzz Aldrin come up with stuff like that? Oh, dear.
Yeah, he said some pretty weird
stuff. He must have had a buzz when he said that.
Well, he says that there's,
I think he's sad.
oh no, yeah, he's kind of kooky.
Didn't he punch someone once when they suggested that he didn't land on the moon?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, he did.
I think yes, that sounds familiar.
But Why do you think we've never sent a mission to Europa so far? I mean, come on. It's clear as day. All these
You haven't
planets
sent
are
anybody
yours
to Europe?
except
It's too
Europa.
expensive and too.
They've
Think about
invaded
how
Europe.
far it
No
is, man.
landing there.
It's a waste
It's
of
so
money.
far away.
Okay, I've got one. I've got a really good one. He's going to love this one. Okay, Roswell, true or false?
True.
Oh,
So
that
you
one's
believe
really
that
been
they?
debunked.
Yeah. So you believe that the spaceship landed in Roswell and they found an alien and they still have it living in Roswell, or they cut it open, or what's the story? You tell me.
Something happened at Roswell. There is no question
Somebody
happened
found
at
a piece of
Roswell,
metal out
and
in
they
the desert.
covered it up.
What do you think
that's-
happened?
I
Von,
mean,
why do you keep blocking my accounts, Von?
why do I keep blocking your accounts?
Yeah.
First of all, usually when someone has numerous accounts, it indicates that they're a troll. Number two, you personally attacked me on several occasions in this hangout.
How did I personally attack you? I just asked.
Let's see, posting and talking and referring to Encyclopedia Dramatica on a few occasions, and basically talking smack about me. And like I said, how come you have so many accounts anyway? What's the purpose of that? I don't have multiple accounts. I only have 2. I have my main
Takes about
account.
5 seconds to make a new account. Takes about 5 seconds to make a new account.
Vaughn, you have twice as many as I have.
Yeah, and me.
I mean, I only have 1 account and a backup. That's all I have. You have what, 3 or 4 accounts? I mean,
No, I just made this just now, so
just now, okay.
So I have the same amount as you, so yeah, we'll have the same amount.
Okay, well,
it's quite rude to block someone when you're going to a public hangout, you know.
Well, I mean, you know, some of you guys have me blocked. I mean,
I don't have you blocked.
I don't block anybody.
I mean, lots of people block that, Von. Come on, let's be honest.
I mean, I couldn't get into the hangout yesterday because somebody had me blocked. Did I?
Well, that's what happens.
So does that justify it then? Does that justify it?
My point, though, is did I bitch about it or did I create a new account about it? No. I just moved on. I went and played a computer game. All right, I didn't bitch about it. I didn't make a new account and come in here and whine and cry or anything like that. I just went on ahead and played, what was it I played? I played Call of Duty Black Ops, I think it was. You know, I mean, you know, I can either you know, say, you know, piss on somebody and claim it's raining, or I can just move on. You know, I'm not going to get upset or tore up over anything. I'm just going to block you and move on. You know, if you try to be argumentative, or you try to defame my character, or you try to do me in some way that's negative, yeah, I'm going to block you. Duh. You know. Yes, I'm going to block you.
Okay. Anyway, oh, I'm echoing. Roswell, what? Can you just explain to me what you think happened? I know you say something happened, but do you have any idea what that something is?
Well, let's see. I really don't know. I mean, there are people that claim that they're in possession of pieces of metal from the actual craft. But the thing that intrigues me is that, you know, the people that claim to have observed the crash site did not describe a weather balloon at all, not even close. But yet the official government story was that it was a weather balloon. And, you know, granted, witnesses can make mistakes. Witnesses can see things that might not be necessarily true. But, you know, that does not necessarily mean that that it's not true. But for sure, when they described what they saw, it was definitely not a weather balloon. There's no way it was not a weather balloon. So, you know, the official story being a weather balloon, yeah, I'm kind of suspect about that. Yeah, I am.
Okay. What about the alien?
Well, you know, we're learning more and more about wormholes. We're learning more and more about string theory and multiverse and stuff like that. We're just now beginning to understand how an extraterrestrial could get here from another solar system or another galaxy or whatever. So because the big argument years ago was, oh well, they can't get here; it's too far away. Okay, well now with our knowledge concerning wormholes and multiverse and string theory and various and sundry other things, it's now becoming possible. Yeah, they could get here if they have the right technology. And then we've got Ocubear's warp drive, which is out there now. We've got certain groups working on certain types of proton engines and whatnot. So, it's becoming clear that if you have the right technology, yeah, you can get here from there. So, is it possible that extraterrestrials came here? Yes. Is it feasible? I don't know. I tend to stand with the guy in the wheelchair. And his claim was that the extraterrestrials are coming and they ain't going to be very nice. And I tend to agree with him. I forget his name right off the top of my head. The guy in the wheelchair.
Can someone? I don't know anything about wormholes. Does anybody in the room know anything about wormholes other than Von?
A little bit.
Perhaps you could explain, because I have no idea what he's talking about. I mean, I know I've heard about them, but I don't know anything about.
Well, they're theoretically just like holes in space-time or like dimensions, so you can go through an area quicker than like you could if you were traveling the speed of light. So you could like go.
These things that actually exist, do they? We've proven they exist, or is it just a theory?
There's a decent theories that they do exist.
Oh right, okay. So Von has a point then.
A little bit of one, yeah. I mean, personally, I think that the origin of life, I don't think that necessarily like aliens planted the basis of life on Earth, but like maybe an asteroid collided to Earth, and that was the origin of life on the planet Earth, for instance. It's just a possibility, though.
Okay. Now I was thinking more about his claim that we're going to get visited by aliens. That was my. How does that happen by a wormhole? But I
like I said, the guy in the wheelchair says we're going to get visited too, and they ain't going to be nice. Stephen Hawking, thank you. I finally got his damn name. Yeah, Stephen Hawking actually did a dissertation on this. He said, yeah, they're coming, and they're not going to be nice, because they're more than likely going to be coming for our resources. And if we resist, well, it ain't going to be very good for us. But yeah, Stephen Hawking actually did a dissertation on this whole thing.
What do you think we should do about protecting ourselves from these aliens that are coming to get our resources?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
We don't have any idea what kind of enemy they are, what kind of capabilities they have, anything like that.
Far better than that. We would stand no chance. I'm actually writing a novel about that right now. In my opinion, we would stand no chance.
Well, now, see, I disagree. I don't believe in a no-win scenario. I believe that everything has its Achilles heel, and we just need to find it and exploit it. That's my personal belief on the matter. Could it be that, they have, well, obviously they're going to have far greater advanced technology than we are, but
you're saying that you're just making this judgment that our intuition is going to be somehow better than theirs, even though they're smarter than us.
Well, now wait a minute. We have the home court advantage. We know the planet better than they do. Hopefully.
But we could also theorize they've probably at least terraformed other planets before invading.
I don't know. We're talking about an unknown variable here.
I would just make that assumption based on the likelihood of life. They probably terraformed before they found another planet with life on it to invade.
I don't know. I just, it is indeed possible, though, that, I mean, like I said, Stephen Hawking agrees with me. They're coming. They're not happy. They're coming for our resources, and if we, like I said, if we attempt to resist, we most likely will have to get into.
Can you specify on the resources too, though? Because I know what you're referencing to. I've heard Stephen Hawking's dissertation, but I actually disagree because, in my opinion, the universe is abundant with resources, so they don't need to come to Earth to get ours.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. Like I said, we're talking about an unknown variable. I don't know why they would pick. Well, one of the reasons they would pick us is because we're fairly young as far as the galaxy is concerned. We're out on the very fringe of an arm of the galaxy. Okay, so we're quite young as far as the solar system goes, and it could be that younger solar systems would be more abundant than older systems. And think about this too. Maybe they've been strip mining as they go. Maybe they've been emptying out other planets as they go along, and we just happen to be next on the chopping block. Who knows? I mean, who knows what the reasoning would be? But like
Is it possible in your mind? Is it possible for us to be the only life right now in the universe?
No,
we're the first ones.
No, that is so stupid. That is ridiculous. The sheer numbers, the sheer volume of Earth-type planets that exist out there. I mean, NASA themselves says that that Earth-type planets could number in the billions. Okay, so no, I'm not deluded into thinking that we're the only carbon-based life form in existence in the universe. That's just retarded. The numbers are just too vast. Now, could it be, though, that there are other types of life, such as silicone-based life out there? Yes. Yes, I think that's possible. But, to make a claim that we're the only carbon-based life form, I think is just absurd on its face. I really do.
I agree with you in the vastness of everything, but I just think it's still an option, I guess, or a possibility, just because we haven't found the definitive proof yet. Again, it's a low, chance, just because of the sheer number. But I still do think it's a possibility that we're the first.
Yeah. Like I said, I would like to see, I would like to see more evidence, more concrete evidence. The problem is that I believe that if such evidence were to be produced, the government would snatch it up rather quickly. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the United States either. I mean, Russia is hiding information. According to Russians, Russia is hiding just as much information on UFOs and extraterrestrials as the United States is, maybe even more. Okay, so it doesn't matter what country you're from. It seems, at least at first blush, that the governments of the world, all of them, are colluding together to hide this information from the public. Now, one possible reason for that could be to avoid a worldwide panic, just like the asteroid that zipped across our atmosphere. And they don't want to tell us because they don't want to scare the shit out of us. That could be the case. I don't know. I'm no longer in the government circles. I used to be, but I'm no longer in government circles. I've been out for quite a while, and there could be more information out there than was before.
I agree with you, Von. I think there's one thing I do agree with. I think if we did know of an extraterrestrial life form that was possibly threatening to us, wasn't just some bacteria we'd found on a comet, but an actual threatening force, the last thing they're going to do is tell us, for sure.
Right. Absolutely. I just don't think they would. But I mean, the sheer numbers of Earth-type planets alone would preclude that there are other carbon-based life forms out there.
I wouldn't necessarily say carbon-based, but I would definitely agree, just life forms in general.
I added the caveat that there may be silicon-based life, there may be other types of life out there.
Hawking himself entertained gas-based life forms, which I think could be possible.
Indeed, there could. Indeed, there could. There could be gaseous types of life. There could be, like I said, silicon-based life. There could be, who knows? Our information is just so limited when it comes to the galaxy, just our own galaxy, let alone the universe. Our knowledge is so limited. I'm the type of person I would rather speculate to the extreme and then be wrong than to hold back and, get caught with my pants down. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, I just, I guess I just kind of like to entertain all the possibilities until one's been confirmed.
Well, I don't, I don't want to be caught unawares. I want to, I would rather entertain the idea, and then if it happens, I'm prepared. If it doesn't happen, great, no problem. But if substantial evidence regarding extraterrestrials or UFOs was to be produced, the governments wouldn't let us see it. They wouldn't tell us about it. They would keep it to them damn selves. They wouldn't share that knowledge, because again. They're afraid it would probably cause a worldwide panic, even though by now most of us have grown up on Star Trek, Star Wars, Babylon 5, Sliders, and various other shows. So we've grown up. Generations have now grown up on space-based TV programming, and I don't think it would be that big of a deal. I don't think it would cause the panic that they believe it would cause, but that would probably be their premise, is that, no, we're not going to share this information because it would cause a worldwide panic. I mean, look at War of the Worlds, a radio program. I mean, look at what it done. It had the whole world scared shitless. And that was a damn radio program. So, I mean, I guess that's what they're thinking.
You're talking about the War of the Worlds incident?
Yeah, scared the shit out of people. I mean, everybody thought it was real.
Yeah.
And that was just a damn radio program. Can you imagine if they actually found hard concrete evidence of extraterrestrials, what that would do? They're afraid that, everybody would freak out and start jumping out of skyscrapers and shit. I don't believe that, but that's what they believe. And that's why...
I believe it would turn some people's world upside down. They would not be able to handle it.
Well, there'd probably be, isolated incidents, but I just don't believe humanity as a whole would lose their cookies if it was found that an extraterrestrial life existed.
I mean, if it was true, I think we should have the right to know.
I agree with that. We do have a right to know. I believe we should have, especially if we're facing annihilation. But that's the point. They're never going to tell you. They will never tell you about that. And they just won't. They'll keep it to themselves. And until it's too late, obviously. When the harvester ships start landing on the planet and start collecting humans to harvest their organs and shit, then it's a little too late, isn't it? But I don't know. We'll
I just don't I just don't think they would be necessarily evil either.
Well, now Stephen Hawking disagrees with you, and so do I, because they're not going to travel light years to get here just to say hi. I'm sorry.
Why not? If life is that as rare as we at least
because they're going to consider us savages. That's why.
We might be a research subject to them.
Well, what do you think they do with lab rats, bro? I mean, seriously, think about it.
Yeah, but again, we don't do that to the entire species of rats. We take a subject few, and which I could see happening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a destruction of the entire population.
Well, I don't want to be a lab rat. I mean, I don't. So, obviously, at that point I would resist.
I would
but
say
if they say we're going to take 35 people, or maybe we'll say a greater number than that, 300,000 people.
Any chance you could unblock
and then the rest they'll leave us alone.
Sorry, did you say Nadia? Did you say Von had blocked you?
No, Von is blocked. Flip 444.
Yeah, Von, can you unblock Flip 444, please?
Give me his G+.
Flip, FLIP.
No, you need the URL because you can't.
I gotta have the URL.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't got it.
I'll find it.
Well, I would say if the aliens are advanced enough to travel through space, they must be in a free market, and they probably will come to trade with us.
Yeah, you would say that though.
Trade with us over what though?
Are you going to give
I
them
don't think they're going to
resources.
They're going to come to get resources. They might come and
they might come to trade with us.
Trade. No, they'll come to take.
I don't think they would be here for resources at all. The universe, as we know, is so abundant with resources. They don't need to go to a habited planet for resources.
Perhaps so. Yeah.
Okay, Vaughn. His profile's in URL.
So, going back to, I mean, I don't really understand physics enough to understand the capabilities of what other life forms could or could not do.
I mean, if you're trying, the wormhole idea, it's really hard to understand. And again, like, it's not even hard science. We can't produce wormholes. There's no evidence for them.
Right. Okay.
It's just theories.
Did someone mention Stephen Hawking?
Yeah, a few times we have. He's the one who believes, or he's one of the major scientists who believes that aliens would be maleficent if they came in. Malevolent. If they attacked it, they would attack us, basically. Steal resources. I disagree with that.
If we got wind that there was an armada of spaceships coming our way that were aliens, then I think I would be terrified. Literally, I would be absolutely terrified, and I think all hell would break loose on Earth. Absolute hell would break loose.
I'd be like that one woo-woo girl who in Independence Day put herself on the top of the skyscraper. And except my sign would say,
"Take me,
probe me,
probe me."
Yeah, I'm up for research. I don't know what I'd do. I would be terrified. I'd be absolutely. It would just be so. It's not even. You can't even think about it. It's so terrifying.
So Vaughn, have you unblocked Flip?
I usually do not unblock once I block, but yes.
Yeah, but you're going to make an exception today because we've all been very nice to you.
I unblocked him.
Okay.
Blessed are the unblockers.
Refresh once you get back in after you refresh all later.
Okay, I got another one for you. This one, changing the subject again, because we've. Do you remember in 1996 a TWA flight took off from JFK and it exploded and crashed into the Atlantic Ocean? Do you remember that?
Yes, I knew somebody who was on that plane.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shall I not?
Yeah,
I
didn't. No, I didn't know him well. No, that's fine.
Okay.
So wait a minute. Say again. I didn't catch all that. Something about a plane.
A TWA flight crashed into the sea just off the coast of Brooklyn.
Long Island, yeah.
Oh, was it Long Island? Sorry, I thought it was.
Yeah,
I thought it was
close. Not to split hairs. No, it was. It got past the
East. I'm pronouncing
Mauritius, East
Mauritius. I was going to say Mauritius.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Right.
Pretty good.
Is that now? Wait a minute. Is that the story where the pilot successfully belly landed and was able to?
No. This is a conspiracy theory, not a.
It was
a happy story.
It was around. It was in the 90s, maybe 93, 94, something like that.
Oh.
Well, basically, okay. Well, we won't bother with that one because you don't know what it is. So, but next is there? Right. Okay. Fluoridation.
Oh, fluoridation's quite real. I mean, there's people that actually work at the water plants that.
I'm against fluoridation.
I am against it too.
Yeah.
I'm against it too, particularly after doing the research, because I found that Nazis used fluoride in the prisoners' water during World War II.
Well, we had fluoride in our water for years. As you know, the English haven't exactly got a good reputation for great teeth.
Well, it's not good for your teeth. I was just gonna say.
Yeah,
it actually is. From what I've read, it's actually not good for.
That was their way of trying to deal with the problem.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the thing of it is, we worked in the opposite, but
putting things in the water supply, no matter how well intentioned, I don't think is a good idea. It's a very bad precedent.
The Nazis used fluoridated water to sterilize and force people in concentration camps to calm submission. Maybe that's why the Brits are so much calmer than the Yanks.
I don't know.
We have fluoride in our water too.
We have fluoride in our water now, but
I actually think we still do in some areas have fluoride in our water. Let me check.
We do here.
I don't think it's a big deal.
It depends on where you live. Like New York has very clean water from the Catskills, so they don't, in New York City, so they don't even have to I don't think they even have to do any kind of treatment to their water supply to make it potable. It just comes naturally that way.
Oh, I have to apologize to Fudd.
Other places do.
I owe you an apology, Fudd. I finally found a video with your face and you talking, so so I had to dig through like 20 videos to find it. I had to dig through 20 videos to find it, but I did finally find a video with your face and your voice. And no, you are not Nick Bravo, but it is uncanny how you two sound alike. It is uncanny.
I think so. A lot of things that you claim are uncanny, really, though, aren't they?
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so now you know. But I did send you a link to my channel.
Okay, I've got the fluoridation by
the whole room
country.
collapsed.
I think you kind of gave the moon landing one kind of short shrift. The whole theory is not only was it filmed in Hollywood, but it was filmed by Stanley Kubrick, and he had finished shooting the 2001: A Space Odyssey a year earlier, and the NASA or the regime at the time, the Nixons or whoever, they were so impressed with that they thought he could film the moon landing, and then the addendum to that theory is that the movie The Shining, which was filmed some 10 years later, was a mea culpa, and it has all of these clues which are Stanley Kubrick's apologies. The room number, apparently there's a room number 11, things like this. These aren't the exact thing. The little boy in The Shining was wearing a t-shirt that had a rocket on it. So there's all these alleged clues in The Shining, and it's actually a very entertaining theory. I don't believe it for a minute, but it's really funny. Of all the conspiracy theories, I wish this one was true because it's so fun. But anyway.
The most of Europe does not fluoridate. How to pronounce it? I don't know. Fluoridate. But most of Europe does not fluoridate its water. However, the one country that definitely does is Ireland, and they certainly don't have a great reputation for teeth. We fluoridate around 10% of our population.
Well, it's kind of interesting because I used to have really good teeth. I did wear braces because they were slightly bent, but on the whole, I had very good teeth. And when I hit my 20s, I started, I would eat, and there would be these little chunks, and eventually it got worse and worse and worse, and I didn't think much about it. I mean, okay, it's a chunk of tooth, so what? I didn't really worry about it that much. But it started getting worse and worse and worse and worse, and yes, I absolutely attribute it to fluoride in the water. The Ohio water had so much fluoride in it, it actually had a literal odor. It was actually that bad. And, of course, this was, obviously this was when I lived in Ohio.
Yeah.
Moved down here to Kentucky. And the water down here might be fluoridated, but I don't think it's near as bad as Ohio water.
Well, there is one particular gentleman called Charles Perkins.
Can I convince you, Yvonne, to refresh real quick so the unblocking will take effect?
My God, I unblocked him hours ago.
No, you just need to refresh your page, I think. Yeah?
No, it should automatically work. I shouldn't need to refresh, I don't think.
Yeah, you do have to leave and rejoin the Hangout, refresh.
Oh, do I? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
otherwise it's going to update the block list or whatever.
Alright.
This is interesting. I don't know enough about it, but in 1954, so we're going back, 60 years, chemist Charles Perkins made public the results of consuming fluoridated water in a letter saying any person who drinks artificially fluorinated water for a period of 1 year or more will never again be the same person mentally or physically. Oh, God. So I'm going to warn you folks, the next one is 9/11. I can't wait to hear what he's got to say about 9/11. Hello.
My views on 9/11 are out there. Have been for quite a while.
What do you mean by out there?
Yeah.
In
Yeah, well,
a particular place?
No,
I'm just kidding.
What I mean by that is that my views have been public on 9/11 for quite some time. 9/11, in my personal opinion, is a collusion between Saudi Arabia and elements of our government. And I absolutely believe that. I mean, when the king of Saudi Arabia kissed Bush on the cheek, I didn't really need to know much else, right? I mean,
there's a massive oil wars. I mean, not so much now because of you're using your own resources, and that's what Obama is trying to do, is cut back your reliance on the Middle East. But you know, you had a massive reliance on the Middle East for oil. So, you know, it's no surprise he was licking his bottom or kissing his cheek, whichever.
Yeah, I would not. That is not compelling evidence to me.
Well, what's compelling evidence, though, is that 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi nationals, and the others were from nations loyal to Saudi Arabia. And who is it that we attacked on after 9/11 again? Oh yeah, enemies of Saudi Arabia. Yeah. We didn't. I mean, did Iraq attack us on 9/11? No, but we went after them anyway. Why? Because they were an enemy of Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden was an enemy of Saudi Arabia. In fact, and so is Libya an enemy of Saudi Arabia. Okay, so why are we going after? Yes.
But funnily enough, those are not the most prolific theories. Are, well, one of them is sort of what you've said: invade Afghanistan and Iraq. But the other one, many theorists also believe there was some form of insider trading that occurred directly before the attacks, which allowed many people on Wall Street and in the private sector to profit.
Oh, there is no doubt that Silverstein made billions off of 9/11. That's not in question. That's documented.
Do you know what? I still feel physically sick looking at the picture of those two buildings.
Well, I do too. I mean, I'm not denying.
I lived right opposite them for about 2 years. I lived in Battery Park City, and every night I came home, my subway was World Trade Center, and I did my shopping in the basement, and I spent many happy nights up on the floor of the Windows on the World, which was the bar, and I mean, that's how I feel. Can you imagine? I just can't imagine how the Manhattanites feel, and the rest of America. I mean, it was just the most horrific, terrible. I mean, people will argue, gosh, this happens to people all over the world every day, and I understand that. But it doesn't happen in the West every day. In fact, it rarely happens in the West. And we're just not used to that kind of violence.
No, he is not blocked. I mean, I'll show you the Google Plus page. He is not blocked. I can screen share you his Google Plus page. He is not blocked.
One of the most disgusting things.
You have any account management problems?
I don't have him blocked on YouTube or Google Plus. He is not blocked on YouTube or Google Plus.
One of the most. You have more than one account, right? So you're looking at the page in one account and joining in a different one. Like when you left.
Oh, well, now that could be.
You left on one account.
All right, give me his
try
G+.
joining on James Paul and Helton.
All right, give me his G+ again.
I'll give you his G+.
Give me his G+ again.
Go on, Jeff. What were you going to say?
Just to continue with what he was saying, one of the most appalling things that happened right after 9/11 was the entire U.S. Was grounded in terms of air travel until they sorted through this. Except the Saudi family got to fly back home. The Bin Ladens. That is.
Well, I think that was for their own safety, right? I think.
But what about that was the only person who needed to be somewhere else.
There were a few more people that left the country or were able to leave the country.
The only planes that fly were Saudi planes. That is an absolute documented fact.
Where is it documented?
Everywhere.
It's just really odd. And I don't hold any of these views. I'm not a building demolition expert. I don't know how they could have pulled this off if it was inside or any of that. So I don't have a position on all that. But of all the concerns that there may have been at that particular time, all this safety, a lot of people were sick and needed to fly somewhere maybe, or had all kinds of compelling reasons to fly, but it was only they were the only concern, and that is revealing. That is noteworthy.
Well, I think that's because, I will be honest, that's because and this is what I've always, when people rage about the Middle East and how we need to get rid of them, blow them up, whatever, I remind
they could have been put into protective custody or something like that.
That's true. I remind Americans that the relationship, the Saudi Arabian relationship with America is one of the most important relationships America has, or had, should I say, with Bush.
That's not evidence of. I don't think that's evidence of anything in particular.
No, absolutely not. I don't.
Hypocrisy and that kind of thing, but.
Of course, it's very tempting to think these things up in this grand espionage world where everybody's up to something. But sadly, I do believe that it was very similar to. What? All right. Okay, I've got a problem. Sorry, bear with me a second. Where's that?
Okay, I am on my.
Why am I getting these ads keep switching themselves on?
I'm on my James Paul Von Helton account, and Flip is not blocked. He is not blocked.
Yeah, the James Paul one is the one you were on before you refreshed. Now you're on the Von Helton with no first name.
There it is. You can easily see it is not blocked. Now I will switch over to the Von Helton account and see if he's blocked there. Let's see. Oh shit, it went to my account. What the hell? I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to change accounts, damn it. Alright, let's see here.
This is why.
Who's blocked? Who's trying to get in?
Flip is trying to get in.
444.
He was saying that he's still blocked. I went to his YouTube page and it says that he's live in his own hangout, so I don't know what's up with that.
Yeah. The trouble is, you're looking at it from. You see your upper right-hand corner of the screen. It already changed back to. It changed back to the other account.
Yeah, I see that. I'm trying to switch accounts. Okay, there I click to switch accounts, but when I do, it takes me to my home account. What the hell? Okay, I don't understand. What the hell? All right, hang on. How can I do this?
Well, how about go into your block list?
Well, wait a minute. I'll put Flip 444 in there. Hang on. Let me do this. Let me switch accounts.
No, we're talking to Bond.
And then I'll just under search. I'll put Flip 444. I'll do it that way. There he is. No, he's not blocked. Sorry, he's not blocked. As you can see, it's my Von Helton account, and over here he is not blocked. No, he's not. Sorry, he's not blocked. He's not blocked. Yeah, let me propose a suggestion. How about this? How about it won't unblock him for 24 hours?
Yeah, that's possible.
That's probably it. Yeah.
I think that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
He's probably just gonna have to wait 24 hours.
Question is whether you use a permanent temporary block. Yeah.
Nope, that's probably what it is. He's on a time delay or something. They got or not a time delay, but a what is that? Timeout. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so where? I'll tell you what. I'm. Where were you when the World Trade Center was hit?
I have actually been trying to remember where I was and what I was doing on 9/11, and for some reason, I cannot remember. And I'll tell you why I think that is. I think it was so horrific to me that I literally blocked it all out.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, did you know people?
I have that kind of mechanism where if something is, if something is really horrendous, I can either block it out or I can bring it forward. Okay, for example, all the kids that harassed me in elementary school, I remember every one of their names, every single one.
Right.
But for some reason, I have blocked out 9/11, where I was, what I was doing, when I saw it, how I saw it, It's all been blocked for some reason. So there must have been something about it that I intentionally blocked myself internally. But, you know, like I said, I believe firmly that it is a collusion between Saudi Arabia and rogue elements of our government, because immediately after 9/11 we started going after Saudi Arabia's enemies.
I mean, I can understand. There's not many things that you and I are going to agree on, but I can understand that is a much more feasible reason to be suspicious of what happened than any of the other things you've come up with so far. So I'll give you that one.
Yeah, and the idea of a false flag is certainly not unique to this event. Gulf of Tonkin is a publicly known false flag incident, or very highly likely a false flag incident. You could make the case that, you know, that the Japanese codes had been broken, so there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that that the Pearl Harbor invasion was allowed to happen. If you read, there's a book.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that just drives me batty about Pearl Harbor. You're coming under an imminent attack from an enemy, and you give the damn notes to a boy on a bicycle? Seriously? I mean, holy shit! I mean,
yeah, this was the 1940s.
They couldn't have at least give it to somebody with a Jeep? I mean, come on, man.
Well, the interesting thing is that both the first and second in command were ordered off the base.
Yes, they were. That's correct.
So there's a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
a lot of interesting stuff. Yes.
You know, but false flags are nothing new. Where somebody was either they were falsely presented as having started the casus belli, the act of war, or they were provoked into doing so. I think you could say Fort Sumter was an example of that, of the latter. So that's not all that unusual. But just because something is possible, or even, that doesn't do it for me. I wanna see some really specific, evidence.
With 9/11, you'll never find out ever.
No, in the 9/11 report is very unsatisfying. Even the CIA called 9/11 was blowback. If you don't believe that it was a false flag, the CIA called it blowback, and this is kind of what happens when you muck around in the Middle East, prop up dictators for decades on end, such as we did in Iran and Egypt and all over the place. And the bombing that was going on in Iraq after the end of the war, and Madeleine Albright gets on 60 Minutes and says, "Oh, it was worth it killing as many children or more children actually in Iraq than died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki." So it's that part of it I don't find a big stretch, or that powerful people will resort to evil things. People in other walks of life will. So. But I don't find this I find this all sort of circumstantial, and yeah, I don't think we'll know for sure anytime soon, if ever.
I mean, it might come out in the wash in about 100 years' time.
And then nobody will care. It'll
be common practice or something. It'll be quite common for countries to set themselves up to look as though another country's attacked it.
Well, it'll be like if somebody, well, I'll tell you what. Here's a good example. When I was a kid, I do remember. I don't remember the Kennedy assassination. I was only 2 years old. I was around, but I was not old enough to remember that. But one thing I do remember quite vividly was 10 years later, the Watergate trials. I was at a certain age where I was influenced a lot, and I watched the hearings, and one of the huge mysteries was who is Deep Throat? Who's kicked this all off? Who met with Woodward and Bernstein in the garage and so forth? So that was a huge mystery. So about 3 or 4 years ago, we finally found out who that was, and it was just like another news story. And even I wasn't, I was underwhelmed. I always thought it was Alexander Haig, but anyway. But by the time
Did you see the film that they did with Michael Sheen, who played David Frost, who actually got him to admit. Do you remember?
I have not seen that film. It's been in my queue forever.
He's famous for managing to get Nixon to admit that he made a mistake, right?
Yes, David Frost did. Correct.
Yeah. Was it? Yeah. I mean, it was a big deal for us because he was a big. Well, he wasn't actually that. He was famous, but he wasn't. That put him on the map, and he became one of the most famous commentators. He became a chat show host because of his what he did with Nixon. Was he as famous in America as he was in the UK?
Well, I definitely knew who David Frost was before that happened.
Right.
So
Okay.
He was famous here. Yes.
Yeah. Because he managed to get the guy to admit. Yeah.
Yeah, he got. And that was the first public interview of Nixon, and it was
for some reason he gave it to Frost, didn't he?
Yeah, and Nixon had been he left office in '74, and if I remember correctly, that interview was like '77, so it had been like 3 years. So for Nixon to be seen anywhere was kind of a big deal, and yeah, that interview I do remember watching it, and. But no, Frost was a well-known household name in the U.S. Prior to that. Yeah. He had a late night show, I think, or maybe he had a talk show.
Yeah, he was massive. I mean, after that, he became huge in the UK. I mean, he was very respected.
Yeah. And he's from the UK, right? He was. Yeah. And he died not that long ago, as I remember.
No, not very long ago, a couple of years ago. But he had a talk show in the UK that was very respected. He always had he managed to get everyone from America to come on. I mean, the ironic thing, our most famous talk show host now, or the most popular, the one that gets all the big names from the US in, is a very, very gay man. He's clearly very gay. You can
flamboyant.
See. Yeah, very. And it just amuses me. I wonder if he'd actually get that prime time spot on American TV.
Who is he?
Graham Norton.
I've never.
No, he does. He hasn't tried to crack the. Interestingly enough, you've got a new an English guy starting the Late Late Show.
Oh yeah. What's his name? I've only.
James Corden.
Oh, that's not who I was thinking of, but yeah. Okay.
Fat guy.
Cool.
He's famous in the UK, but not. He's not a major star. I cannot get my head around why they've decided he's the right guy for the job. Isn't he replacing Craig Ferguson?
Oh, that's actually who I thought you were talking about. Yeah.
I thought he was replacing him. I love Craig Ferguson. I think he's brilliant. I think he's hilarious.
There's one interviewer that I've seen some of his clips, and they're entertaining to watch. His name is Jeremy, and his last name begins with a P. He is very persistent when he has a guest.
I mean, is this a news interviewer or a chat show host?
I think UK. I think he does maybe special interviews.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Jeremy
Paxman.
Paxman, yes.
Yeah. Oh, he's hardcore.
He is hardcore.
He doesn't give them any space at all.
There's this one interview that he does with this. I don't know what the issue was, but this guy tried every way to weasel out of answering the question, and it went on for like 10 minutes, and he just kept on him.
He's like a Rottweiler. I mean, he's just retired actually, which is the guy who's replaced him is awful.
Oh, that's.
But then it would be it's a big spot to fill because Paxman was a genius when it came to ripping politicians apart. I mean, I can imagine, if you had to go on his show, because if you didn't, you were considered to be a coward.
Right.
I can imagine any politician going on that show would have been absolutely terrified. Any politician. Anyway, going back to the conspiracy theories, we've got to get through them. Next one is wait for this one, Von. Are you listening? Wrong. Okay, is CIA and AIDS. So the CIA, basically, you know what the theory is, that they've spread the AIDS virus.
I certainly don't believe that one.
No, but I just want to see what one says. Apparently, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reported the HIV. When I got this, funny enough, from Incorporated. It was either Incorporated or what's his name? Max. What's his name? No rain and boats weren't made before. What's he called? Is it Max? Mac. But the AIDS epidemic only started in the 80s. That it was originated by the Americans to wipe out homosexuals and African Americans.
Are you familiar with Margaret Sanger?
Yeah, I kind of heard about her. Go on, tell me, remind me.
Margaret Sanger once stated publicly that her goal was to wipe out the Negroid race.
How many years ago was this?
It was quite a few years back.
Yeah. Okay.
She was a eugenicist, and she made the claim openly and publicly that she wanted to wipe out the Negroid race.
Okay. What about the homosexuals?
I'd have to look that one up, but definitely she wanted to eradicate the Negroid race. That's not in question.
So would you agree that Thabo Mbeki of South Africa has and still does?
Okay, well now, where did the AIDS virus start? Where did it start?
In Africa.
All right, and would you say that the AIDS virus would wipe out the Negroid race if it got the chance?
No. What do you mean if it got the chance?
Here's my point. My point is
Clearly
that
we're doing everything to stop that from happening.
Well, I understand that, but you got to understand that, there are elements of every government that piddles around in chemical and biological warfare of various types, eugenics of various types. That's not uncommon. The Nazi Party was big on eugenics, for example. Okay, so it is not uncommon. It's not out of the realm of possibility that it could have, in fact, been created for the purpose of wiping somebody out. And like I said, Margaret Sanger's own comments are out there. I mean, you can read them for yourself. She made no bones about it. She wanted to wipe out the Negroid race, and it just so happens that that's where the AIDS virus was started. So who knows? It's possible. I ain't gonna rule it out.
You know how the AIDS virus was started?
Well, somebody made a claim like it come from a diseased monkey or some shit.
Well, no, it wasn't that. It was bushmeat. Well, yeah, I suppose ultimately it could have come, but it was eating. It was poison bushmeat. AIDS-infected bushmeat. Sorry.
Oh, AIDS-infected bushmeat. Okay, well, hey,
Well, you could. Yeah. So, but it's not. You're not convinced that that might be what it is, though.
Well, I mean, if the meat was infected, how the hell did it get infected? I mean, duh. Who infected it?
Let me find out, because I don't know the exact story about it. So let me find out.
There's sort of a side theory that HIV is actually not the cause. I forget exactly what the rationale, but I've heard this talk.
Well, HIV doesn't kill you per se. What HIV does is it weakens your immune system so low that even the common
cold something else kills you, right?
Yeah, that even the common cold can kill you. It just drains you, man. It just makes you so weak and so vulnerable that somebody sneezes on you, you're a dead man.
Right.
You go out in the rain for too long, you're dead. Because you get pneumonia and whatnot.
Okay, I've got the answer to. I'm echoing. Scientists identified a type of chimpanzee in West Africa as the source of HIV infection in humans. They believe that the chimpanzee version of the immunodeficiency virus, called simian immunodeficiency virus, or SIV, most likely was transmitted to humans and mutated into HIV when humans hunted these chimpanzees for meat and came into contact with their infected blood. Over decades, the virus slowly spread across Africa and later into other parts of the world. I mean, the first known case of HIV-1 was in 1959.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how he became infected, but that was the first case. The genetic analysis of his blood suggested that it may have stemmed from a single virus in the late 1940s or early 50s.
What is that static? It's.
I have no idea. I don't think it's me.
Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from.
Well, it's certainly not me. I was muted.
Yeah. Are you hearing it also?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's quite loud actually.
Yeah, I mean.
It's not Nadia. She's muted.
Yeah, it's not horrible. Oh, it went away.
Okay.
I just muted John's ghost, but it's not showing and
Oh, okay.
not showing his microphone being muted.
I see.
Well, one of them is. The other one is. He's got two.
Yeah, you see him here twice. So.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Next.
But anyway,
We've only got two more to go. We've only got two more to go, and then I can claim a victory because so far you've only got one.
All
right. Princess Diana, was she murdered by the royal family to stop her from marrying Dodi Fayed?
She was murdered because she was pregnant with a Muslim baby.
Yeah. So
if you know Islam, you know that any child born to a Muslim is a Muslim. And having a Muslim on the throne obviously would be quite a threat to the royal family. Don't you agree? Would you not agree that would be a threat? You don't agree that would be a threat?
No, because Prince Charles has openly come out and said that when he takes the throne, he will be the Queen is defender of the faith, which is, of course, it's the Christian faith at the moment. But when he takes the throne, that he will change that to defender of all faiths. And he is very supportive of moderate Islam.
Well, then you'll lose your country then.
What?
So
whoa. We will lose our country?
Yes.
Please explain how that's going to happen.
Well, there's 3 levels of jihad. There's stealth jihad, there's defensive jihad, and then there's offensive jihad. All right. And let me put it in layman's terms. Would you allow a rattlesnake into your home? And if not, why not?
No, of course I wouldn't, because it wants to kill me.
It will try to bite you and kill you, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well,
I just have a.
I mean, comparing a Muslim to a rattlesnake is really quite racist, actually, I think.
No, Islam is not a race.
No, you're right. I can't get you on that one, but it's really prejudice. It's very prejudice.
No, again, it's not prejudice. In the Quran itself, it says there are only 3 in the Quran. There are only 3 options for a non-Muslim: conversion, enslavement, or death. That's it.
I'm sorry. Do you know any Muslims?
Well, I know plenty of ex-Muslims. I know plenty of them, and
it's true that it says that, but just like how most Christians don't follow the Bible word for word, most Muslims don't follow the Quran word for word.
I have my reading material right here. I have the Quran, and I have a study book for the Quran, given to me by a troll, no less, which I thought was kind of ironic. Given to me by a troll.
So just a point of information. So Lady Di, at the time of her death, she was
Allegedly.
Her alleged death?
She was allegedly pregnant.
I didn't say anything about pregnancy. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, no. At the time of her death, she had split with Prince Charles, right? They were divorced, I guess, or
I don't know. I'm not up on these.
So if she's the princess and she's not really the bloodline, is any offspring that she would have with somebody else who was not royalty, would that be a potential heir to the throne?
No.
Well, I know. I've studied. I'm an amateur military historian. I study wars and shit and military.
This is where I pulled the "I live here" card.
Well,
exactly. Well, it was directed to you.
But I mean,
I don't live there, and I didn't think that was the case.
Well, now wait a minute. The point is that royals in the past have killed people for far less. They've killed people for far less in the past. So I mean, she's pregnant with a Muslim child, And
Yeah,
like
but he
I
wouldn't have
said,
had any. No, excuse me. Can I just to correct you with your assumption that he would have had any right to the throne? His father is what gives him the right to the throne, not his mother.
mm-hmm.
Is that okay? Interesting.
I don't know. Again, I don't know. I just, you know.
Well, I'm just telling you. So your theory that if she'd had the baby, which she was supposedly pregnant with, although there's no evidence that she was pregnant at all, if she'd had the baby, then he would not have had any rights to the throne whatsoever.
Yeah, but he would have still been close to the royal family.
Can I just make?
Well, yeah. He would have been a stepbrother of William and Harry. That's it.
Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. If something would have befell William, would he have had a possibility of the throne?
No, none at all, because his father is not related to the royals at all. Because although Princess Diana was clearly a royal and she was aristocratic when she married, she has no She has no royal rights. I mean, women are. I mean, it's changed now because they've changed the law this last year. But up until this year, only the sons of the, the heirs had to be men. And the first priority. So, for example, Princess Anne was right at the back of the list behind Prince. Even though she was born long before Prince Harry and Prince William, she was behind them in rights to the throne because she was a woman.
Mm-hmm. Well, how do you explain the Queen of England then? How do you explain that?
Because they were daughters. There was no sons.
Oh, okay. All right.
She was the product, though, of a male. She was the daughter of somebody in royalty, whereas if Lady Di had married Dodi Fayed, whatever his name was, that would not have been the product of a male.
She'd already lost her princess credentials by.
That's what I thought. Yeah, she was a beloved activist kind of figure, I guess.
Yeah, but, she'd lost her HRH credentials. They took it away.
No, I don't know. I mean, it's no secret rather that killings and stuff went on in the past regarding kings and.
Well, the theory over here, which is kind of not really a theory, it's just kind of a rumor, a conspiracy, is that Prince Philip was the person behind it all.
Oh,
but
really?
I just find that really tough. That's a tough one to make. Because you know why he's got the blame, because he's very, very, very undiplomatic, and he says stupid things to people. Yeah. So he's a bit of a dodgy.
Oh, he's the old. Oh man, some of his quotes are hilarious, man.
I love that. Wait a minute. But what would be his reasoning for doing so? You need to finish the story here. What's
reasoning for doing what?
To kill.
Well, no, he doesn't have any reason other than your reason that he doesn't like Muslims. He's a bit of a closet racist. His old.
Well, I'm not a racist. I just don't want people.
No, I know, but he is. He makes very
Look up his quotes. You'll be laughing your ass off. They are so funny.
They're
so inappropriate.
He's not just xenophobic, he's sexist, and he's just an old, doddery old man. I mean, the guy's 92 or something. I don't know.
Well, but he's been making those quotes for years.
It's not. I mean, I won't mince words when it comes to it. I don't want an ideology of hate taking over my country.
Let me make myself very clear. I do not want Sharia law anywhere near our government.
Ooh, you better talk to your head barrister then, because he's on the BBC saying he's going to implement it. So you better be talking.
This is another. Where'd you get that nonsense from?
I got it off the BBC.
Go on, let me see it.
I got to use a bathroom. Go look it up.
I actually have to do the same thing. I'll be right back. Sorry to leave you
alone.
No
such thing. It's ridiculous. I've heard this so many times from Americans. It's unbelievable. Oh, well, we call it, Parmesan, we call it Sharia law in the UK. I know, it's like halakha. We don't call it halakha law, we call it halakha. But for some reason, it's called Sharia law in the UK. You're right, it's just Sharia. It's not Sharia law. I appreciate that. I do love your picture, Pom. I think it's brilliant. Where'd you get who's the baby's the ugliest baby I've seen ever. Did Obama spread Ebola? No, of course he didn't. Why did you just mute me? Oh, I wouldn't. Fuck off. Waiting. You do it when I'm not looking. Anyway, I apologise profusely. Don't do it to anyone else, Nadia. Oh no, he's not real. Oh, I feel bad. He wasn't serious, was he? No, he wasn't serious. I thought he was having a laugh. I was only joking about his face. My God. Can't believe I'm still awake. Perhaps I did offend him, actually, if he's autistic. He said he was autistic, so perhaps I did. Oh, well, not much I can do about it now. So what are they doing? Oh, dear. Well, I'm sorry. If Pom Jam's watching, I'm sorry. I did not mean to. I apologise. It was just I was just having a joke with you. Oh, thank God it's Friday. Oh, bad.
Now I know how St. Thomas feels.
Who's St. Thomas?
He's a guy that comes in every once in a while. He's a theist. Comes in every once in a while. He's got his set up out in a garage or something, and so he has to bundle up to get on the internet as well. But I never expected it to happen in my own damn house. You know what I think? I think maybe that fan at the top of the system might be frozen solid.
Yeah, and that's why it shut it down because it can't
spin. Yeah, it can't spin.
I'll have a look at it in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not quite morning yet. It's still dark out. Ah, man. You'd figure a wall hugger and 2 burners on the stove ought to be heating this place up by now, but it is not. I've got -14, guys.
What, in your house?
No, I'm looking at my weather indicator for outside. It says it's -14 degrees. That's unheard of here in Kentucky. It's unheard of.
You're going to say that it can't put the planet can't possibly be warming up because we've had such cold weather this winter.
Well, warming or cooling, I don't know. It does seem kind of. To be quite honest with you, this time next year we could be 100 degrees. You know, who knows?
Well, there is a valid scientific reason why we're getting worse, more extreme weather. I mean, we just don't get winters anymore like we used to. We get these sort of mild, sort of. I mean, like we've had so much sun this last 2 months. We never get, you know, normally January and February are really dull, depressing, really low cloud, really oppressive pressure, and we've had such high pressure and wonderful sunny days and dry weather. Normally at this time of year it's really horrible going out walking because your feet get covered in mud, and I've been able to walk all over the place, all over because I live in a national park, and it's been absolutely lovely. So I often joke, and it's not really funny, but I have no problem with this global warming if this is the kind of weather we're going to get. But of course, like everybody else that it affects around the world.
Well, see, that's the bitch about it. By the time Winter Storm Neptune gets to you guys, it's probably petered out by then.
Yeah. Well, the jet stream helps. The jet stream moves it up, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're right. It gets much weaker as it comes across the Atlantic. Clearly.
Right. Right. It loses energy as it crosses the water.
Yeah. I mean, you get. Why am I echoing?
I don't know. It could be me. I don't know. Is anybody else not?
No, everybody else is muted.
That's probably me then.
Let me just try doing John again. Anyway, I was going to say that I can't remember what I was going to say. I'm not really thinking. Oh, okay. So where were we? We were talking about Princess Diana, weren't we?
Yes.
Well, you were talking about Muslims.
Yeah.
We're talking about Sharia law. That's what because you said
Sharia law.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you know that there's a solicitor, our chief of whatever it is, head of prosecution. I don't know whatever you want to call it, has said that we should be allowing Sharia law, right? Is that what you're making a claim on?
Like I said, I was on the BBC's official website, and I read to my horror where your head barrister came out and said that they were going to implement it nationwide.
No.
Okay, what?
You've got it confused with what happened was that you're absolutely right that there was an announcement made by the Law Society that said that lawyers need to read up on Sharia law because they need to understand it, and all hell broke loose. You can imagine. That was all that was said. It was a piece of advice that was given by the Law Society to its members, which is pretty much every lawyer in the land. And as soon as it came out, as soon as the memo was released, it was made public, and everybody went crazy.
I imagine it would. I mean, think about this. You're talking about a culture that is diametrically opposed to the culture that we believe in.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but you have to understand that 90% of Muslims in this country don't agree with it either. Well, that's not true, actually. I'm sorry, that's not true. That's not true. I've got to be honest. In fact, there's quite a large percentage that would like to see Sharia law implemented. So I've got to eat my words there. But what I'm saying is there are lots of Muslims that do try and integrate. I mean, it's not like we've got 3% of our population are Muslims, and we have pockets of them, very intense pockets of them, ghettos basically. And that, you know, these ghettos, we do have problems, definitely.
Well, now I saw a video just the other day of Muslim, how did they call it?
Imams?
No, Muslim. They're out on the street and they're declaring areas of the UK as Muslim zones.
Yeah, well, that's nonsense.
The videos are out there. I mean,
well, I'm sure the videos are out there, but it's not true.
And telling people
claim an area as a Muslim zone only.
I know that, but the Muslims are inserting themselves and trying to do it.
They can say it as much as they like, but it's not. They can't tell people where they can and can't drive and where they can and can't do business.
They were in the video. They said this is a Muslim area.
So it's probably some group of radical. We have got them. There's no getting away from it. We have got them, but they're a tiny minority, and it's probably them just saying. I mean, I used to live in a place called Brick Lane, which is near to where the East London Mosque is, which is where one of the 9/11 bomb, terrorists came from. That's where he was radicalised. So I do know that we have problems, but as a whole, the community, we all rubbed along really well. The English. I mean, there was lots of different cultures. It's London, but predominantly it was Bangladeshi Muslim. Everyone got on really well. But there was the occasional issue, but nothing serious.
Well, now Hindus aren't a problem. I don't have a problem with Hindus at all.
No, but they have their own issues, but they tend to keep themselves to themselves. They certainly don't want to implement any religious laws on the UK. No.
You know, the Hindus though despise Muslims. They despise them. I mean, India.
Yeah, I think despise is a strong word, but they do have issues with them. No different to the Brits.
But did they ever do anything about the guy with the claw? Did they ever do anything with that guy?
He's in prison in America.
They sent him over here? Oh, swell. Yeah, that's all we need.
You wanted him to.
I did? No, I didn't. I didn't want shit. But anyway, because I would have pulled out a pistol and shot his ass. But that's.
Let me have a look. See, he's due to go to court or something. Let me have a look.
John G. Most of the UK is not Muslim.
No, it's not. It's a ridiculous claim. Okay. Abu Hamza.
Abu Hamza, yeah.
Hey, all, I'm heading out. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm gonna.
All right, Jeff. Have a good evening.
Nice talking to everybody.
Nice to meet you, Jeff.
Nice meeting you, Annabelle. Hope to see you around.
Keep those conspiracy theories, on the fringe. Make sure you don't get too overexcited.
I'm only interested in conspiracy facts.
Yeah.
Hey, remember, Jeff. It's a godless, communist, Muslim, Satanist, government conspiracy.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Did I cover all the bases, Vaughn? I hear this for you.
You left out LGBT. Gotcha.
Oh, okay, I did.
See y'all later. Bye.
See you later. Okay, so he was extradited to the United States on about a year ago.
Oh, well, that's why.
And his trial began. Actually, no, he began his trial on the 19th of May. He was found guilty of 11 terrorism charges, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility. So you've got him over there in prison.
So great. He's sucking off the U.S. taxpayer. Lovely.
Yes. Well, you wanted him. Excuse me. No offense. You requested him.
I would put a bullet. I would get a firing squad, and I would put 9 bullets in there and a fake bullet in the 10th gun, so that way you don't know. Nobody knows who it was that actually killed the man. Or put fake bullets in 9 and a real bullet in 1. Excuse me. And that way you don't know who really killed him. And I would put him in front of a firing squad and shoot his ass.
John, oh, sorry,
Are we all Christians? No, the vast majority of the room is atheist, actually.
Well, we're not atheists per se. We're more non-believers. The majority are non-believers.
I'm godless.
Yeah.
Non-believer. Whatever.
There's still a lot of spiritualism in the UK. People believe in things like ghosts and psychics and yeah, it is true, Pom Jam. Come on, don't tell me. Okay, you tell me what you think we are then. No, I didn't. That's what I said. I said we're not atheists. I just said that.
I don't know. Atheism seems to be on the rise in the UK. I see more and more people getting online from the UK that are atheists. So
it's growing in the US as well.
Yeah. I think it's to our detriment, but that's my opinion.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Pom Jam, that we're cultural Christians, but I see where you're coming from. I think there are a lot more non-believers than cultural Christians. I don't know anybody that goes to church, discusses God, prays, or anything. I don't know anyone. Dawkins did we had a census, I believe it was 2 years ago, about 2 years ago, that came up with some amount like 70% of Brits are Christians. So he had another poll done to see exactly what that meant, and it basically sort of came back with the suggestion that lots of English people don't go to church, don't believe in God, don't think He exists, yet still think that they're Christians somehow.
Yeah, that does seem kind of like an oxymoron, doesn't it?
Well, I think it's because it's cultural. It's like Jewish people, isn't it? Lots of people still consider themselves Jewish, even though they may not practice. I think it's the same over here with Christianity. I mean, don't get me wrong. We still have churches on every corner, but an awful lot of them be turned into apartments and pubs. I mean, your average congregation is about 10 to 15 people.
Right, but that's the thing. I mean,
I
if
can't wait to see.
Huh?
We need to convert all the churches into gay bars.
Oh, gee.
There is actually, funnily enough, you should say that. But one of them is a gay bar called the Limelight.
Oh,
which is quite ironic, really.
New York, wasn't it? I remember that in New York. Was that in New York?
No, it's in London.
Oh, there's another one in New York. That was a church too.
Yeah. Well, they're just
I'm
not.
sure if
You know,
it's officially designated a gay bar.
I'm not sure if I'm pretty sure that the church has sold off some of their churches, but if not, they're leasing them because they're just not. You know, they've either got to upkeep them, and churches cost a lot to upkeep. You know. So they're either selling them off. I know they're selling off an awful lot of property anyway because they're just not getting the contributions or the donations anymore. But
if only there were enough transsexuals to have transsexual bars.
I think even if people are Christians in the UK, they still believe in evolution. They still fully support the lesbian gay community. So it's a very different kind of Christianity to the one in America, I think. Ryan Welsh.
Yeah, I mean.
No, I probably do, but I'm just going to Google him just to see.
Wow. Administrator Teachers Forum is running a channel with exactly one viewer.
Okay. Yeah. The reason I don't know him is because he's the rock star. Best known guitarist and Korn. No, that's why I don't know who the hell he is. But yeah, we do have issues with the. But it's not. If you listen to American television like Fox News, you'd think that the whole country is being overrun with Muslims, that Sharia law was being implemented in every city and all that kind of thing. It's just not. No, it's just nothing like that. Not
I know John Welsh. Singer-songwriter John Welsh. I think it's John. Is it John? Anyway.
Well, you get a lot of. If he became convicted and went to prison, you get that a lot. You get people that go to prison and they're introduced to Christianity in prison and suddenly decide they want to be saved, and they come back out and reoffend.
Anyway,
I think
were they introduced to Jesus Christ, or was it Jesus, your Spanish-speaking cellmate?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I think we've got one more, and then I'm definitely got to go. I've got to stop coming into your hang. And Nadia, I told you last time, don't let me in. Ban me. This is ridiculous. I've got some kind of addiction. I'm a very addictive person. And this is the problem with these hangouts, is that you just don't. I don't want to leave in case something funny happens or somebody crazy comes in like Von Helton. Because it's too entertaining.
I am not crazy.
No, all right, Von. Honestly, I think we've had a really good laugh tonight, and I'm getting. Well, the last one was the assassination of JFK, so we've already been through that. So we know that what your views are on that. But we've been through the top 10 conspiracy theories. I'm sure you've got a whole other bunch of them.
Well, I probably do.
Oh, dear.
Nothing really.
Well, anyway, guys, it's been lovely speaking to you. But I've now been on this hangout, I've been now on Nadia's hangouts for possibly nearly, I don't know, about 15 fucking hours. Ridiculous. It's pathetic. I'm a grown woman that's got a business to run and all sorts of things going on that I've got to sort out, and yet here I am yapping away about conspiracy theories. It's ridiculous. Oh.
You just enjoy my company, Hannah.
Yeah, I do actually, Von. I have enjoyed your company immensely. I'm no doubt you and I are going to cross swords again at some point, but I just find, you know, I'm going to be honest with you, a lot of what you come out with is just fucking hilarious.
Mm. Every fable has a nugget of truth to it.
Yeah. No smoke without fire and all that. But you can't deny that you've learnt some stuff tonight.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, I mean that's the trick. I mean, I can't. I find that hard to accept. I can't do that with the supernatural stuff because clearly I need to see. I'm what some people would call a materialist, I suppose. Somebody that needs to see evidence of whatever you're claiming. Yeah, but I wasn't trying to teach you anything, Pom Jam. So that's good. You knew everything already. Miracles are real. Yeah, okay. So is Father Christmas.
Actually, Father Christmas is real.
Well, actually, I've met him in Lapland. So there, you're right.
Well, is it? No, I'm being serious. Father Christmas is actually Saint
Oh, right, okay.
Saint Nicholas. He's Saint Nicholas. He really did exist, and he really did keep a list of good boys and girls, and he really did pass out gifts. The red outfit. Okay, you got me. You got me on the red outfit because the red outfit's probably not true. But
no, the Coca-Cola introduced the red outfit.
Well, I don't know about his outfit.
Coca-Cola advertising campaign.
But he was a
1906.
Yeah, but he was a portly man. He really did keep a list of good girls and boys, and he really did pass out gifts. And it was Saint Nicholas, and he was a real person. He was a real person.
Santa Claus outfit was originally black and white.
What's that?
And welcome motion. Santa Claus outfit was originally black and white.
Was originally black and white. I don't know about the outfit. Okay.
I've learned to make sure to keep things well lubricated.
Yes.
With extra black gel.
Where does the reindeer come from?
For the non-drip solution.
Oh.
I don't know about the reindeer stuff and all the rest. But as far as Father Christmas, yeah, he was a real man. He really did exist. Saint Nicholas.
Desert Ocean.
Hi, Ocean.
Desert Ocean together again.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yay.
Good morning, Ocean. I'm bundled up like Father Christmas, my damn self. It's cold.
I feel bad, Von. I want to be able to. I wish how far are you away from a town?
I live out in the woods, man.
So how far are you away from a town?
The nearest place would be about a half hour, one way.
Dear.
And
what about neighbors? How close are your neighbors?
Well, I got a neighbor across the street that but my mother doesn't want the damn driveway plowed for some crazy reason, and so we're just gonna. Now, here's the irony. The irony is that Saturday and Sunday it's supposed to actually warm up. So.
Well, hopefully. Well, I would. I mean, you just suddenly had that sort of thought, didn't you, that it might be the fan that's frozen up, and automatically shuts the boiler down because it can't get cool, can't cool down.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. But this happens all the time. I mean, boilers seize up in cold weather. I mean, invariably it happens at the worst possible time as well.
Worst possible time. Yeah. That's the irony, man. Because I mean, when it's nice and warm outside, your heater's not going to fail. It always seems to fail on the coldest day, which just happens to be today. I mean, like I said, I'm looking at -16. My little weather. I got a weather thing for my computer, and it says it's 16 degrees out, -16 degrees outside, which is that's totally unheard of here in Kentucky. I mean, that's Arctic temperature, and it's totally unheard of here. We have to have broken a record. We would have to have. -16, my God.
I can just hear all those rednecks going, global warming. I can't do the accent, sorry. Global warming, bullshit.
That global warming's a bunch of bullshit. There you go. That worked for you?
There you go, yeah. Anyway, listen, guys.
Bullshit.
I am going to go because it's ridiculous that I'm still here, but I just wanted to end the conspiracy theory. But I've really enjoyed it, and thanks for the laughs, Von. And take care, Nadia. I'll no doubt speak to you at some point over the weekend. But, oh, God, I cannot do another ridiculously long hangout. It's just ridiculous.
Not
Have a
if
good
you've got a
afternoon,
business to
Annabelle.
run. You better go run your business.
Yeah, exactly.
Have-
And
I wonder where the
I've
hell
got to
you're
do
at.
it with no sleep as well. So I have got to make a phone call. So I really do need to go. So I will speak to you all later. Have a nice evening or morning. And Von, I really hope that that is what's wrong with your boiler, that it's the fan, and that you can melt, somehow get the ice off and get it going again. Good luck. I really hope you do.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care.
Have a good afternoon, Annabelle.
Sure.
Yeah, you realize it's about quarter till noon over in
Yeah.
UK there.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, what, 5 hours ahead of us, I think. Something like that.
Well, Tom Jam, the name Redneck, I think, came from the Battle of Blair Mountain, and I guess other mining labor
Yes,
conflict,
it comes
where
from miners, right.
yeah,
Yeah.
they had red bandanas they'd tie around their
Mm-hmm.
necks and such.
That's right. That's right. They were protesting black lung, if I recall correctly. And,
No,
because
it was
a lot of miners had died.
that was
And,
among
huh?
that was among the issues, but it was
Yeah.
general labor conditions, safety.
Yeah.
Many other safety
Unfavorable
issues
conditions.
were at stake. I mean, they were still getting killed from a lot of different mining accidents beyond just black lung.
Well, John, no, I'm not a Christian. I do not believe that Jesus is a deity, and I accept him as the greatest of ascended masters. But obviously there were masters that came before, which Christianity totally ignores. So, so no, I'm mostly Norse with a little bit of Christian and a little bit of European thrown in for good measure. But no, I am not a Christian. I am a pagan. I follow my own path. Follow my own path, brother. I do what works for
John
me.
G. Are you John G? John G. Are you premillennial or postmillennial? John G, can you hear me? Are you pre-millennial or post-millennial? Yeah, and
She's asking you what type of Christian you are, John G.
Well, I'm asking about eschatology. Premillennial means Christ will have to come down first before the 1,000-year reign, and postmillennial is that the world will have to be conquered for Christ, and a 1,000-year reign successfully established and held in order for Christ to deem us worthy of coming back or whatever. Also, are you pre-trib, post-trib, or mid-trib rapture? Okay, that's premillennial, John. Are you pre-trib, post-trib, or mid-trib rapture? When is the rapture? Before, after, or during the tribulation? John? Mid-trib? Okay. Premillennial mid-trib. Okay. Are you a particularist, universalist, or annihilationist? Do you think God sends some people to heaven or some people to hell? God sends everyone to heaven, or God destroys those instead of sending them to hell?
Yeah, a better breakdown would be pre-trib, mid-trib, or post-trib would be a better breakdown.
Well, that's a different dimension or a different question. Premillennial, postmillennial is one question. Pre-trib, post-trib, mid-trib, rapture is the other question. And then there's particularist, universalist, and annihilationist are the three major soteriological breakdowns. So it sounds like you're some variety of particularist. Particularist is the standard position. Some people go to heaven, some people go to hell for eternal conscious torment. Are you a young Earth or old Earth creationist? Well, they're also preterists, but anyway. As a historicist, preterist, futurist, and idealist breakdown. But even so, more toward origins. Are you young Earth or old Earth? Okay. Do you think the Earth is, well, older than 6,000 years old? You think the Earth could be 4.5 billion years old? Do you think the human race is 250,000 years old? How old is the Earth? How old is the human race? Okay, sounds like you're older then. In principle, it's a question of evolution in and of itself. Would you say that human beings came about from evolution, or that the first breeding pair came from of humans, that is, came from a special act of God or whatever? Well, they actually probably are secondary to you, but for others who are examining your beliefs, they sometimes are central concerns. The origins questions are actually pretty far down my list, or close to the bottom of all my concerns, but a lot of people get worked up about them. So you're sort of agnostic on the question of whether it's theistic evolution or special creation. The thing is, everyone's going to die, isn't it? Is that what you're saying? Well, we understand that we are not lobsters. We are not biologically immortal. Did you know that lobsters are biologically immortal?
Are they for real?
Yeah. They don't age. I'll bet they don't taste as good once they get old, but yeah.
If only we were the same.
I'll bet you whatever they eat, heavy metals build up over time.
Ah, shit. Ocean left.
Yeah. I don't see him Hades or Brett Keen's hangouts. Yeah, and double checking real quick. Administrative Teachers Forum. His hangout's only got 2 people in it.
Oh.
Basically got peripheral prophet and administrator in it. Okay. Hades has Yana, Hades, Brekeen, Flip 444, Isis. So you say Jesus helped you out tons of times. Do you deem it, you know, blasphemous or not to engage in intercessory prayer? I mean, there's prayers of thanksgiving, supplication, worship, agreement, imprecatory, intercessory, and something else. Which kinds of prayers are allowed? Isn't it defiance of the will of God to ask God to change his mind? That's what he's decided for you already. And isn't defiance of the will of God the definition of sin? Apartness from God? Are you there, John?
She's waiting.
Well, you ask whether I think evil exists. The answer is, of course I do. But there's a question of what you think evil is. Evil, I suspect you imbue with some kind of supernatural character, where I do not. The question was whether you deemed intercessory prayer not to be defiance of the will of God by virtue of essentially, you know, going against the will of God, asking God to change his mind, because he decided beforehand what it is you're asking him to change. Isn't that right, John? John, can you talk on the microphone?
Hello.
Hi, John.
Hi. You might
Yeah.
you might find it difficult to understand my accent. That's why I'm not talking.
You said what about the Max?
You might not understand my accent.
I'm doing okay.
Okay.
I've talked to a lot of people from a lot of different countries.
Okay.
So I was asking if, asking God to change his mind about what he's already decided for you is defiance to the will of God in a way.
I'll answer that question. I think when we ask God out of love for something, he gives us, even if it's not his will. Because it's love is sacrifice. We ask, for example, if I ask something for my friend out of love, God does it, even if it's not his will. It overrides his will.
Hello.
All right, welcome.
I want to say, Nadia, I noticed that you had seen that video that was done by those individuals earlier on Brucifer's page. It was pretty disgusting, and I hope you're all right from it.
I'm doing okay. I just, I know who to block now.
Sorry, I can't hear you. There's some kind of static noise that's blaring into my ear.
Oh, I was saying, I'm doing okay. I just know who to block, and, well, maybe it's not the whole movement that I should really be latching on to.
Right. Now, besides that,
I believe without being part of the movement.
How you been feeling?
Sorry?
You look like you're a bit tired and everything. Are you doing all right?
Yeah, I woke up maybe about 8:30, 9 o'clock p.m. And it's about 4 a.m. right now.
I have made attempts to come into rooms other times, into your rooms, Nadia. Unfortunately, there's that blocking issue, yada, 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 you know.
Well, it's probably good that you popped in the time you did, because I think a lot of the people who might give you flack and such have moved on.
I'm getting flack for what now? What'd I do this time?
Speaking of blocking, I have to block that evil Brett Keane fellow.
Oh dear.
Just joking.
I don't think it's really what you did per se. It's just
Nadia.
you know what kind of smear campaigns you have going against you.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Well, Nadia, it sounds like you and I are tag team partners now, huh?
Maybe. John and I were asking about intercessory prayer. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I told you, when we ask out of love, he will do it.
When we're sort of what?
When we ask God out of love, he will do it.
Did you say incessory prayer?
Intercessory prayer.
Well, that's obviously some kind of fancy word for prayer I'm not exactly sure of. When I pray, I just pray. I don't give the special.
I have kept new names for this thing, but prayer is always same. Asking God.
I can't understand him. He sounds like he's talking to a toilet paper roll. Nadia, can you explain that to me? What is the incessory prayer according to you?
Okay, I'll get the link out here for the types of prayer, and try to clarify. It'd be a moderately useful reference for you, because it's a pretty broad spectrum across quite a bit of denominations of Christianity. Catholics aren't the only ones who have these types.
Remember, I refer to myself as a theist, so I'm still a work in progress on things myself. Let me take a look at what you got here, though.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a prayer of faith, a corporate prayer, prayer of supplication, prayer of thanksgiving, prayer of worship, prayer of consecration, prayer of imprecation, and prayer of intercession, or intercessory prayer. I say many times our prayers include requests for others as we intercede for them. We are told to make intercession for everyone in 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 1. Jesus serves as our example in this area. The whole of John chapter 17 is a prayer of Jesus on behalf of his disciples and all believers.
Right.
I guess there's a supplication, maybe. We take our requests to God. Philippians chapter 4, verse 6 teaches, do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known to God. Part of winning the spiritual battle is to be praying at all times in the Spirit, with all prayer and supplication, as per Ephesians chapter 6, verse 18.
Oh, that's pretty fascinating, Nadia. Yeah, I didn't even realize that there was all these different type of names for it. To me, there's, I pray usually whenever I pray, I'm praying because I want to try to get help for somebody else or something, because I feel like I've got what I need in life, or I'm thanking God for something that has happened. I didn't realize they had so many different categories of how they go about it. Interesting. Thanks for sharing.
it looks like if it's for somebody else, it's intercessory, and if it's for yourself, it's supplicatory. So that's pretty minor, but these are worth knowing. This little bullet point list is probably going to be useful. And welcome, Beckel and Bunto.
Hey, folks, I got to buzz off for a while. I may be back later, hopefully. We'll see.
All right, we'll see you later, man. It was a pleasure hearing from you. It's been a little while.
Yeah, likewise.
Take care, Fudd.
Later.
Yeah.
So, Veclaw, you didn't tell me about all these different meanings they give for the concept of prayer. Goodness gracious.
Well, they're not really different meanings, but they're types of prayer. So you can do a breakdown. There's questions, etc. And so the question is, are prayers of supplication and intercession? Well,
Nadia, I'm not trying to be crude at all. I'm not trying to be crude, but that individual over there has a lot of static going, and that type of noise, I've got bad ears, it distorts, and I can't understand you when that's going on. Is there any way that Mr. John G, or whatever your name is, when someone else is talking, you can mute it if possible? Unless you can fix that microphone.
John seems to have muted up for the moment, and he'll probably just do the push-to-talk protocol. Veckel, you may have a unique view on this, given your views on the sovereignty of God.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay.
Is it defiance of God's sovereignty to have a prayer of intercession or supplication? Go ahead.
Okay, so your question is, how does God's sovereignty play into prayer?
No,
yeah, particularly prayers of intercession and supplication.
Oh, I thought it was about the different categories of prayer, Nadia.
Yeah. Intercessory, thanksgiving, supplication, confession, praise and adoration, and then imprecatory.
Intercession and imprecation. Yeah. Well, imprecation, I guess, also would play into it, but
yeah.
Supplication, intercession, and imprecation are all essentially requests for God to change His mind somehow. So,
right.
In that respect,
turn my alarm off. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. So is that what your question was, or?
Well, that's what my question was. Yeah.
What's the matter of talking these things if we don't believe in God?
Johnny G, I don't know how many times I got to tell you, you've got a terrible microphone. It sounds like you're talking through Optimus Prime's butt. Please fix it.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot of static. Something.
I don't think he will be technically able to fix it, but he can mute up when he's not talking, and it looks like he's doing that. So.
Sure he can. All he's got to do is mute the microphone, head off to the store, go get one, and get back with us.
It's not necessarily within everyone's power. I think we can work with him. We can try to make out what he's saying when he does talk, and for the moment, he's muting up when he does talk or doesn't talk. So.
Sounds good to me. It'll work.
Okay. So
try again, John G.
Particularly, those who have beliefs that really emphasize the sovereignty of God might find imprecatory, intercessory, and supplicatory prayer more objectionable than those otherwise.
Right.
Is it objectionable, or how do you do it?
What do you mean is it objectionable? I don't get what you're getting at.
Well, it's a pretty minor question. I don't have a big stake in it. But
well, I don't understand how you worded that. Is it objectionable when it comes to prayer? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Basically, would it be a sin? Would it defy the will of God to basically ask God to change His mind?
Oh, that's interesting. You're basically saying if you're praying for something that would involve God changing His mind, would that somehow be a sin? That's interesting. I would probably go with the discussion between Abraham and God in the Old Testament. But what you got, Beckel? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a very good example, actually. A perfect example of how God seems to be, well, in a man's anthropomorphic sense, influenced by God's by prayer. Yeah. But yeah, that's a very good point.
Is it good right now?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit better.
Yeah, you've got an extra special spice of nasty status there, but I can kind of make you out.
I don't know what's going on, but I can't do anything.
Yeah, I can hear you now. You sound a lot better than a few seconds ago. But
Okay. Well, my question is, what's the point of talking these things if you don't even believe in God?
Understand you better.
I heard you, but now it's your accent that's messing me up. Sorry.
I think I posted my question there.
Oh, okay. Let me look at it.
Yeah, it's John is to understand you better.
The question that I see that he typed over here, that's all I made out of him as the part where he said he typed it. He says, what's the matter of talking these things if you don't believe in God? That's obviously a question for you, Nadia, because me and Becca, we definitely believe in that from God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a question for Nadia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In my case, it's to understand you better. I mean, for instance, I don't have a big objection.
Why do you want to understand this better for, Nadia?
Well, why am I being killed?
Why are you what?
Why am I being killed?
I don't understand. You said that you don't believe in God.
Well, yeah, but the actions inspired by the doctrines and preachings and statements and stigma spread by believers and such leads to my death. So
you believe that God is killing you or something? I don't understand.
Oh, there's no God there doing the killing. It's of course those who believe in things that are not there.
Do you feel like me and Becla are harming you in some way?
The two of you.
I'm Nadia. I'm having a hard time hearing you because the guy talking to the toilet roll is getting extremely loud over there.
That's okay. You can mute him. It's no problem. All I have to do is mute up when you're not talking. So, the main thing is, two of you individually would be powerless. It really does take a good 100 million, 200 million Christians to, really have that impact. And
you do realize that, at least from my point of view, I want all the happiness in the world for you. I want all the success. I want you to be feeling healthy. I don't want you to hurt at all.
Well, it has to be qualified a lot, particularly with the other stipulations you have to it. You think the way to resolve it would be to detransition. When oh dear, I haven't really transitioned in the first place, and so on. There's of course the usual sort of stigma spread, not by you, but by others among you. Like Donnie Romero, he says that, all dirty faggots are pedophiles that should be put to death. And, Brian Fisher, he says that, gays, and by gays he means, including trans women, are Nazi stormtroopers out to exterminate Christians who are driven by the unvarnished energy of Satan, and so on. So this is the kind of thing that goes on. And the two of you personally are not it. And in fact, the two of those people, Donnie Romero and Brian Fisher, will be helpless in of themselves. It takes 100 million following that lead or 200 million maybe even, to actually have the impact that's being had on me.
I'll be right back, Nadia.
Sure. Have been beaten up by, more than life. They're actually specific individuals. And they have names, but naming them, well, invites, things like libel, slander. So, best I keep that off air. Bunto says Plink. Actually, you love God, but Christians are mocking at you. Well, no, I really don't feel there's anything of that sort there. I know how to talk to you, so I can kind of go on the premise and say, he and not it, or.
Well, Nadia, why were you talking about prayer? What brought that up? I'm just curious.
I was just trying to get various positions on, major theological issues like soteriology, eschatology.
I got you.
Cosmogony, and I was saying the sovereignty of God issue. Or what I was trying to poke at with the prayer issue was sovereignty of God. So.
Yeah, prayer. I like the. I often quote this whenever we talk about prayer. It's a quote that John MacArthur made, which I thought was really powerful, and I think it's good for all Christians to hear this quote. It basically says, "Prayer is not asking God to do." Hold on, let me say it again. So prayer is not asking God to do my will. It is bringing myself into conformity with His will. It is asking Him to do His will and give me the grace to enjoy it. So I think that is the sole purpose of prayer, because if God is sovereign, He already knows what's going to happen. He already knows what He's going to do. So in essence, we don't really have any influence on God at all when we pray. God already has in store how things are going to turn out. However, we're looking at things from a finite perspective. So when we say things like, influencing God with prayer, that's just an anthropomorphism, if you will, of how God communicates with His people. And also, it shows us, I think, it helps continues to remind us of how personal God is. How He, He's not just up there creating stuff and then He just, like the deists believe, God just created everything and just left it alone. Doesn't have any involvement with His creation. No. Christians believe that God is continuously involved with His creation. And prayer is one of those ways that the relationship is made personal. So, but yeah, I mean, if prayer was only about getting what we wanted, then you'd be going to a church like Joel Osteen or Kenneth Copeland, T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, those Word of Faith guys.
How crass can you get? Creflo Dollar?
Yeah, I know, right? Come on, the name says it all. And when I heard the name, when I first heard of Creflo Dollar, I was like, all right, I don't want to jump the gun here, but the name sounds like a televangelist who's trying to get money from people. So I don't want to jump the gun, but sure enough, watched one of his sermons, and yep, he's definitely for the money.
You sure he's not related to the $1 Million Man from WCW?
Dude, you should. I'm serious, man. You should see this dude's house. Picture of Creflo Dollar's house. Oh my goodness. I don't know what it's like now, but a few years ago, I saw a picture of the inside of his house. Oh man. Dude.
To be honest with you, Veckel, I have really no interest in watching TV evangelist or anything. I would much prefer to sit down and listen to you discuss scripture than listen to any of these clowns that are on TV. That's my view on it.
Is it good now?
I'm just saying, you want to hear some truth, you want to hear some scripture and really get into a good discussion, Veckel's your man. I'm not going to listen to some guy who's named after a WCW wrestler.
All right, on your second
Probably not
rundown,
even his real
Beckle,
name.
on your second rundown, Beckle, the prayer issue does end up bringing out the sovereignty of God issue.
Yeah.
But from the way you're holding it, it's doesn't seem to have a stick behind it. Like it's not like a
There's
declaration of
a
sin.
stick behind it, you said?
Yeah, it doesn't have a stick behind it. It's not a sin to make an intercessory prayer. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, it does sound bad if you put it that way. You know, God is already having in store what's going to happen, even regardless of whether or not we pray. However, we don't know what God has in store. That's why it's one of the things it's one of the reasons why we do pray. So again, going back to what John MacArthur said, that it's not so much about God giving us what we want, but us being content with God's plan. So if I'm going to be, tipped off into, let's say, let's say for tomorrow they just all of a sudden start arresting Christians and they all ship us to some place down south, I guess. The first thing I'm going to ask God is to give me peace about this whole situation, and give me confidence and courage to go through whatever it is I'm going to go through. And then, secondly, I would ask, that, if it's His will, that He would deliver us out of that mess.
I realize the secularists have like a safeguard against this. Say the U.S. turns into a predominantly Muslim country, but the Constitution's still there. The Constitution will still say, give Christians religious freedom and so on, even though the majority is Muslim. But anyway.
Nadia, I really want to hear what you have to say, but unfortunately, the guy who's running the dustbuster into the microphone over there, it's making it real hard. And plus, you're quiet in the morning.
Well, I do try to keep my voice down when it's late at night and such, so I don't wake up the neighbors. The walls here are paper thin. Yeah, I was saying secularism actually helps with this because even if, say, the U.S., turns into a predominantly Muslim country or something, the secularism that's in the Constitution. Oh, hold off for a bit, John. Secularism in the U.S. Constitution, protects the rights of Christians to continue their worship as they need to. Okay, John, your turn.
I think evil proves that there is God.
You think what?
There is evil in this world. I think it proves that God is real.
I heard evil in Israel. That's what I heard.
No, I'm saying evil proves God.
Evil proves God?
Yeah.
Okay. How is that?
Yeah, I'll tell you how. It's just like sun and sunshine and shadow. Without sunshine, you won't get the shadow. Shadow here is evil. You can get sunlight without shadow. You understand what I'm saying? To exist evil, there should be a good thing. Otherwise, you can't say this is evil, this is good.
He does have a point, though, Beckel. One of the things that was always unusual to me is why was there so much spite, so much gnashing of teeth towards God from individuals who don't believe. Something like that kind of validates Scripture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and actually God says it through the prophet Isaiah 45. He says, I create darkness, I create light, I create good, I create evil.
No, evil doesn't mean he creates evil. Evil is nothing but against God. Whatever you do against God is evil. He does not create it. Their evil is nothing but destruction of people.
No, actually, there's several places in the Old Testament where God actually said that He creates evil. However, it depends on which translation you're reading it out of. If you're reading it out of the King James, it'll say evil. If you read it out of the other translations, it'll say calamity or harm or stuff like that. So yeah.
When you read it in Hebrew, the evil word you see where
The word
God
is raw.
says He created evil, it's different from the evil.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
verse 7.
Yeah,
That's
the word
verse
is
7.
raw, so it could actually mean moral evil or like a natural catastrophe, something like,
Catastrophe.
like an earthquake or a storm or even God sending an army after a nation or something like that.
That's verse 7 in Isaiah 45.
Yeah, an atheist actually brought that verse to me when I was, about my first year as a Christian, and it made me scared because I was like, oh, am I worshiping an evil God here? Then I did the research, studied.
Yeah, it doesn't actually like compel me very much to have a God whose character is say not entirely good or whatever. So I don't know the whole probably evil thing is not
Good from evil without God. If there is evil, then there should be good.
Well, yeah, that's the Malthus or Odysseus, the Odyssey. Yeah.
All right.
And do you agree, though? I've got something unusual for you guys. You agree that evil can only be committed by choice, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Not necessarily. I believe that evil spirits can influence a person beyond their ability to choose. An evil spirit latches onto somebody, they influence that somebody against their better judgment and against their will.
Yeah, but you believe that the spirit itself has made the decision to do that.
Well, yeah, that spirit latched onto somebody. Yeah, that spirit latched onto somebody.
What I'm trying to say, Vaughn, is that whenever it says that God created the light and He created darkness and He created evil and good, it's not as though He's making you evil. He's made you. He's made evil. And the potential for you to make a choice to do good or evil is there. That's the point. Evil cannot be committed unless you consciously choose to do such.
Right, but But here's what I think. I think that sometimes evil spirits can overwhelm a person to where that they can't make a conscious decision. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes.
Yeah, it can.
Does it have to be an evil spirit? I mean, aren't there things like, volcanic eruptions, burn hundreds of thousands of people to death, or brain tumors that cause people to become pedophiles?
Well, see, that's a kind of evil right there. I mean, an evil, at least the way it's explained in the Hebrew, is just simply a harm of some sort. But you can have a moral aspect to it, or a non or amoral aspect to it. Such as a storm or something like that. I mean, there's several places where God actually boasts about bringing evil to a people. Of course.
Yeah, that is natural.
Yeah, but they're natural. They're natural things. They're not. Now there are some Calvinists though. I disagree with this, but they would assert that actually God actually ordains some people to sin, to commit like an immoral evil, and I disagree with that.
Because He says, the Lord your God is good God. A good God never does something like that.
Yeah, they do have some interesting explanations to it, because if God is sovereign, for one thing, they'll say, if God is sovereign and He knows the beginning, from the end, then at some point He has to know. But my problem is, if God makes people sin, then why does He condemn people for sinning? That's what doesn't make sense to me.
That's where this thing comes. We are not robots. He wants volunteer loves. For example, you don't want to love your girlfriend like if you love her, you leave her alone. It's just like that. God loves us, so He leaves us alone. so we could love him back.
But you are
I don't know about.
familiar.
Well,
You are
I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Well, I don't think it's so cut and dry on that. I know there's a lot of individuals out there who think that they're like, well, God loves everybody. There are passages like Psalms 5:5 where it says that God hates all workers of iniquity, all those who deliberately sin against him. So it's kind of iffy. If you feel I'm wrong, Beckle, feel free to correct me or anybody in here.
Yeah, you brought it right out of Scripture, so I can't disagree. It's Psalm 11:5 says pretty much the same thing. You know, Jacob I loved, Esau I hated. You know, see, it all goes back to grace. It all goes back. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nadia.
And the I guess scope of the atonement of Christ, whether it's sufficient for all or just the elect. So,
I think it's proficient for all nations, for every every person, yellow, black, and white. They're happy in the sight.
Yeah, there's kind of a semantic thing that Tom brought up, and John, if you could mute back up again, some people have trouble hearing me when you're getting back a bit. Thanks. Well, remember Tom brought up that it was kind of a semantic issue where, there's a sense in which, the same sacrifice could save all if that was the intention, but as it was carried out, it was directed in a way only toward the elect. So, does that make sense? Am I understanding the position properly?
Unfortunately, I didn't catch the first half of what you said, Nadia.
I was saying, with respect to limited atonement, I mean, you and Tom had a discussion where it sounded as if the same sacrifice would be powerful enough to save all if it were directed toward all, but the intention was only directed toward the elect. And so in that sense, it was kind of, sufficient for all, but limited to the elect at the same time as it was, truly, really only sufficient for the elect because of that directionality to it. Does that make sense?
Well,
is that a proper characterization of your position?
You talking about the Calvinist position?
Yeah, what you and Tom were discussing.
Well, here's the thing, Nadia. I think there's a confusion comes when people are talking about the body of Christ and then they're talking about the elect. All right? I think that the elect are a separate group, separate and apart from the body of Christ. I don't believe that they're one and the same. Now, there's some people that do, but I personally would not feel that the elect would be part of the body of Christ. I think that would be separate. And then not only do we have the elect, but we also have the 144,000, and I believe those are separate from the elect. All right, so we actually have several groups going on at the same time. Well, I disagree, Beckel. I think they're, why would you, if the elect are part of the body of Christ, then why not just say body of Christ, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I believe that they're separate and apart. I believe the 144,000 are separate and apart. And the reason I say the 144,000 because it says they get a special stone. All right, they get a special stone that they wear around their necks. All right. The normal body of Christ doesn't get such a stone, but the 144,000 do. And it doesn't mention the elect getting that special stone either. All right, just the 144,000 get.
Yeah, it makes it clear. I mean, this isn't like something leaning into an atheological argument. This is like, me checking in, trying to figure out, what it is you believe, and making sure I'm not strawmanning you or misunderstanding or misrepresenting your position.
Yeah, as far as you're talking about the white stone, that's not only given to the 144,000, that's given to all believers. It says in Revelation 2:17, that he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. To the one who conquers, I will give some of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone with a new name written on it, on the stone, that no one knows except the one who receives it. So this is not appointed only to the 144,000. but it's to all of the body of Christ. And I say that all of the body of Christ are the elect. You can't be a part of the body if you're not a believer, according to what we see in John 15 and several other passages.
I'm not so sure, Veckel, because Jesus said, "Anybody that comes unto me, I will in no wise cast out."
Exactly, that's part of the Well, if you're saying body of Christ, meaning that it could be full of consist of of false converts.
No,
in that way, then I would agree with you. But
no.
when we're talking about the intrinsic manner, we're talking about the body of Christ is the elect, because
I don't know.
I mean, there's no distinction though. They're one and the same.
Well, no, wait a minute though.
144,000 are also the elect too.
If you go now, wait a minute. If you go into the Hebrew and the Greek, though, they're two different words, bro.
Well, yeah, of course.
Why would now? Wait a minute. If it's the body of Christ, then why make the distinction? Why not just say body of Christ?
That's fine. No. I mean, you don't have to say body of Christ or every time.
But that's what I'm trying
both
to
have the same.
They made a clear distinction, though. That's what I'm trying
there's no distinction. It's just a different word for the same people. That's all.
Maybe I'm not wording it right or something, but I mean, for me, okay, if I'm reading a book, all right, let's say, all right, I'll take Moby Dick off my shelf here, and I'm reading Moby Dick, all right, and you got these two guys, one's Joe, the other one's Jim, all right, and but they're both longshoremen, all right. Now I can say, these men were longshoremen. But when I want to talk about one or the other guys, what do? I don't say he's a longshoreman. I say Jim or James, don't I? See, you get what I'm saying? You have the body of Christ.
Okay, I have to go.
Oh, you have to go?
Okay.
Bye.
Well, in order.
You get what I'm trying to say to you, okay? You have the body of Christ. Then on top of that, you have the elect. Then on top of that, you have the 144,000. That's the way it looks to me.
No, I think what you're doing is you're getting mixed up with what they are intrinsically and their roles. See, for instance, my wife and I, we're both the elect. We're both saved. We're both believers in Christ. However, we're not the same person, or neither do we have the same roles. The 144,000, as well as the elect, they're both elect. They're both in Christ. They're both saved. However, one group has a different purpose. That's why the 144,000 is known as the 144,000, because they have a specific role in this whole grand scheme.
Of course, they're unique.
But they're not. But they are still the same, though. They're no different.
Okay, all right. All of us that actually believe in the Christ, whether you're a pagan, a Jew, or a Christian, if you believe in the Christ, you are, in that body, all right? But I as a pagan that believes in Christ, may not necessarily be an elect or be a 144,000 member.
Now, explain what you mean by that, because that doesn't sound like anything out of the Scripture.
Well, I believe in Christ, and Christ said he wouldn't cast me out if I believed in him. Now, I don't necessarily consider him deity like you do, but I do believe that he's the Messiah. I do believe he's the doorway, and I do believe.
Wait. So you saying you're one of the elect?
No, I'm saying I may not be. I don't know. I don't know. The only one that can know that is God.
So give me the distinction between the elect and the body of Christ. What's the difference, according to you?
Well, my read of the scriptures seems to indicate that the elect are set aside for a particular purpose, and maybe even a purpose that we don't even have a clue about yet, But it seems to me like if they're going to make a distinction like that, then that means they've got some kind of special purpose, or they've got some kind of special favor from God, perhaps. I mean, we all get gifts from God, but maybe they got some sort of special gift from God or some sort of special favor from God that may not even be in Scripture. I don't know. But it seems to me if they're going to make a distinction like that, that there's got to be some reason for it, you know?
Okay.
Vaughn, have you recently changed your view system?
No, I've always
Well, you and I we talked a few weeks ago about the afterlife for a little bit, and I could have swore that you had said that you believe that you're going to become a statue where a pigeon
Yes.
shit on you all day.
Yes.
So,
I'm going to be a statue.
Okay.
I'm going to Valhalla where I'll be a statue and I'll have pigeons shit on me all day. Yeah.
All right, I just wanted to make sure because I've been noticing for the last few weeks you've been really defending and making some pretty good points about biblical stuff and everything.
Well, I just, you know, I don't know what it is, but I do believe in the Christ. I don't believe it like you guys do. I don't believe he's a deity, but I do believe he's the doorway. And without that doorway, none of us have anything, you know. So
well, if you believe that he's the doorway and he is basically the realm to the afterlife, then why would you think that you're going to be a statue that gets pooped on by birds?
And Valhalla is a special place reserved for warriors. All right. It's the place of honored warriors that fought in battle, and you know, we're idolized by being made into a statue. Don't ask me, go ask the Norse. Okay, they're the ones that came up with it. But you know, I mean, now is that the way it's going to go down? I really don't know. That's why I make jokes about it, because I really don't know. But I have been a warrior in many different respects, and you know, I do feel like I will make it to Valhalla. Now, if you want to consider Valhalla a special section of heaven or whatever, that's fine. You know, and it could very well be that way. I mean, you could have Summerfields over here, heaven here, and Valhalla over here, for all I know. You know,
Vaughn, I don't mind sitting here saying that you're a tough guy who backs up his setup and all that, and I'll even throw you in there in the category of warrior. But it just seems to me that if the afterlife meant that I was going to be a statue getting shit on all day, that's definitely a view I'd get away from as quickly as possible.
Well,
I don't like birds pooping on my car. I don't think I'd want that happen to me.
You have to understand, man. You know, I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I don't have a problem with that at all. You know, I mean, huh? Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say hello to Administrator. We were, I guess, discussing an aspect of salvation I don't entirely understand, so you can bring your insight into it. I'd be much obliged. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. But, you know, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. I really don't. I honestly don't have a problem with it. I mean, I've already, you know, from my perspective, I've already been recycled back down here several times. I'm done. You know, I'm
Wait,
finished.
you literally believe that you're going to become a statue, or was that a joke?
Partially joke, partially possibility.
Okay.
You know, I honestly don't know. You know, but you know, but I mean, read about it. Valhalla is a place of honored dead. That's what happens. You become a statue, and you're honored for all eternity. You know,
why would somebody want to? That's the thing, though. I mean, if I got put in a situation where, okay, I'm going to be a warrior and I'm going to go out on the battlefield and rock and roll, you know, I mean, I can see the honor doing it if it's in a justified manner. But if the reward is becoming a statue where I get shit on by pigeons, it's like, maybe I don't want to be a warrior then, you know?
I added the pigeon thing. I don't know about the pigeon thing, all right? Most likely no pigeons. I don't know if there's pigeons in Valhalla. I have no idea. But, you know, I added the pigeon thing, admittedly. But, yeah.
Well, if you're a statue, though, right?
Well,
it's not like you can be able to move out of the way if something does come flying in.
I can see where you have a problem dealing with it. I do not. I don't have a problem. I really don't. You know, if they want to honor me in that way, fine and dandy with me. I mean, what's the alternative? Sit up there and playing harps for all eternity? I mean, you know.
But
the Bible doesn't teach
say
that.
that we're sitting there doing harps and harmonicas and all
The
that
only,
stuff.
the only thing, right? But the only thing we know is that Jesus said, you know, they're building a place for people. Okay, well, when all that building is done, when all that construction is done, then what? You know.
Again, though, Vaughn, you remember what Paul says. He quotes a passage from Isaiah. It says, "No eyes have seen, nor ears have heard the wonderful things that are waiting for us in heaven for those that love God." So we can't even begin to comprehend what heaven is going to be like, what the new earth is going to be like, except for what we can see here in this earth.
Right, but there's no indication that we'll be doing anything of any constructive effort other than building buildings, and once that's done, okay, fine. You know, fine. You know, we go up there, we build buildings, but once that construction is done, then what?
Well, bouncing off
we'll
on what you just said, Vaughn, you still you got another problem in there, because the Bible also does say there's certain knowledge that which path is all understandings. I mean, we don't know, nor we may not even know what's going to happen until then, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be bad, or that doesn't mean that we don't know what is going to happen right now, because God could reveal it to us later.
Yeah, and also it's asserted by many Christians that there won't be any sense of time. We'll be in eternity, so we'll just exist. That's it. We won't have any notion of what's going on tomorrow, or man, how long we been here. No. I think we're just going to be as God is. That's why he calls himself Yahweh, because
right. Everything's outside of the realm of time and space.
Yeah, he just simply is. He's not, and I think we'll be the same way in our eternal state as well.
Well, you're outside.
So everything will always be new.
Well, yeah.
And I'm speaking as a finite creature, so I don't know what eternity feels like. But
there's no way we can really truly comprehend it. You're right. There's no way.
Well, eternity, I guess we can, it depends on if you're at the hospital or in the DMV, you could get in a sense what eternity might feel like. But I mean, other than that, I don't know.
I don't know what you guys are upset about. I really don't.
Or if you're shopping with your wife. Ugh.
I don't see a problem with becoming a statue and being honored for all eternity. I don't see a problem with it.
Are you, as a statue, in your particular view on this, Vaughn, are you conscious of just sitting there as a statue?
I'd actually have to read up on that. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I am. I don't know.
Well, can you do me a favor, Vaughn? I'll tell you what, I'll make a deal with you on this. Today, sometime, whenever you have some time to yourself, go out into your yard and just stand there absolutely still for about, 3 hours. Don't move.
Might not have a choice. It's so cold outside.
I've already done that.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's a statue, right?
I've already done that.
It's true.
It's 25 below zero outside. I've already done it.
Right. So is it going to be cold here or warm, or is there no temperature?
I have no idea. I don't have a clue.
But you get what I'm saying? I think that things might get a little unexciting after a little while if you're conscious.
Yes.
It could even be a temporary thing. I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to read up on it again. But I'm going by memory right now. Because I don't have it all up front.
Curiosity, Vechel, did you see your personal message?
My personal message?
Yeah.
On the side here?
Yeah, no, not on the side. It's in your Google Plus message.
Oh.
I sent you a video I sent to someone else. Anyway, yeah, I think what Brett's point being that you're going to be staying out there for a long time.
Right.
So you might as well just get used to it, if you believe that.
I really don't see a problem with it. But, whatever. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
When you say that we're turned into statues, and I'm just going along with this, what does it mean that they're honoring us? Does this mean that there are individuals who are going to walk up to us and go, wow, that Von Helton statue is pretty cool. Okay, now I'm going to go do something else.
Yeah.
I mean, is...
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. You would be displayed for all to see, yes.
Well, I much rather be in fellowship with all my brothers and sisters in Christ, as well as with God, and also catching up with some of the patriarchs, rather than sitting there as a statue waiting for a pigeon to poop on me. That just sounds utterly boring. That sounds like hell to me rather than heaven.
Pigeons. I
Can
had
you
them.
imagine how many birds would poop on your face?
That's right.
Pigeons.
Yeah, he
Oh,
did
then
that.
when it
He
gets cold,
technically Vaughn just added the pigeons.
Oh, he added the pigeons? Oh, man.
Yeah.
You,
He
you,
could have went the doves, but he did the pigeons thing.
you realize when that stuff hit, if you had like a piece of aluminum foil outside and it hit it, it would go through it. That's how hard it hit your face.
Oh, man.
I guess it wouldn't have mattered, though, even if you had said doves, though, because you know what the difference between dove poop and pigeon poop is, don't you, Vaughn?
Probably not. No.
Nothing. Ain't that terrible? Are you feeling all right over there, Nadia?
She's in California, right? I mean, so
I'm getting
Pretty warm where she's at.
Really? You live in California?
Yeah.
You do me a favor? I throw you
I'm in
some
Oakland,
gas money. You go down to YouTube and yell at some people for me. But that company is just ridiculous.
Well, last time well, actually I can't talk about that, but or at least not on air. But yeah, they won't let me in.
You actually went there?
to YouTube?
Well, let's keep it in sidebar text chat for discussions that there are.
Yeah, I've thought
you're
a
not
few
supposed to really
times
call on air.
going up there and talk with them damn people.
Yeah.
Especially those who are working with me and Von Helton's YouTube channel. I'll tell you what.
Exactly.
Well, I can tell you this on this regard. You have to lose about 4 lug nuts and 3 bolts in order to go talk to him.
That's rough. That's rough. You actually went to the headquarters. Tell you what, Nadia.
Well, don't say whose headquarters. These
Yeah.
things aren't supposed to go. Not supposed to be divulged in public.
Yeah, we might get the band hammer put on us, so let's be discreet about it.
I hear
Not really.
See,
the
when,
reality is,
when Nadia says
won't
she
be that
went
much
to
trouble.
Google HQ, the
You
problem is
aren't
Google
supposed to say
is
that.
easy to go to.
Please, you mind not saying that?
Let's not get the band hammer.
Yep, so what should we talk about? What's the subject?
The band hammer is, they would put down is not bringing me in for their interview. So, anyway, well, I don't know, different types of prayer. I don't know, what do you think of the nature of the soul is, or I mean, any old thing like that.
Well, from what I get from when I read Genesis, the soul is the breath of life that God breathed into us. It's life itself, the embodiment of our being. That's what I get. If anybody has a different concept on it, I'm all ears.
Well, there are a number of different concepts of it, of how I guess the mind-body duality and such could play out. And they don't really fall into things like the breath of life and such. They actually fall into, well, pretty technical philosophical jargon like, you know, hylomorphic dualism, dual aspect theory, and, you know, various others. There's flat-out Cartesian dualism, too.
Can you give me like an example or an analogy or something to what you're getting at?
Okay. Dual aspect theory is like property dualism, where, you know, sort of abstract characteristics and such are these you know, kind of separate realm of being, and those end up being that kind of secondary affair. And dual aspect theory is really a sort of borderline neutral monism, saying that, you know, the sort of the body and the soul, where the soul is made up of these, you know, sort of abstractions that end up, you characterizing our essence are both derived from sort of single other substance, where property dualism outright is, it stops far short of positing that extra thing. And holomorphic dualism is, again, very much like dual aspect theory, where it goes on saying, essentially what the soul is our essence, and our essence is the sort of things that make us us in terms of these abstract characteristics and whatnot. So, but they are ultimately, have sort of primacy. The essence sort of precedes the existence, and persists beyond the existence of the body, but it's intimately chained to the body. The same sort of way that the instantiation of an essence is the existence, right? That's kind of the holomorphic dualism. And Cartesian dualism is kind of like the normal, very kind of hokey thing where you flat out have like some kind of ghost-like otherly thing, the soul floating out there somewhere, pulling the strings of your body like a marionette, and the body is kind of an entirely separate, disjoint thing from it.
And you don't believe that you have a soul or any of this like spiritual essence, do you?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, I'm an existentialist, right? Existence precedes essence, so that blows away the various property dualist affairs. Where, say, the existentialism would have privacy of existence, this neutral monism would have, kind of a mysterious third substance floating around, to have, bring into being both the essence and the existence. Where in the holomorphic affair, it's flat out, essentialist, and then the Cartesian affair, you have a different kind of concern, which is essentially the material subjection, the interaction problem, to that flat out ghost in the machine.
So you still go along with the concept of being predetermined chemicals, that you're pretty much more or less a sim, as a part of the parameters of a simulation.
No. I think the physical world is almost certainly the real world. The extent that there is like the possibility of a matrix is kind of like the same kind of an issue of the possibility of there being a God. I mean, it's an element of unfalsifiability to it, right?
When I say sim, I'm not talking about the matrix concept or in a petri dish or snow globe. I'm talking about that you're basically your predetermined chemicals. Your own thoughts are not actually your own thoughts. You're just reacting to the environment around you, almost like it's a script. If there's more to it, I'm all ears.
Yeah, there's more to it. There is a bit of dice playing in the universe, a stochastic element, but the stochastic element defies all patterns, anything that we would want to superimpose upon the quantum randomness and such, by virtue of our identities, the aging causation and such, would have the trouble of rendering that quantum randomness not random anymore. So once you're there, you have a sort of combination of hard determinism, where all the superpositions are hard deterministics, and then hard indeterminism, where all the stochastic drivers of this are defy any attempt of superimposing a pattern upon them.
So but you have stated that you're into this predetermined and no free will.
That's not predetermined because it's stochastic.
Now, what exactly does that particular word mean that you've put forth?
Stochastic means random or probabilistic.
Sarcastic, like in whatever. Yeah, what do you mean?
Stochastic.
Stochastic.
It means random, probabilistic, and indeterministic. I'll spell it in the sidebar text.
I'm sorry, the guy threw on the static when you're sitting there talking. I'm really trying to understand you and get educated on this. Stochastic. Let me look that up while we're talking.
Can someone hear me now?
I gotta be honest with you. I'm starting to get annoyed with you. I mean, you keep on not leaving your mic muted, and I can't hear Nadia. I'm trying to get a understanding where she's coming from. Let's work on that, all right?
Sorry, I don't understand.
Okay. Let me hit paste. See what this word means. Goodness gracious, Nadia. Every time I come in here, I gotta get out my notebook and pen. Sheesh. Rough.
Nadia, can you hear me?
Randomly determined, having a random probability distribution or pattern that may be analyzed statistically but may not be predicted precisely. Huh.
Right, there's a hard indeterministic element to the universe beyond just the deterministic. And when that goes on, it defies any kind of... We hear you, John.
Nadia, this guy is starting to get on my last nerve. I'll tell you what. Trying to hear you. John, can you do us a favor, man? Can you learn how to mute the mic so I can hear her?
Yeah, sorry about that. When you leave your mic open, there's a lot of background noise. Anyway.
Okay, now it says randomly determined. Determined comes off as though it's something that has been set into place or selected. Then how can it be randomly and determined all at the same time?
There's a combination of both the deterministic and indeterministic elements. The deterministic way is how the quantum wave functions, probability fields, such combine. When you have, say, for instance, a quote-unquote observer, an interaction of the systems of could literally be something with agency or whatever, or consciousness doing observation, or it could be simply two physical systems interacting. Either way, once they do get connected that way, you have this superposition, and they form one combined bigger wave function for the total. Now, you still see the quantum randomness also, but at the same time, the way they combine, that superposition, that's the deterministic aspect. Okay, so hopefully that clarifies that.
Well,
go ahead.
In one of the synonyms of this, it's deterministic system. How is it possible to have the random with something that is determined system?
Right. These random things, these probability waves and such, interact in a deterministic way.
But isn't it like this that the superposition is not random?
Oh, I can't hear him either. Jeez, what is with all the crappy microphones? Go ahead.
Right. Superposition.
Sorry, is it you still a bad voice, or I just bought a table microphone?
It's still really bad, Balthasar. But even so, basically, Brett, the thing he said was the superposition is not random.
The superposition, you say?
Right.
All right. What is the
Combine.
superposition? And I should regret my question.
That's the way the probability waves combine.
Okay,
when they interact with each other, when they affect each other, the way they affect each other is not random.
When I hear the word system, though, I immediately think organization, something that's already got a set amount. How can you get the random if the numbers sooner or later will even out?
They don't necessarily even out, but although you might mean something like reversion to the mean.
I'm going to have to definitely look into it more. Feel free to explain more if you like, but it's just kind of odd for me. Plus, it's 7 in the morning, and my brain is oatmeal right now, so I'm working on it.
No worries, but the main thing is that quantum randomness throws in the part that makes it not predetermined.
Nadia, if you don't mind me asking outside of this real quick, how did you come to all this information? I noticed that you seem to be damn diverse in the topics you're able to talk about. How did you get so expansive in your horizons on this? If this person would mute their damn mic so I can hear you, that'd be nice. Go ahead.
I don't know. I didn't try. Baltazar, I think it might be your mic.
What do you mean you didn't try? Obviously, you had to have took the effort to open up some books and do all this kind of stuff. What I'm asking you is what inspired you or motivated you to just take in all this kind of stuff? Because my goodness, you have a fantastic mind.
Well, thank you. But like I said, I made no particular effort.
You just sat there and all this education and information just popped right in your head like that?
Well, one thing I should point out is that I actually read faster than average. I can literally read the Bible in a day, cover to cover.
In a day?
Yes, a day.
That's incredible.
There's some people out there I've heard that actually have that ability, so I'm a bit shocked. So but even if you say that you could read this quickly and be able to absorb information this fast, what in the first place inspired you to read these particular things like what we've been talking about?
I don't recall any specific motivations. I mean, apart from the mathematical ones, which can very rarely be discussed amongst Google Plus viewers.
Let me give you an example, and if I'm being confusing here. I wouldn't have known nothing about statues and pigeon shit hadn't Von Helton brought that up to me. Now I'm going to go end up reading up on this, and I'm going to find out all kinds of new neat stuff. I have a hard time believing that you just sat in your room and one day just these books started flying at you on their own. Obviously, there was some kind of inspiration, or someone told you, hey, you should check out this book on this stochastic stuff, or whatever it's pronounced, and you went and looked at it. Why did you do that for?
I've been to libraries. I would read various things in libraries when I went to them. I even
did someone say to you, Nadia, you ought to read this book, or did you just go in one day and just like start from A to Z and just start reading everything up like a damn computer?
Jean-Paul Sartre wrote a book called Nausea. Not Nausea, really. Where he had a character called the Autodidact. Autodidact meaning self-taught. who was reading all the books in our library in alphabetical order. I didn't quite do that. But when things caught my interest in the libraries, I did read them. And I gained access to university libraries.
Why, out of all the information that you've read about, did you come to the conclusion that you're just this random, determined system? I mean, why this?
Well, to my understanding, it's how mechanics of the universe are, more generally, and then I am simply, one sort of cog in the wheels of mechanics of the universe.
Right. Hey, Hillbilly, how you doing? And all the new individuals that came in. We're just sitting here
just enjoying a little bit of breakfast, listening to the conversation.
Man, I could sure use some breakfast right now. I got me a hot cup of coffee, and that's about it. I have to go in there and chew on something here in a little while. I hope you've been doing good, Hillbilly. I haven't got to hear from you for a while. Right now, we're discussing a particular viewpoint of Nadia's. Stochastic, I guess, or chastic, or is it castic?
Stochastic.
Okay, stochastic.
Sounds mostly okay.
See, I'm terrible with names. Somebody say their name's Bob, I'll say, what, boob? So we got the definition of this is randomly determined. Doesn't that sound weird? Determined sounds like something that's kind of selected, and randomly, of course, it sounds like, well, you're going to get whatever pops out of the hat. But even then, it's a set system. You're bound to get whatever information is in the hat. That's what's confusing me here.
It kind of sounds like, military intelligence. Those two words just don't go together.
I'm still listening to you, Nadia, and that's a good point. I don't even know what the hell military intelligence even is trying to say. It sounds like a circle square to me.
Oh, dear. Well, they study quite a number of historical battles and tactics and mechanics and everything else. They try to understand their own weapons to a great degree.
Sorry for interrupting. Is the noise as
No,
terrible?
All-Star, it never is. We've been talking off and on for 2 weeks now. I keep telling you, this is crappy as the day before.
Yeah, but I just bought a new microphone. It's not better.
Well, then there's something wrong with your computer. You need to throw some holy water on it or something. It's demonic.
Well, sir, unfortunately, you have a lot of distortion on your mic, and you do pick up background noise when you're not speaking.
So is it background noise now or my voice?
Oh my goodness, he sounds like Optimus Prime.
Holy crap, what was that?
I know, isn't it
Sounds
rough?
like he's in a damn subway station or some shit.
I have substantial hearing damage, and I still understand that, but...
Well, you've got the headphones on and everything, so it's a little bit closer to your ear. You can kind of make that crap out. It's hard for me. Listen, Ballstar, pay attention to me, all right? Click on your speaker icon next to your clock. Go into recording devices. See if there's any other mics running at the same time, like an internal mic. Disable everything except for the microphone that you're wanting to use. Click on that microphone you're using, click properties, and go through the crap at the top, the tabs, and turn some of that shit down. It's horrible. All right, back to our conversation, Nadia, while he's breaking his computer over there.
All right. So, where are you trying to head?
Where am I trying to head? I'm still trying to understand how the hell randomly and determined works. You're losing me all over the place.
Okay, so as I mentioned, the interactions are deterministic, where the kind of baseline underlying probability clouds are indeterministic, and when those combine together, you have superposed wave functions. So it's like basically the entire universe, in principle, is one giant wave function.
You ever run any kind of program like Cakewalk or Audacity or Cool Edit Pro before, Nadia?
Audacity is available for Linux, so I have started it up, but I have not been successful carrying out any actual audio editing. I kind of have trouble understanding the video and audio editing software.
It just seems like whenever you run one of these things, and I don't know if you've ever seen any of these cop shows or Criminal Minds or anything, and I myself, I used to screw around with music and sound engineering, but seems like even at the smallest level of the waves and the fluctuations, I don't know how many people deal in this, but you can actually, there's a mathematical coherency there, or you would not be able to edit the wave. It always seems to have a frame, time, and a setup, end, and beginning to it. You follow, unless you cut and splice, but it's always going to come out to something.
A little bit. Let's check in with everyone else, see if there are more than two of us in the conversation. We have Von, Beckel, Desert, Christian, Bill, Balthazar, and Administrator.
Well, when it comes to Audacity, I'm quite familiar with that program. I've used it on a regular basis, and what Brett is saying is quite true. When you look at the waveform, especially when you enhance the waveform itself, you look at it in a much tighter pattern. Where something might look as a smooth sine wave, you enhance it and get closer and closer into that wave. Excuse me. You actually see little jumbles or little spikes in that wave pattern that used to look small. And each one of those adds to the information that is being conveyed. Now, once again, it goes back to the information. It can't be randomly, did you say randomly designed or randomly, what was it again?
Determined.
Randomly determined. Random and determined are polar opposites. Random is basically just throwing the dice down and seeing what happens. Determined means the dice are loaded and you're going to roll sevens all the time and get shot when you go to the casino.
Actually, I have used some like Spectroscope, etc. type software for the purposes of, well, voice training and practice to work on largely pitch because it's pretty difficult to keep up with the other aspects of voice in real time, though I've made some efforts to improve intonation as well. They were less successful. The other aspects don't show up quite as readily or recognizably on the spectroscopes and such. Those would be, well, breathing patterns, enunciation, head resonance, and of course things like grammar, vocabulary, and what you might call various kinds of interrogative moods, or otherwise maybe assertiveness and phrasing. Go ahead.
Well, the reason why I even brought up all these sound software and all that kind of stuff is because you described the universe and the makeup as like that of a wave, fluctuation, but even within that, what I'm basically saying, even at the smallest level, if you zoomed in on it, as also Hillbilly eloquently put forth, it has a determined number. There's always a pattern. That's one of the reasons why we're able to do the editing of sound, and you got sound engineers, because you can get right down to it and take out any kind of imperfections or issues. And sometimes imperfections actually make it unique and better. Go ahead.
Oh, I understand. The difference here is that the probability wave is really just got a probability density function. And the idea of it being called a wave and such is that it's not uniform. It has various peaks and valleys, like the electron orbitals are the probability waves of electrons as they surround a nucleus. And furthermore, these kind of non-uniform distributions end up being, in many ways, unlike a spectrograph or similar, or otherwise like Fourier transform of audio signal. So, in that respect, it's a different category of being.
All right, fair enough. I do see that some people are scratching their head and other people are being real quiet. Maybe not to be cold. Maybe this particular subject's a bit of out of the arena what some people are wanting to get into. You guys got anything you want to bring up or subject, Nadia? We could talk about this later if you like. I got you on Skype.
No, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Well, maybe I do want to hear from more people. I didn't ask administration to come in just for nothing, or just to listen. So yeah, maybe if we went on to the nature of the soul, people might have more to say about it.
No, you know how you said, Nadia, you like to try to understand people's way of thinking, kind of like how they pick. I'm like that too. I like to try to understand why people have the systems of views they do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, how closely have the various of you who believe in souls looked into the nature of the soul? Do you have like a kind of like nailed down idea, or are you thinking it's kind of a mystery, but you're pretty darn sure there's some kind of soul there, or you've nailed down a few key points, but maybe not the whole shebang? What are your thoughts on the soul?
Well, the thing is, Nadia, is that I noticed when you were talking about the soul earlier, you used a lot of 25-cent words. I'm more of what you call a common sense guy. I try to break things down, keep it simplistic. You'd have to be kind of specific on what you're getting at. From what I see, and I'm talking about biblically, that the soul is the life that God breathed into it, to us. It's the essence. But if you have, like, you want to bring up some other theological views on that or understandings of it, then, I'm all ears. I always enjoy learning.
An animating force sounds very much like Cartesian dualism, but essence, on the other hand, sounds more like a holomorphism or dual aspect. So, yeah, it seems like you're kind of combining two of the different, 25-cent, or two or three of the different 25-cent words, or splitting the difference between them, which, isn't a bad thing, but.
Well, I'm terrible with
like
names.
where you are, yeah.
I'm terrible with the names thing. That's my issue. If someone brings something up, I can go, oh, yeah, I've been in this kind of conversation before, but, I mean, right off the bat, though, some of the stuff is like, whoa. You follow what I'm saying, Nadia?
Yeah, and that's kind of why I try to turn around and say, okay, well, instead of like me starting from, a 25-cent word and trying to break it down, why don't we start from, what your thoughts are about it, try and build it up toward, which 25-cent word it might match, or if it splits the difference between a couple of them, say, okay, you're kind of blending two of these ideas, or maybe more. So, and that way we can get an idea of what you're actually thinking of here.
Well, on this particular subject, I wouldn't mind. I've got something I can throw out there on this subject that maybe everybody might be able to hit on. Is when all of you, if whoever's got a decent working microphone that won't make us all disgusted the moment we hear it, my question is for you, is when you look in the mirror, do you see nothing but chemicals, or do you see that there's more to you than? Can you sense, or at least see when you look in the mirror, that there's more to you than just what you're seeing before you? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
Who are you talking to?
All of you. You do feel like there's more to you than just. I mean, just reach out your hands right now and look at them. You do realize that you are more than that, right? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, yeah, I know that part, but
I think that's a question more targeted towards an atheist.
yeah, that's more of a that's more not just atheist, but Gnostic and agnostic.
Right. It was kind of a way just to let everybody participate in the conversation.
You know, I'm pretty sure me and Beckler are eating.
Okay, fair enough. Just rub it in. I don't have no breakfast in front of me. Just rub that damn salt right in. What about you, Vaughn? Vaughn, I understand that you have a belief and everything, but you obviously realize that you're more than just
a statue.
Well, let's hope so. Okay, what are we looking at, Nadia? Are we going to do some video games or what?
What in the world? Oh, off with his head. Off with his head.
This is Ashlotta from Soul Calibur 4. She's a girl made out of clockwork. And as you can see, she has robot arms and so on. And, well, granted, I don't see anything quite as nice as that in the mirror, but, well, clockwork. Clockwork, well, kind of like the title of this thing, is what I see of much of the world, including myself.
Are you saying that you see yourself as like a extraordinary clock?
I don't know that I'd say so much extraordinary, but I'd say, well, yeah, gears and cogwheels and mainsprings and all that sort of thing is.
Well, you know, a clock has a
pretty
design.
much what I do there.
It has a design and it has a purpose.
Sure, but that's where the analogy breaks down because I say otherwise.
You do believe that a clock has a purpose and also it's designed, though, right?
Well, a real clock would. This analogy breaks down at that point.
Okay, then what comparison do you have with a clock then?
Well, I'm very much machinery that way. Bear with me while I get bed bugs out of my headset.
Uh-oh, you got poop on the headphone set?
Bugs. She has bugs.
Yeah, I can't wear headphones. I got too big of a damn head. I got like a Kenny Rogers head, you know what I mean?
She's got the six-legged kind of bugs.
Yeah. That's rough.
Brett, you can't wear any kind of headphones at all?
I can wear those big Mickey Mouse things. I could probably wear the kind of headphones Nephilim Free's got, but I'm not going to be walking around looking like Mickey Mouse. Hell with that. Besides, it's too tight and it like sucks into my ear. One of my ears is damaged. So when I've got sound going directly into it, it's one of the reasons I started getting away from doing music, even though I loved it. It was irritating the piss out of my ear and giving me headaches, especially when my brother would go into high arpeggios and be like, can't you keep it on the low E? Come on, you know?
Yeah, I hear you.
Funny, my brother gets into music, so yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. And it's so weird, too, because I enjoy a lot of slow as well as hard and heavy rock, but if it's music that goes way up into the highs for too long, it's like, damn it, I got to turn that off. But on the other hand, there's music out there that's got a real low beat to it that annoys the piss out of me, too. I can't stand a lot of hip-hop. It's just, it irritates me, you know. It's just mostly the newer stuff, though, not the older stuff so much.
Are you trying to say you hate fireflies?
No, it's just, well, I don't want to go into that route. We were in a good subject, and if I start going on my little rant and everything, I'm going to piss people off because everybody's like religious about their music, right? So let's stay away from that.
I'm probably the second most religious person in this room next to Veckle. I didn't say nothing about it.
Well, I'm talking about, you know, if you bring up certain musicians and you say you don't like that guy or you like that guy, all of a sudden everybody gets pissed off. It's like a lot of people out there think that, like, oh damn, I'll just give one example, take the punch in the mouth, and then move on. How's that sound? Led Zeppelin. I think they got some decent songs. I do not think that they are the most fantastic. I think they're extremely overrated. The same with the damn Beatles. I'll go ahead and throw that second one in there and give you a left and a right. Okay? There you go.
I could mention a lot more bands than that. But go ahead,
As
Norton.
far as music goes, I think, well, I had high hopes that Godflesh would revolutionize the lunch meat industry, but unfortunately, we lost Brian Greene, so it was not the physicist.
Right.
Okay.
You still haven't explained the comparison of you and a clock, though, Nadia. I don't want you getting away from that one.
Well, I wasn't comparing myself to a clock.
Well, you put the little clock lady up there and everything, and then you said that you kind of described.
She's not a timepiece. She wasn't a timepiece. She was her, body and such was things like gears and clockwork, or she was wound up by spring and such.
Hmm. Hello, Jane. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
We're sitting here having a discussion. If you don't mind me asking, what's your theological position, your political disposition?
Libertarian. I'm an evangelical Christian. I am also a Christian, a psychic, but I work with God, and I wanted to just get a part of the conversation.
A sidekick God?
A psychic, yeah, like a Christian psychic. I don't know how to. I work with God, with readings and whatnot.
In other words, God gives you words of knowledge.
Okay. It's kind of odd. I've never heard anyone describe themselves as a sidekick of God. It kind of makes it sound
Not
like
a
Batman and
sidekick,
Robin
but
or
a
something.
psychic, like a.
Oh,
a
sidekick.
Yes, not a
Oh,
sidekick.
I thought you were saying sidekick, like
No.
Batman and Robin. I was like, what the hell is she talking about?
Oh, I'm a sidekick, not a sidekick.
No.
I apologize.
No.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know
that
what
seemed pretty silly though.
There's a great many evangelical Christians that believe they get words of knowledge from God, and then they, tell that individual what God said. She's, I know what she's talking about.
All right, psychic. Basically, you feel that you can tell the future.
No, you cannot. That is completely impossible.
All right, what is it that you think that you're able to do?
What I'm able to do is tell you what's going on in your life right now.
Okay, I'm all ears.
Like, I don't really like doing readings anymore because of how bad it is, because I am also an ESP. I have the ability to feel your pain. When I do readings on dead people, I feel the moment they died. That's happened so many times, and it's, yeah, whenever I connect to the other side.
Okay, Jane, before you continue, you do realize, I want to make sure of this because you seem like a real sweetheart, all right? You do realize that you are on a live broadcast that's being recorded.
Yeah, I've been
You
watching
also
all this
realize
stuff
that
lately.
you're amongst a diverse crowd. There are believers, and then there are non-believers, and you know how some people can be a little pissy, right?
Yeah, I know. Trust
Okay.
me, I've been watching Nadia's stuff for a few days now.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Good, then
And
you're
he's
up to date on things. Good deal. So you wouldn't be interested in telling me a little bit about myself? Because I always like to learn new things about myself. Sometimes I shock myself. Not in the electricity type sense, although that has happened.
I have a question. What's your name again? Jane?
You can call me Panda.
Panda? Okay, so Panda, you so you said you're a Christian, evangelical Christian,
Mhm.
but you have these abilities where. Okay, now can you harness these abilities at any time, or they have to be given to you, or?
I can control it. I control it. I control turning it on and turning it back off.
Can you tell me what I'm eating right now?
I don't like to do that because that also throw it makes the spirits that help me. You know, we all have spirits that help each other and help us. It isn't always God. There is people that
Jane, you do realize, obviously, Jane, you do realize if you come into a room with a bunch of people and you say, "Hey, I've got these awesome abilities," and then we're like, "Yay!"
I don't abuse them that way.
Yeah, but you brought it up. You know that man is naturally curious. He's gonna want to know something.
Yeah, I got a lot of other questions too, if you don't mind me asking.
Can I try a question?
Sure.
Sure.
This one would actually help me in a certain way because I want to know where to have my ashes sent. Where are my husband's ashes?
I'm not a dowser. I do not locate. That is not one of my things. I work with relationships. I work with social things. There are many people that work with dowsing and things like that, but I don't work in that sense. Trust me, I can't even find my own things, but I can basically connect with the other side. There's all gifts are faculty. I work on relationships and mediumships more than anything else.
Do you
Can you tell me whether they were scattered or? Well, can you tell me whether they were scattered somewhere or whether they're being kept in an urn?
I feel like they're kept up safe, but
Do you think they're kept in an urn? Okay.
I feel like they're kept up safe.
Can I?
There is a lot of. Mhm.
All right, so let me ask a question. So you say you're Christian, right? So I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit, see where you are doctrinally and theologically, if you don't mind. You believe that Jesus is the Christ? That he died on the cross, rose from the grave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that he's the way, the truth, and the life, and no man comes through the Father except through him?
Mm-hmm.
And that he is the only way?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you you mentioned something about the dead? Do you communicate with the dead?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
It isn't bad to do that. I believe that a long time ago, whenever you look at the King James Version Bible came out, and you look at the Vatican and how that's whenever around the time people were very, very abrasive against witchcraft and killing people for witchcraft, basically. And witchcraft is not what I work with, but they were also killing people with gifts that they were born with. Now, around the time they were trying to say the King James Version was the way, if you did not read that version, then you were basically dead. We all know the true, authentic type of, like, the authentic Bible was the one in Hebrew. That was written first. You know what I mean? That was not translated and passed down over time.
All right, so I got a question for you. So, so you said that it's okay for you to, you do communicate with the dead then, and you said that it's okay, it's not a problem.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Jesus has given people, many gifts in the Bible, and I don't believe it's a problem. If it's a problem, then I guess I'm gonna have to answer to it. But I believe that the Bible a long time ago, the Bible we know today is corrupted. I believe that was corrupted through.
Okay.
You know,
Well, Well, let me ask you then. So if that's the case, do you have the original text for Leviticus 20, verse 27, and Deuteronomy 18, verse 11? Well, actually 10 through 11 and 12. You have the original text of what they originally said, other than what we have in the King James. Do you have a Bible with you?
Yes, it's lagging.
Okay.
This is the
Oh,
King
okay.
James version, though. I don't ever really read this because it is. My
Okay.
grandpa had it when he was
Yes.
locked up.
Okay. Well, let me read Leviticus 20, verse 27. Unless you want to read it, it's up to you. I can read it, or you can read
You
it.
can read it. I want you to read it.
Okay. It says, a man or woman who is a medium or a necromancer shall surely be put to death. They shall be stoned with stones. Their blood shall be upon them. Does that mean anything to you?
I know of that passage. I know of them saying that you can be stoned to death, killed. I don't believe that's what they originally put in there. That person Leviticus ever put that in there in the beginning. I believe it was changed in some sort of way
Wait, what person?
to prevent the truth being given up. Leviticus wrote
what person?
this chapter. Leviticus wrote this chapter.
Oh wow.
And
Okay.
a lot of these people, what?
Yeah, Leviticus. Yeah. Chapter
I'm
9.
sorry, but that's incorrect. Actually, that was Moses that wrote that.
Well, it's probably not Moses either, but it's attributed to Moses. It certainly isn't.
Actually, if you think about it, Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus are all. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus.
I'm sorry, I was told in Bible study, because I used to be a Reformed Baptist, and that's what they told me a long time ago. So, you know, I don't, I didn't really follow a lot of that because of their, fucking horrible ways. But that's what I was told as a young kid, that chapters were actually people at one point.
Jane, if you come into the rooms and you declare that you have some kind of supernatural ability or power, people on both sides, non-believers as well as believers, are going to question you. In fact, Christians are definitely going to, because they are told,
Yeah, I know that.
1 John chapter 4, verse 1 through 3, test all spirits, even those that claim they are of God. So you can't just come in and say, I can do these things, but then sit there and say, when someone questions you on it or asks you to show something, and then say, well, no, I won't do it.
If you've asked for a relationship reading, I can do that. There are many different things that these
I got one for you then.
Okay.
I got one for you.
But don't test me. Don't say, what am I doing right now, or something like that.
No, I got one for you. Well, what's the relationship between me and my mother right now?
There is a lot of tension. I feel there's a lot of tension.
Well,
I feel that you guys are basically in the front lines, being all nice and go lucky with each other, but in the back of each other's heads, you guys want to fucking yell at each other for some sort of fucking reason. You guys don't. I can feel you guys not understanding each other and not really liking each other, but acting like you do. But as I said.
Well, you know what's funny? About, I would say 1/10 of what you said was accurate. The rest of it was inaccurate, and I can tell you that from experience.
Okay.
So, just a scenario of a typical scenario of basically your own scenario played back at you. I pretty much just, not trying to say ruined your whole entire statement, but I pretty much just fed your statement right back to you as though it was not necessarily coherent.
Yeah, we hear the assertion a lot even amongst some professing Christians, that a lot of what we have in the Bible today has been corrupted, and we don't have the original text. My first reaction to that statement is, okay, well, what did the original text look like? Because I'm hearing this a lot lately, especially on the internet. Because once the internet came up, everybody became a genius, and now everybody knows everything about something, including myself. I'm not trying to say that it's just everyone else, not me, but however, lately I've been hearing a lot of people saying, predominantly non-believers, saying, well, much of what we have today in the Bible has been changed. I agree that we don't have the original copies. However, the burden of proof relies on the person who's making the assertion that we don't have a copy of the originals. So I'd like to see, according to you, if Leviticus 20 verse 27 is not what the original text said, then I'd like to know what source can you point me to that would show me that something completely different was said in Leviticus, or if that was even added. I don't know if that's your assertion or not.
I don't think there's any real evidence to point to that. I understand that people are trying to say that I have groundbreaking evidence to something that there may not even be evidence to. But I do know from other passages in the Bible where Jesus has given people these gifts. It's contradicting.
Even to talk to the dead?
It's contradicting to tell people that.
Jane, I want to ask you something. I'm going to take a break for a little bit and stuff and let Vekel handle you. I want you to do the same thing that you did for admin over there. Can you tell me about the relationship that I have with my grandmother?
I feel love, but I feel she's not around you anymore, physically. I feel like something happened to where you guys aren't connected in some sort of physical way. Like, I feel she was down the street from you, but now, in that sense, you either moved or she either moved in a physical form of way. But I'm also feeling pent-up anxiety. I'm feeling pent-up anxiety over it. She doesn't agree with you on some sort of level?
My grandmother died whenever I was 13 years old from cancer. All right, I'll take a break.
So, I have a slightly different view than a lot of other people in here, Jane. I don't think you necessarily have any burden of proof to prove to us that this is true, because I don't think you're trying to convince us of this, are you? I just came in. Maybe you were.
Not really. I don't go around trying to convince people I'm a psychic. I try to, I just talk about it. But I know I don't have a very strong gift. But the reason why I don't do a lot of these readings anymore is because I'm an ESP, and it fucking hurts every time I try to do. For example, his grandma died. You can't just fucking say, oh, I'm just gonna ask for a reading and not even tell you she died. I felt she died, but I didn't want to fucking say it. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's gonna be really, really emotionally messed up.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's two things. So number one, the least important thing is you'll understand and forgive us if we don't believe you, right?
I don't need you guys to believe me.
Okay, but you understand why we don't, why we're skeptical.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that.
And two, you do understand why this is offensive to people that don't believe you, right? That you could talk to their dead loved ones. I mean,
I believe it is very offensive to a lot of people who was like for him it may be very offensive. It's offensive to a lot of people. People are on the offense side.
And it might actually be dangerous, right? To open up old wounds and to speak for somebody else who's not there to speak for themselves.
It is dangerous. Yes, I know, but listen. I've been up all night. I haven't slept. But at the same time, I'm having a conversation with you guys. I'm not here to give anybody readings. I'm not here to do any of that. Usually, I prepare first and then I do it, and I actually do a good job. But him just asking me about what about his grandma, I felt that she was dead. That's why I said in some physical manner. But at the same time, I didn't come here to upset anybody. I feel like I fucking upset him.
No, I don't think you can offend anybody.
I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak for anybody that's dead.
I think everybody in here is too skeptical of your claims to be offended by it.
Yeah, I understand that.
I'm just gonna ask you this random question. Do you believe my mother is dead?
No.
Just curious.
Well, I want to respond to what Balthazar said in the chat here. He says, Veko, what you quote is not for Christians. Why do you always put up laws we are not supposed to follow? I guess that's a good question. However, Balthazar, I guess I wanted to ask you, do the passages that I just read to Jane earlier, would you say that they don't apply at all to Christians at all? I mean, are you saying that it's okay for Christians to go to a necromancer?
I think it's okay for people to do whatever the fuck they want because they're people. I believe it's okay to be gay if you're a Christian. I believe it's okay to have a sex change if you're a Christian. I believe it's okay to do readings if you're a Christian. I think it's okay because a Christian, because being a Christian does not mean you have to tie yourself down or be told by other people that are also non-believers or also sinners to do what they have to do.
Jane, I just got back. I've got a question. Jane, do you think it's
look at Nadia.
Jane, do you think that it's a positive thing for a Christian to sit there and claim to be able to know what's going on in somebody's life and about this whole
I never said I knew. Well, I never assumed
you
I
claim
knew what
to be
was
able to
going on in
have
their life. I said that I can do
you claim to
readings.
have the ability to speak to the dead. You also claim that you could read someone's life. But I asked you what was the relationship with my grandmother, and you went on this big old spill, and she don't even exist.
I didn't. Listen to me. Can I?
You realize how badly you could harm people with that kind of nonsense.
I just got on here to talk to you guys as a person. I didn't come on here to.
And I don't mind having a conversation with you, but you came in and you threw all that out there about yourself. You claim to have all these.
I threw that out there because I was being honest. I was honestly telling you all.
Okay.
I listen, and then it's not even a huge deal, and then other people are trying to give up.
It is a huge deal. If someone comes in here and says something to the, what are you going to do if you run into some mother out there who's lost her child and she asks you questions?
I don't read children for that reason.
Okay.
That's why I give myself rules that way. I don't read children. I don't read babies. I don't read anything like that.
Okay.
Their souls are pure.
But before you guys continue, I'm waiting for Balthazar to get to me. I don't know if he can talk or not. I want to know actually now that Jane, after what you just said, that it's okay to do this and this and this. I wonder if Balthazar feels the same way.
I can talk, but I'm not allowed to because my mic is off.
No, we can hear you perfectly now. There's no static now. Can you talk louder though? You sound like you're far away.
Really? Still, I've got it. Is it better now?
Veckel, you're never going to get this guy to be able to have a functional conversation. I've been doing this with him for about 2 weeks. You might as well just have a conversation with the damn wall. It'll be a much more productive situation for you.
What do you mean? Because of audio issues, or because?
Because Ballstar sounds like Optimus Prime talking to its own butthole. That's why. I tried my best to help us.
It's Balthazar, not Ballstar.
Okay, I'm sorry, Balls. Okay,
Wait, I just want to make a comment.
But listen, Brett. I went into one hangout and you said my mic was bad, and I turned off my mic. That was it. So what are you talking about?
I can hear you perfectly now.
Now that he's yelling into the mic with some ferociousness, he's coming through clear, ain't he?
It's in your head.
Hey, Balls, you're coming through good now. I don't know what you did. Perhaps you got pissed at what I said and slapped the damn thing.
Yeah, I
You're
got
sounding
this.
good now.
I got this because when I communicated once with you on your page, and I just shut off my microphone and that was it. And now you are telling me I have annoyed you for 2 weeks.
Yes, you come into my room and you've got this damn thing that sounds like a jet going off in my
It's not
ear.
true, Brett. Sorry, I don't get it.
Okay, Balthazar, since you can speak now, can you tell me whether or not, do you agree with what Jane said? Well, first of all, are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so do you agree with everything what Jane said about how under the new covenant now it's okay to talk to the dead and be gay and do all this other stuff that she was saying? Do you agree with her?
Now, if she has this capacity, she cannot do anything with it, and you can believe it or not believe it. I mean, it's not for me. It's not a problem.
So it's okay to be a Christian and practice necromancy at the same time.
I don't know what when you say practice necromancy, I'm thinking about Lord of the Rings or something like that. I don't know.
No. You know what necromancy is. It's talking.
No, I don't know what necromancy is.
Communication with the dead. The Bible specifically speaks.
No, I didn't know that was necromancy.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I didn't know that was called necromancy.
Okay, yeah, that's what necromancy is.
Yeah, it seems like
necromancy is communication with the dead. So, are you saying that you're in agreement with her? I mean, even a yes or no? I mean, is that okay as a Christian to do that?
What do you mean agreement? Yes or no? I don't.
Okay, are you in agreement? Okay, because you left. The reason why I'm questioning you is because you left a comment on the side here saying that why do I always bring up the Old Testament laws?
Yes, because
the reason why
it's not.
Hold on. I'm asking you this question because you claim to be a Christian, yet you're trying to tell me that I'm always bringing up the law. So that's why I'm asking you: is it okay for a Christian today, under the new covenant, to practice necromancy, to talk to the dead? Yes or no?
Beckler, may I speak real quick?
I don't know.
Many
okay, then why would you make a comment like that then?
I don't do it. The people I know don't do it.
Beckler?
I just don't know.
Alright, I just wanted to say that many Christians today, such as myself, that are evangelical, do not believe the Old Testament really matters in today's society. It does not matter now because we have the New Testament. That is what I believe. I don't believe in the Old Testament whatsoever because it claimed to progress violence on people and everything else. Now, my views of all this isn't full straight cut traditional.
Foundation right there.
Wait, Jane, have you ever heard a pastor say something like this? That the Old Testament is the New Testament concealed, and the New Testament is the Old Testament revealed.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that's there, but I believe it's corrupted in some sort of way.
And that's another thing. When you say, well, I mean, you believe it's corrupted, so you're speaking subjectively. That's fine. But I like to see what kind of evidence, because Muslims bring this up also, and I like to see what evidence do you have, or what leads you to believe anyway, that the Old Testament has been corrupted.
Do I need to? It's religion. Do I need evidence to believe in a type of religion? You don't have evidence that for any type of religion out there, so that'd be kind of pointless.
We have all kinds of evidence, and you should have.
We don't have evidence for real solid evidence for any type of religion out there. We have, different types of pieces of knowledge.
Jane, are you familiar with any of the classical arguments for God?
Your voice sounds familiar.
Who?
Your voice sounds familiar.
Yeah, I'm Seth. I didn't say so because Brett will block me.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go back to your
a person and do whatever you want.
But just But if you'll notice, I haven't said a million things, so.
Brett, come on, man.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
come
I
on,
can't have a conversation without him calling me a damn retard every 5 minutes. So I don't want to do that. It's too early in the morning.
Come on, Brad.
All right,
You want to spiel about me calling him an idiot again, like I have a million times in this hangout so far, right?
All right, well, Seth, go back to your conversation with Jane. I wanted to hear.
Right. So Jane. So my question, you're going off on this tangent about how it's a religion, so we don't have to have proof. Basically, you can't prove religion. You can't have proof for these things. People believe them, I guess, on faith or whatever you want to say. But this is a claim that I hear by a lot of people who have not looked into this whatsoever. So I want to know if you know of any of the classical arguments for the existence of God.
Let me ask you something real quick, okay? Do you guys spend 24/7, all right, trying to figure out if God exists or not? Because more than half the time, if you do that as a person, you will go crazy.
Do I sound crazy?
If you spend 24/7 trying to understand if God exists or not, just questioning that. Not saying if you question it, you're crazy. Saying if you spend so much time on it, it'll lead you to a crazed end because there's always that doubt.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about that is Veckel's. This is very important to Veckel. Veckel studies this. I don't know about 24/7, but he studies it a lot. He doesn't sound crazy to me. I don't know. Maybe other people think I'm crazy.
No, I'm not saying it makes you sound crazy. I'm saying it'll make you go crazy for different types of people. I don't spend 24/7 on, on if what God is real, what God is not. I don't spend 24/7 on if it's okay for a Christian to do this or a Christian to do that. I know you are not supposed to steal, kill, and use any type of bodily and mentally harm. You are not supposed to do any harm.
And no talking to the dead. Don't forget that one.
Jane, here's the thing. You don't have to spend 24 hours a day, 7 days a week studying this to know or to understand that there are evidences and arguments, classical and contemporary, for different positions. And you can know, depending on how convinced you are by these arguments, and be justified in that knowledge that either God exists or God doesn't exist. It's not something you just have to throw up in the air and wish on faith or just decide this is what I want to believe, so that's what I think is true.
I believe most of the time, Krat.
Real quick, to button it up.
What's your name, Krat? Your name's Krat, right?
You could have good reasons for the things that you believe, whether they're religious or not. My name is Seth.
Seth, my reasons are not totally religious. I'll tell you why. Because most Christians out there, like many people out there, that are usually under the Christian philosophy and then go under it like strictly, that say it's not okay for a Christian to do this, not okay for a Christian to do that. We're all people. Okay, we all sin. I believe on the basis of sin, it's okay to not believe. It's okay to believe. It's okay to fucking and go against it in some sort of manner, because it also says in the Bible, deception. There is deception in a lot of places. I can just take the Bible right now and use some whiteout and write something over it or something like that, and that's how I believe it was somehow written like that back then. It was, there was a panel of people, and there's evidence against this, because there was a panel of people that threw out things and kept in things. Now I believe that they added things as well. But I don't think it's any responsibility of anybody else to tell you.
So are you familiar with any of the classical or contemporary arguments for or against God?
You're lagging, what?
So are you familiar with any of the classical or contemporary arguments for or against theism?
Yeah, you fucking hear it all the time.
Such as what?
God exists because of the next fucking tissue paper and shit like that. Like, or if God exists, then why would there be so many
so many pain, so much pain in the struggles and stuff. Like I hear that from people's mouths all the time. I think it's foolish to hear people just be so negative about things. If you believe God's real, then it's okay. You can think God's real, and but also you can also be think of it as an aspect of you believing that God exists and Jesus exists, but no man can tell you. No man can relay.
Can I stop you for a second, Jane?
Yes, I believe it, but also I believe no man can relay God's word.
I'm curious. I'm curious of one question.
I just want to make a point, if I may. It won't take long. Veckel, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yep.
Do you believe in God?
Yes.
Why?
Because He's revealed things to me through His Word and through several other things as well.
All right. Let me put it a different way. Why? How could I be justified in the knowledge that God exists?
How can you be justified?
Yeah.
In what?
In the knowledge that God exists. How can you? This would be a lot easier with Adam. How do you know that God exists? I guess how could I know that God exists?
The majority of my conclusion is subjective. I will admit that. However, that is also the testimony of several millions of other people as well. The personal experience, sort of a what's the word I'm thinking of? Sort of like a light turning on, sort of, where everything in the Bible and everything in life just made sense. So there's that too, and I mean it's not just one element. There's various amount of things that lead a lot of people to believe that God exists.
No, that didn't go where I thought it was going to go. So I'm sorry for stepping over your administration. Go ahead and go.
Okay.
I just got a curious question for Jane. The curious question is, if you heard the truth, would you accept it?
Yes.
Because it seems as though you're fighting it every single time. Although I applaud you for sticking up for your own belief, I also have a criticism, or should I say corrective criticism, on the part of when someone's trying to educate you, even on your own belief system, although you may not take it as corrective criticism, you're probably taking it more along the regards of criticism, not corrective criticism.
I believe telling somebody how they should live is a form of is bad. It is bad in all ways to tell someone how to live. Now, if I said you're a Christian and you are not allowed to smoke, you shouldn't smoke. It's bad for you. Don't smoke. You are going to hell. You will go to hell if you put that in your body. It's my choice.
Well, you're
now,
not
just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I have to do things. I have a choice whether to do things or not.
I think Veckel just made a funny point, but that's beside the point. Veckel, if I'm going to ask you a question, Veckel, since I know where this is going to go. Veckel, if I say to you, if you smoke, you're going to hell, would you believe me?
No.
Now, the reason why I say that is because any Christian that knows the Bible, I'm not trying to say you don't, but any Christian that knows the Bible, I'm not even going to go so far as to say, Belteshazzar, you there?
In another planet. Yeah, smoking won't send you to hell. You just smell like a
It will not send you to hell, and I don't care what Christian tells you that. You can tell me come see you can come tell them to see administration of the teachers forum, and I'll be sure to tell them to buzz off and stink and study the Bible even deeper.
well, can I ask you a question, Jane? What about pornography? I mean, what's your thoughts on that? Is that wrong for people to do, or is it? Okay?
It's their choice. It is their choice to take part in pornography.
Well, it's not, obviously it is a choice, but I mean, is it wrong though?
Of course it is. That is wrong.
Let me ask you: is abortion?
Who says it's wrong?
Says my conscience. See what I mean? Says me.
Okay. So your conscience is what dictates what's right or wrong, or
it dictates. Listen to me. It dictates everything. It dictates the beginning of man.
of what's right and wrong. We know what's right and wrong. Well, let's say somebody that goes in the military and they are told by their politicians and their governments that it's okay to go out there and kill all these people for all this money.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
For
So you
example,
wouldn't say it's from God then. God, it's wrong because God either says so or because it's contrary to his nature. You wouldn't say.
I believe God plays a part in your life within your conscience. I believe it's.
How old are you, Jane?
I'm 18, but that's besides the point. The point is how I believe it is. It's your conscience. My conscience tells me it's wrong. I believe in God. Deception is the one thing that's in that they talk about in the Bible, and I believe deception is everywhere. Deception is even in the Bible. I believe that we have been told that things that are true that are not. I believe if I actually straight up learned Hebrew, read the whole Bible, there.
Jane, I want to apologize to you real quick. I did not realize the age difference. If I offended hurt your feelings at all, I apologize. I didn't realize this.
It's okay. Oh no, you didn't make me mad. I was just you know, when I came in here, I was trying to explain that I am not here to because I was asked all these questions after I said, you know, I am a psychic. You guys aren't going to believe me. I know that. But when I was trying to explain I don't like to do readings anymore, it's for a very good reason. I'm sorry about... I mean, when I was trying to read you and read your grandma, I felt that she was dead, so that's why I said in a physical manner. But the point is, I know you guys aren't going to believe me. You guys are never going to believe me. Or, you know, if I was... For example, if I could tell you what your name is and dox you right here and there, it's just it scares too many people. For example, I believe that I believe I should stop doing readings for my own safety. But I have done readings to where I have done things like that, and I've died it down a lot. It's faculty. You can build it up within you. I don't do like meditation or anything, but from my own experiences, I believe God is real because I've prayed to God and I've basically, you know, I've told things to people that I didn't even know that I was told. I would hear things. I would hear people's names and relay them.
Can you, Jane? I think that it would be best on these type of issues that, especially on the abilities that you feel that you have. I think this is best that you keep it with your family and those you trust, friends you trust, family you trust, mom, dad, that kind of thing. These hangouts can be really rough. You know what I mean? We've got a diverse amount of people that come into these rooms. Just certain things be kept between those you trust, that you share.
I was just being honest with you. I was just...
I appreciate your honesty. I'm just saying for your sake, keep it between those you trust.
I've had people that try to dox me. I have had people that try to figure out where I've lived before. I understand what you're saying. If something like you know, a bunch of people came here just to be mean to people in this call, I understand what you're saying. Okay. I was just leveling with y'all.
Well,
you're in a room right now with a lot of God believers and a couple non-believers.
Mm-hmm.
The non-believers in the room are pretty cool. That's one of the reasons why we come in here and talk with them. They're cool back. But some of these rooms are not so nice, Jane. Some of the folks that are in these rooms get off on hurting people, and they might use some of the things you share as a means to get personal or nasty. That's why I'm saying keep it with people you trust.
I understand. I understand that. It's just I don't feel that it's offensive to question. It's not offensive to question. But I'm very thick-skinned. If you straight up called me fat right now, it'd be cool. I'd show you my fat rolls. I don't care.
Nah, nothing to worry about.
I'm fat too.
I don't care.
I'm fat too. You ought to see my gear gut.
I'm losing weight though.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Hey, the trick is, even with all the weight I've got on, not very much of it's here. I mean, this is mostly bra padding. Or actually, let me take the lower third off.
Well,
This is mostly bra padding.
I don't think we need to see
Man,
that.
it's like pure beer gut. Like.
All of it's
really
up
sucks.
here, right here, in my
Question
thigh.
for you.
Bad.
I got a question for you,
Yeah,
Jane.
if only it would go to my friggin' thighs and tits. I mean, I'm like, what the hell? It's all going right here. I'm looking like a friggin' trucker.
And then you have the problem with your ass being small, and that's my problem too. I've been doing 100 squats the past week, and I've been trying.
Yeah,
question for you.
my ass is like tiny. I have no ass. Period. Like,
It sucks.
And of course, you can tell that godlessness is not the only trouble people have with me. So, well, some of these things don't come up quite as often. People don't seem to have that big of an issue with BDSM.
BDSM?
Jane, I got a
Masochism?
question for you, Jane.
Yeah.
My question is, what Bible did you say that was before it was translated?
Every single verse was translated.
She had a problem with the King James, she said. She said she had a problem with the King James Version.
I'm fully aware of that, Vaughn. That's the reason why I was pointing something out here. What version before it was translated was it that was used, according to you, that was actually most reliable?
Reliable is Hebrew. The actual I'm gonna talk about, basically what I'm talking about is whenever these archaeologists picked up these these old scrolls and and carvings. That is what I would trust the most, because that actually is the most recent, which is Hebrew. It was written in Hebrew. I wouldn't trust something
You go
that's...
with recent.
I'll go with the most old. I don't trust the most recent. I believe deception is everywhere. Deception in everything.
She has a point. I mean, the King James Version of the Bible did remove many books, even books that were approved by the Catholic Church.
Well,
so she has a point.
Well, and you have to take into consideration one thing, Ron. The reason it was removed was because, if I'm not mistaken, we both have come to the understanding at least one time before, Vaughn, that the Bible was divinely inspired by God at one point in time. With that being said, if it was divinely inspired, that means that there could be no errors in the translation.
I will give you the story of Jesus being divinely inspired. I believe that part of the Bible was protected. As far as other parts of the Bible, I'm not so sure.
Okay,
But,
so how do you think the Bible was translated, Vaughn, if that's the case?
Well, they translated from Hebrew to Greek, and then from Greek to ancient English. I mean, obviously.
I beg to differ, Vaughn.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I would. I would beg to differ because it was translated from the Hebrew, Greek, and Latin all the way to the old Roman font, and that's why you see the King James 1611 version. Then there was 5 revisions, and then in 1876, I believe it was, it came out with the final version. And at that point, it did not change, although many other ones have changed. But that's when it came out, the King James, and it was actually translated from 6 teams of 6, and then the 7th team came along. The head of all the teams came along and translated it, and it's 7 times translated. And if you know anything about the Bible, Vaughn, you know 7 is the purification number.
Yes, I'm well aware that 7 has significance. I've studied numerology a little bit. Here's the thing. All right, the book has been translated numerous times. And we know that the Catholic Church inserted the Apostle Paul, so-called Saul of Tarsus, who by his own admission was a Roman citizen. We know they inserted him, and many scholars even claim that the Apostle Paul wrote the vast majority of the New Testament. All right, so, my question has been and still remains, Give me the whole book. Let me see the whole book. Particularly books that were written by the other disciples that were with Christ. I mean, there was 500 people that walked around with Jesus. Where are all these books at? Where are all the writings? I mean, you're in the presence of somebody that has the absolute raw power of God, and you're not going to make notes on that? I would think so. You know, I would like to see the other books. I think that when the Catholics canonized the Bible, they threw 3/4 of it in the trash and said, no, you don't need to see that. All right? I think that's wrong. I think if there really is a Holy Spirit that guides us, which I do agree with, I agree that there's spirits of the gods. If there really is a Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is going to bring us to all truth, which is what it says, then give me the whole book and let me decide via the Holy Spirit what is right, what is wrong, and what needs to happen. Okay? Then I can make an informed decision, and then you get what I'm saying?
How do you know you don't have? How do you know we don't have the whole book?
We don't read the book of Malachi. Read the book of Malachi.
First off, let me just say this, Vaughn. Do you believe that God, if there was a God, or I'm not quite sure how that works in paganism, but basically, do you believe that if there was such thing as a God, he would be omnipotent?
I believe that he's omnipotent and omniscient. I believe in multiple deities, but I agree with you that he would be omnipotent and omniscient.
That he knows everything.
Absolutely, but here, you're forgetting something. You're leaving a critical point out. Who is in charge of this planet right now? Who?
Right now? You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
That would be Satan.
All right then. So is the Bible that we have, is it here on Earth or is it out in the ether somewhere? No, it's here on Earth.
First off, you're trying to play a hypothetical.
Well, if you want to call it hypothetical, that's fine.
When it was translated, it was all brought together and translated because God specifically wanted it to be the way it is. Now, Melody obviously has a question because she was trying to raise her hand.
Let's hear what Nadia's got for us. And Vaughn, you can use
any chance I could do the...
Go ahead, Nadia.
Can I do the fun devil voice or whatever?
Evil in league with Satan.
Scary stuff, Nadia.
Now say next time, Gadget. Next time.
That was actually quite good. Believe it or not. All right. Anyway, but yeah, here's the problem that I have is that the enemy of all of us, actually, not just Christians, but the enemy of all of us, evil spirits, devil, Satan, call them what you want, I don't care. We're in his realm temporarily. He temporarily has control. Evil spirits are run amok. I mean, even in pagan circles. Honest pagans, let me be clear about that, honest pagans will tell you that yes, there are evil spirits and that they run amok currently, and that the gods will someday square that away. But the point is that they're temporarily in charge, all right? And could it be that they compelled the Catholics to remove part of the Bible that might actually be beneficial to us, that might actually give us more knowledge of who God is, what he's all about, and where he wants to go with humanity.
Okay, let me ask you, do you believe that the Bible would be correct in most cases?
I believe that the story of Jesus is correct.
So
I'm not so sure about some of the other things.
When Jesus said stuff, it was true.
I believe that the Red Letter Edition, talking about Jesus, the parts that extolled Jesus's words and comments, were probably pretty accurate. Yes, but even in the four Gospels, you have disagreements in some parts. Okay.
Well, first on, I have to specify real quick. Actually, you're wrong.
I'm wrong.
Because in the four Gospels, it's seen from four different kinds of points of view. You're looking at it as a servant, as a savior, as a mentor, and as a student. You're getting it from four different angles.
Okay.
Now, second off, if you're looking at the laws of what he said, do you agree with what Moses had the laws? Because God pretty much founded upon that.
Well, I know what Jesus said. Jesus kind of.
I didn't ask that. I said, do you agree with what Moses said in the laws? Because God pretty much enforced them.
Well, it doesn't. Well, it depends on what you mean by agree with, because my understanding of the Ten Commandments is that nobody could ever possibly do it in their entire lifetime.
Oh,
not
no,
without, not without spiritual help. And that's exactly why Christ came, is because nobody could possibly fulfill the Ten Commandments, not fully and not faithfully. That's why we need a Savior. That's what I was led to believe. All right. So when Jesus came along and said, "I'm going to melt this down into two: love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself," which is what Jesus did, I'm more inclined to listen to what he had to say on the matter.
I'm pretty sure he said more than just love thy neighbor as itself and the other one. I'm pretty sure he also emphasized other laws, such as the other 613, followed by the Ten Commandments. I mean, he did have. There is 66 books in the Bible, so
and also he did not. He said that he did not come to bring peace with a sword.
Yeah, but that was a spiritual sword. That's not a literal sword.
Right. Exactly. You know what that means. Right?
Well, here's the thing. Okay, the Sanhedrin had, what was it? 366 laws or something, some crazy number like that. I don't know. I'm more inclined to believe that Jesus didn't support a lot of the laws that they had, particularly when he confronted them and called them a den of vipers. So I tend to think that, yeah, he did kind of do away with much of the law. Maybe not all of it, but quite a bit of it. Particularly when he said, "He without sin cast the first stone," and he took his finger and wrote their names in the sand. So obviously, when he came along, he came along with a new dispensation, diaspora, or whatever they're calling it these days, and he amended. I won't say he did away with, but he amended the situation that existed beforehand. If you want to believe that he still maintains those 366 laws of the Sanhedrin, be my guest. But I don't believe that. I believe he did away with much of that.
So do you believe the Ten Commandments are correct?
I believe that he amended the Ten Commandments down to 2, because that's what he said he did.
Although they came out of the Ten Commandments, do you believe the Ten Commandments are correct?
I believe they came out of the Ten Commandments, yes, but they were altered.
I asked you the right question, Paul.
I answered you. I said, yeah.
I asked you the right question. Do you think that the Ten Commandments are true, although he did amend them?
They were true in the days of ancient Israel. They were true in the days of ancient Israel.
So you're trying to say that we can kill people now and get away with it?
No, that's not. No.
It's not talked about in the New Testament.
No.
1 John chapter 5, verse 1 through 3. If you love me, you'll keep my commandments and laws. All right. Can we move on?
Yeah.
I knew that. I was just waiting for the right to use that there, but I didn't want to use it on him.
Alright, fair enough.
But anyway, Juan.
Alright, here's a really important question that's going to change the universe. Xbox or PlayStation 4? Which one?
PlayStation 4.
They're both of the devil.
I would unfortunately have to say PlayStation 4, but they
Game's fear.
Yes. They're both of them.
You guys must be goddamn rich if you can.
PlayStation 4 is better.
If you have the time or the money to, have time to play it, or infrastructure.
I don't have time to play it. I never argued that. You're busy talking all day.
How about neither? How about the PC?
Allow me to say it this way, Brett. Basically, if you're buying an Xbox, you're gonna have to pay per month for service online. Versus PlayStation, no, it's free.
Yeah, PlayStation's awesome.
Yeah, that's not the case anymore with the Xbox One.
Is that the Beatles on the right of you, Jane?
Mhm.
Okay, just curious.
I'm not used to being called Jane. I just have that as my name, so people can get my information.
Pulp Fiction, that's a rough one.
Yeah, you don't think my name is administration, do you? I certainly hope not.
Yeah, my name is actually Brett Keene. You never know.
Brett? I know your real name. It's Brett.
Mm-hmm.
I have you added on Facebook.
Yeah. All my stalkers know my real address too, so.
My real name is James Paul Von Helden, and the stalkers and haters all have my real address, my real phone number, and everything. So.
Yep.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
I mean,
I don't hide from nobody.
How did they get
Allow me to clarify something for Jane, okay? When Brett says the words, he has been doxxed, he means he's been doxxed.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know what the meaning of doxxed is, but in a nice way of me saying it, that means they find out every bit of your information about you, what your real name is, what your address is, what your phone number is, what your birth certificate is, everything about you that they want to possibly know, they will find it.
Yeah.
You guys been doxxed over this call right here?
Well, I've never had anybody actually drop my birth certificate, but they've dropped my home address, my phone numbers, that kind of stuff. I've had people call me in the morning and be like, "Hey, Brett, you motherfucker," you know, all that good stuff. I'm like, "Are you done yet?" Yeah.
Are you serious? How did that happen to you guys?
Well, the thing is that I've been on the net for quite some time, and I don't go by bullshit handles. I just say I'm Brett Keene. That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold says so, kind of deal. So, but other people obviously they have different handles and all that. So people have been able to get into my business.
Unlike Obama, I actually have my birth certificate. Here it is. I've actually got it.
Don't show it. Don't show it to the camera.
I know you're going to hear the end of it, Vaughn.
There it is. I'll show
Don't do all that. It'll go. People will grab that. You know better. Come on.
Now, basically, I'm just going to say it this way, Jane. If they want something from you that's on your internet or anything related to you, they'll grab it and they won't think twice about it if they find you a threat. Okay, Nadia, I'm pretty sure we see your birth certificate.
Why would they find me a threat? Why would they find Brett?
No. What I'm saying, Jane, is if they find something say offensive, if they find you say something that's wrong, anything that they want to, even if they agree with it completely, one day and the next day they completely disagree with it, they could come back and dox you to find out.
They don't even have to do that. They can make up stuff. You know, they can make up stuff.
Jane, me and Von Helt, we've been on here for years.
And years
and years. Now, we've never had anybody come out to our door and start pounding on it. They know we'll feed them to a bunch of dogs. But the thing is that we don't know how they'd react. You know. We know for
I don't know how they're gonna come in my door, but I definitely know how they're going out of my door.
I would be worried about swatting.
You'll be worried about what?
Swatting.
Oh, I wouldn't be worried about that one bit.
I would.
Trust me. If they come in this door, I've got 3 babies to protect. They come in this door, they're going out. They're going out with 6 men carrying them. Bet on it.
No, like swatting. They send the fucking SWAT team.
Yeah. Swatting, basically, when they send the SWAT team after him because they claim, basically, that someone's getting harmed or a bomb threat or whatever. Yeah, then they send the SWAT team in. Yeah, I fully aware of this.
Right.
Yeah, they actually tried that.
Before, but I know what it is.
They tried that. The district attorney stopped them cold. They tried that, though. They tried sending the FBI out here, CIA. I guess SWAT teams or whatever. They tried sending all that out here, and the district attorney shut it down cold. So
that's not really. We're having some echo there.
Yeah, it's probably
for me having to do. I've actually had them attempt to sit there and make false calls and stuff. I have twice, unfortunately, had police come out and everything. But the beauty of my area is I live in a small town. Everybody knows each other. You know, so the cops, they come out here and stuff, they're going to be asking for some barbecue and a handshake. That's all that's going to happen there. So, waste time on that.
The police The police here are really scary because I've seen them basically beat up somebody over just reaching in their pocket and shoot people, and it's not cool. Because I live in a small town where the fucking police basically run shit and people are scared of them, and I've seen it single-handedly. So I don't trust any of these motherfuckers with a badge here.
Well, if you're dealing with police and they say freeze, you don't go flaying your damn hands or start digging in your coat and everything.
I know, but I've seen. I mean, fucking police state. I don't trust it. I don't trust police. I just don't at all.
Yeah, there's definitely some police out there that abuse their authority and the power they've been given, but there are some that would put their life on the line and do their damn job, and I respect
Some,
that.
but not all. Not all. I
think most police officers, they wear their badge on their shoulder instead of their badge in their pocket.
Right. Well, guys, I'll be right back. Got to get me some air outside. It's getting kind of misty in here. I hate heat. What about you guys? Be right back.
I love the heat whenever I have 5 feet of snow outside. But anyway, so back to the original topic that unfortunately Vaughn just so happened to get on a rabbit trail on. Jane, I was talking to you about Bibles, although Vaughn disagrees. I understand that, but that's nor here nor there on that topic because that's for me and Vaughn to discuss later. Jane, what is the what exactly would you say on the regards if I said about they were translated from the Hebrew, Greek, and Latin all the way to English to the 1611? What would you say?
What did you say? Because we're lagging. You're talking about what if I told you if it was translated from this to this to this to now?
No, from the Hebrew, the Greek, and the Latin to English. What would you say? Would you agree that it's the right one or the wrong one?
Did you know that as I was taught in high school, okay, they tried so hard to not get the Bible translated over to English. They tried really hard. The Vatican basically put their lives on the line for it. They also had a problem with people reading on their own. So there was one person at the church that could speak Latin, okay, way back then, and they would tell it to everybody else, so they couldn't just pull out their Bibles. They would have to, physically come and show up to church, and then they were told that they had to pay this and that to get your family out of purgatory and whatnot. And I don't trust it because I believe it's something like they tossed us a tiny bone to say, okay, well, here's what we want you to think. Now, if you want to know the rest, if you're more curious on the Christian side, then come to a cathedral. And I believe that is the hugest form of deception. The man making, creating, and passing out the Bibles, because I believe they left out a bunch of things that is needed to be told. And I also think that they're lying to people with money, I think it's just leeching onto people. I am a Christian. I'm not gonna lie. I am not gonna be a hypocrite when I say things. But I think with a lot of things out there, it's hard to believe that the true Bible is somewhere on this earth. I mean, with what Vaughn said, he said it is on the earth, but it's kept away. I believe it's not even on the earth. I believe it's our world is so impure that it couldn't even be on this earth at this point. I think we're sort of left behind.
That's interesting.
But when we die, we come back. We come back to the past.
That's a very interesting point. God's word is so holy and so pure that it can't even be around this earth because the earth is corrupted with sin.
Vaughn,
that's an interesting
point.
point.
You have a problem there because first off,
that may be interesting, but
evidence or any kind of argument if we have nothing to argue about in regards of nothing as a way to point to something.
I'm not so sure. I mean, even the Bible says that God, that sin and evil flees from the presence of God. It
From
can't
the
be
presence,
abandoned.
not from his
Yeah,
word.
but also we see Job says that Satan was able to talk to God too, and he was in his presence. So
Well, Satan does not necessarily mean Lucifer. All the term Satan means is accuser of the brethren. That could have been anyone.
well, when I
It
say
doesn't necessarily have to be Lucifer.
the same person, so I mean, it definitely wasn't Christ, that's for sure. So
No, it wasn't
But,
Christ, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be Lucifer, though.
but also Christ came too. I mean, he is the Logos, so he came here in the flesh. I mean, so I mean, we believe that the word, we do have the inspired word of God here. Now, if you want to talk about errors and it being inerrant, well, it's not inerrant in the sense that if you look at the variant. Okay, yes, there's definitely variance between the manuscripts. However, that's totally irrelevant to the tenets of the faith, because all of the essentials that Christians follow are explained in all of the manuscripts, regardless of the variance. So, all of the manuscripts still teach that Jesus died, that he rose from the grave, that the salvation is only by faith through grace, not by works, and that Jesus was God incarnate.
Well, you can see where I could have a problem, right? I mean, the Catholics, when they canonize the Bible, threw three-fourths of it in the trash. Then the Protestants get a hold of it and rip out a couple more, or 2 or 3 books. So you can see my point. I mean,
Yeah, well, do you know why they ripped those books out, though?
I want to see the whole book. That's all.
Well, you have access to the other books that were taken out, but do you know why those books were taken out?
They were taken out because of the idea that they didn't necessarily jive with what the other books are saying. Okay, that's fine, but that.
If we're talking about
I don't understand.
Hold on. Let me just say this one thing. If we're talking about the Apocrypha, okay, there's no historical evidence that any of the Jews accepted the Apocrypha as inspired.
If I'm not mistaken, it was specifically said that, but I don't know whether it was in the Bible or not, so don't hold me to this, but if I'm not mistaken, there was someone at some point in time that said that if his word was actually here, people would serve his word as God, not God as God.
I don't understand this particular type of argumentation, because if there are individuals out there feel like these other books that have been removed out of the Bible are significant, it's not like they vanished or something. They're still accessible.
Exactly.
So if you really feel like it's a part of the deal, then hell, go out and get you one.
Yeah,
I mean, what's the problem?
I have a copy of the Book of Enoch, and I have a copy of the Apocrypha.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you ever want a copy of anything, you just go on Google and type it in and then print it out.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let me tell you this, guys, if you guys care. What kind of world
we care.
would
We're in a
have-
hangout to hear you. Go ahead.
What kind of okay? So for example, I'm gonna bring in personal authority, people of authority into the idea of this. Okay, our world is so picky and choosy. All right, we even have an FCC that says you can't say this, you can't say that, and even talk about certain topics to the masses. Right? That's everywhere. That is everywhere. In every single country out there, you cannot talk about a certain type of thing to the masses. And yes, I'm talking about CNN and Fox and whatever, how they don't like to bring in different types of point of views, but also they don't like to say, this and this and this about this topic, or even talk about a topic as a whole. Now, what kind of world would we live in where we can actually have an accessible Bible with the real book, with the real word, with the real everything that is extremely accurate? I don't believe the whole book is even accessible because of this. Because we live in such a corrupt environment.
Go ahead, Matt.
Well, I would say this, that the Bible clearly says that faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. we could. I mean, I don't understand why people say we don't have the perfect Bible. Why it's like mistranslated or whatever the case may be. It might be corrupted or things like that. But you could have you can have all these things appeal to the Word of God that you want to have to be appealed to the Word of God, but at the same time, you have to follow that. Um, when you, for instance, when you said that there are people who can't say certain things to the masses, you will fall in one of those groups because you said before, when I saw earlier in this hangout, that you don't tell people that what they're doing is wrong, that they can just do what they want to do. When the scriptures clearly say that you cannot do that, you have to be the one to relay that message, because sinners are not going to be the ones that look at the Word of God and say, okay, yeah, the Word of God says I can't steal. I'm gonna do that. Yeah,
That's right.
no.
And that's another thing too, Mac and Zach. I don't understand why people bring up that point either. On the, well, go further back or under this language, it's going to make it make sense somehow more. If you feel that way, then learn the damn language and go read it at the source. Go for it. That's what the people did that translated over anyway. They went to the source. They did the best they could to bring it over into, the language that we have today. So if you don't like English, feel free to learn Hebrew and Greek and everything else and get into it. Rock and roll. I give you a cup of coffee to that one.
The real challenge to these types of arguments is whether or not, regardless of the variance between the different manuscripts, the real challenge for people who bring up these accusations is whether or not the manuscripts actually say something completely different from one another. In other words, does one manuscript say that Jesus is God, while another one says that he didn't even exist? We need to see something that is diametrically opposed to one another. We can't talk about little omissions here, because omissions are not contradictions. Okay, we're talking about. We're not talking about. There are differences between the four Gospels, but they're not contradictions. They're just differences. They're just some things have been omitted, but there's no contradictions between them.
Beckle.
And that's what we're looking for with the four. With all the manuscripts that we have. But yeah, go ahead.
You just basically quoted me and stole my word.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
You stole my word from earlier.
Oh, did I steal your thunder?
I said they're not a contradiction. They're all made from a different point of view.
Well, yeah, I mean, most Christians that are into apologetics will say that anyway. I mean, so again, I mean, one gospel says Jesus had a scarlet robe, but another one says he has a purple robe. Okay, big deal. That's not a contradiction. That's just a variant. You got a gospel, the same story being told from two different perspectives. Maybe one of them was colorblind for all we know. We don't know. The fact of the matter is that the same event is that the man named Jesus died on a cross, rose from the grave. All four gospels talk about that.
Or
I think the keys of the gospel are more along the lines of the death, the burial, the resurrection, the blood atonement sacrifice. And those are all the same in every single gospel, just the details in which are changed. That is the only minute difference. Go ahead, Matt.
No.
Hey, good morning, Ermine.
Good morning, Ermine.
Good morning. I was just saying, the people who was looking at the different robes, he probably just changed his clothes mid-ride.
Mr. Billy Skikes over there, I noticed you got a big old coat on. You got some heat on in that place? No?
I have an excuse for why I'm wearing a parka. It's because my damn furnace died on me.
Oh no, I'm round my missus' house and she moans if I have the heating on.
Oh
Do I
man.
have an echo? Is that why I got muted? Do I have an echo?
Hi.
No, I think it's Brett the one having the echo.
It's not me.
I can see your picture every time I talk. I see little waves coming off your picture.
See, I don't. Does anybody else see the waves?
Hey, Vic, will say something.
Yeah, I'm here. Do I got an echo too? I don't hear it.
Test.
Okay.
All right.
I have an echo.
Well, just let me know if you hear an echo from me, and I'll reload. Actually, I'll just do it now.
That's an echo.
Yeah, see, I hear an echo now, and it's not me.
Yeah, I hear that echo.
Mass mute in the name of the law.
Okay, you didn't have an echo then.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, back.
Yeah, I don't hear no echo.
Who all has headphones in? Who don't want?
Do that. I'll put some in. That's okay.
Well, just because you have headphones in doesn't mean just because you don't have headphones in doesn't mean you're not gonna have echo.
For the
I mean,
most part, it cancels it out.
I've been setting in Brett's call. Brett's setting my call for the last 5 hours, and I didn't have headsets in at all. And I didn't hear no echo.
Yeah, I've got a condenser microphone. I've got the awesome sauce over here. It's not me.
I got nearly the awesome sauce, so it can't be me.
Well, how long is it going to be before you get that furnace fixed over there, Vaughn?
Yeah, it's cold for that, for the baby.
Well, considering that the snow is literally up to the grills of the trucks, probably not for a while yet, I don't reckon.
Oh, man.
What
Yeah.
about the babies?
Mom's, well, I've got all 4 burners on the stove going, and I've got a wall hugger, and I've got an electric heater back in the back half of the building, so it's not too bad with just me here, but I carted the kids over to Mom's because her furnace still works.
Okay.
So the kids are over at Mom's. They're fine. It's just me. All right, and I can hang pretty good. Like I said, I got the 4 burners going, and it's starting to warm up. The sun is actually shining.
Yeah.
And so with the sun shining down and putting heat into the room with the windows and stuff, you know, I'll be all right. I'll do okay. But I did scoop up all the kids and took them over to Mom's this morning. So
Well,
they're all
if
over at Mom's.
you still happen to freeze, we'll see and we'll send the ambulance.
Well, if I freeze up
Information
solid,
from your
you'll know.
hater.
If I freeze up solid, you'll know, I guess.
Hey, Vaughn, did you hear what I said?
I know.
If we need your address, we'll go to your haters and ask me.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Yep, they know right where I'm at.
Yep, that's what I said.
They know right where I'm at.
They probably won't get it if they know that you're, if they know that you're the way you are.
They're smart enough to know that I've got 3 children to protect. They're smart enough to know that. And they know that if they try something, I will defend those kids with my life.
Somebody should have yelled. Okay, I'll unhide people.
Alright, so what else is on the agenda, Nadia?
You know, I feel like I need to go to church.
There you go, Jane.
Well, given the amount of Christians here today, you practically are.
I know I'm very inexperienced and young, and I don't know a lot about the Bible. I know I have my own views and my own thoughts because I don't leave my fucking house.
Well, as a resident pagan in the room, I don't have a problem with you, so there you go.
Well, First Timothy chapter 3 verse 16. Sorry, I said 1 Timothy chapter 3 verse 16.
What about it?
More studying the Bible.
Well, go ahead and read it out to us.
Yeah, let's
enjoy
read it
listening to
out.
you read the Bible, Nadia. Rock and roll.
The Bible is good for learning and.
It said 1 Timothy.
Oh, what did it say?
You're thinking of 2 Timothy.
Yeah, you're thinking of 2 Timothy.
I might be thinking of some of the. Yeah, I might be thinking of some 2 Timothy.
You know, it'd be amazing how good of a Christian Nadia will be, considering how much scripture she, memorized.
Yeah, Brett, you said earlier that Nadia has a fantastic mind, and I agree with you 100%. I mean, Nadia, if I ever want to get a nose bleeding vocabulary, I just go to her.
Yeah, well, I think she knows more isms than the average doctor.
Nadia surprises me practically every time I come in. There's always something new to learn, especially on the philosophical level. So it's good stuff.
It's always like, pancreatic useostomies, retroperitoneal elements of dissections, and,
That's
I had
the
no
one thing that I have to work on with you, though, is sometimes it's hard for me to understand what you're saying. You speak kind of fast sometimes.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons, Veckel, I really don't understand for the life of me why I've noticed that there's some kind of big thing going on in the community where there's atheists being mean as hell to Nadia, and I'm thinking, why? She's nice, she's respectful, she's extremely intelligent, probably the most intelligent non-believer I've seen on this damn thing, but they want to do what? It just doesn't make sense.
Because the majority of people, I guess, that we have a problem with, they just want drama, and they're not really interested in just having a civil conversation, and even with the different, even with the disagreements that we have.
Or perhaps even feel intimidated, maybe. You never
Could
know.
be that too, yeah.
Well, I'm going to throw this out there. I know it's kind of derailing what you guys are just talking about. But, hey, Ermine, do you remember that here about a month ago you said you're thinking about Nadia needs her own iPhone app?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about making her own iPhone app. Hey, Brett, I'm pretty sure after me making you a wallpaper, I'm pretty sure you would think I'm along the lines of a little bit more qualified than the average person to make something like that. And I'm probably going to make her just an app of nothing but the word isms.
Yeah, and it'll be Nadia's voice when pops.
I'll have to.
We talked about that before.
Oh dear, my voice is terrible.
I'll have to sit in here.
My voice is terrible. Wait till I get voice surgery.
I'll have to wait and sit in here for 8 hours straight and sit here and let her talk for 8 hours straight, so I would have every word.
Well, what do you expect me to do for 8 hours straight? Or what do you think I would do?
You can talk for 8 hours straight?
It's possible I could.
And Nadia,
what would you want me to talk about?
Nadia, did I hear you correctly earlier when you were talking to Brett? You said that you read pretty fast?
Yes, that's an understatement.
Possibly, yes.
Oh, okay. I got a friend of mine. I only know one other person in the world who reads really fast, and I thought he was faking it when I had him read something I wrote. And yeah, he's a comic book artist actually, and he reads really, really fast. I've never met anyone else like that.
Well, my father.
I am not the fastest. I am not the fastest out there by far.
My father's a fast reader. My brother's a fast reader. Holy moly!
Well, there's individuals out there. There's some laymen out there that can read pretty quick, but it's comprehending it that's the amazing part.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, there are people out there who could perform rather extreme feats. For instance, Oscar Wilde could read something like, well, depending on how you count it, 300 or 600 pages an hour. He literally could read 2 books at once. Turn the pages in both at the same time. And go through 300 pages an hour in each 2 books. Limited really only by the number of hands he had.
Can you just imagine him reading the books to Twilight?
No.
He gets to the end before he gets to the middle.
That's torture. I don't see how anyone can
bring Twilight into the situation. The only time I want to hear Twilight is when we're talking about Twilight Zone or Twilight Princess Zelda. Twilight Vampire.
Hey, wait a minute. I heard something about Zelda. What did you tell about Zelda?
No, I was saying if we're going to bring up Twilight, only speak of Twilight Princess Zelda.
Oh, yes. Please don't tell me.
Twilight Zone, and I'm talking about the black and white one.
Oh, now, come on, Brett. You know you like sparkling vampires. No, come on. You like sparkling
Vaughn. That is not a vampire. That is a walking, talking disco ball. Okay.
All they're missing is Liberace.
Well, then what do you call the wolves then?
They're just big dogs.
Yeah, I really did. I gave it a chance. I did. I did. And I would rather go back to the 80s and just simply rewatch Lost Boys than see another damn Twilight movie.
No, I actually agree with Brett on that. Unfortunately, I watched the first two Twilights and I was like, I'm done.
Okay, I'll say this: if Twilight was before Underworld, or I'd say Blade, it might have a chance. Might.
I don't know. It would have went against Bram Stoker's Dracula and the Lost Boys. It would have got its ass whooped. I'm sorry.
Well, there's actually a meme out there that has Blade standing behind the guy and the girl from Twilight are sitting on a tree stump, and Blade is actually standing behind them, which I thought was kind of funny.
You
know, I think
have you actually read about the history?
Early derailed the conversation, but go ahead.
Have you ever read about the history of the real historical Dracula? The vampire movies are shit compared to
the
real history. I mean, it's like if they made a movie about the real history, it'd be like 100 times more interesting than the vampire bullshit about Dracula.
Yeah, one of the big things is he lamented the loss of his wife, which is a lot of things that people don't even discuss.
There's a modern movie done of Dracula that I thought was actually exceptional. I was getting to the point where I was giving up on zombies and vampire genre. I gave up on werewolves around the early 90s. Terrible storyline. But Underworld did good. I'll tell you what, those were good, especially the Lycan one. That was great.
It wasn't just his wife though. The real historical Dracula, had the Turks, Ottoman Turks, Muslims, capture the seat of Christianity, Constantinople, and kept him prisoner for many years during his childhood. And worse yet, his gay brother was in a relationship with the Sultan. Imagine how pissed off he'd be about all that. No wonder he did such horrible things to the Turks.
I am very, very impressed how all these people are watching your 7-hour broadcast. You got like 200 something on your 700, 800, 500 views. You're on your 8-hour broadcast. I think it astounds me that someone would bother.
One has 1,300.
It's probably bots looking for little tidbits that they can make hate videos out of.
God hates the Super Bowl God hates the Super Bowl has over 1,800, and We Are All Philosophical Zombie has over 3,000.
Oh. So you think it's bots?
No.
There's going to be people that actually have systems set up to go through videos and basically find things of what people say so they can go hang them later for something. I'm pretty sure Brent knows all about that.
Well, some of the individuals are actually watching live, but then the Hangout ends up converting over to video, and then over time, people are going to come watch it, yada, yada, yada. You got to understand that even if a person clicks on it, watches for 10 seconds, it counts as a view, so it's good. And besides, Nadia has she by herself is very captivating, and then on top of it, she's got all of us awesome sauce here, so what can you do?
Yeah, buddy.
You need the awesome sauce to survive.
Right. So hopefully we get away from those sparkly vampire thing, but they did make a modern day Dracula movie, kind of on what you were talking about. It was definitely more deep, and it made how do I put this? It was really rough. It was harsh, but at the same time, it made you feel a sympathy for Dracula.
Bram Stoker's Dracula, yes.
The new one, you seen the new modern one?
What was it? Late 90s?
No, there was one made just recently that was really incredible.
Wasn't it just last year? It was 2014, or was it just?
Are we talking about Dracula right now?
I don't know. I don't know if you guys seen the latest Lord of the Rings, but the guy that had dark hair and he takes down the dragon with like a spear thing. He plays Dracula in this newest movie, and it's really good.
Wait. Are we talking about Dracula?
Yeah.
Dude,
we're
I've been
talking
sitting
about
here
Dracula.
saying this for 10 minutes. Where you at? Are you following me here?
No, I'm half asleep now. I've been awake for 24 hours.
Okay,
But,
yes, it's the modern movie of Dracula, not the one with Keanu Reeves and Gary Oldman.
Yeah. Actually, I just watched that like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. How he makes a deal with that demon.
Yeah.
Yep, I've seen it.
Yeah, it's actually, it was like, wow, it's intense. Good storyline, and also the special effects were great. Usually movies nowadays, I don't know if you guys noticed, but they have great special effects, but the story isn't there. I'm thinking the guys from the 80s could get hooked up with the people of today, make some good story as well as CGI. You know what I mean?
I think they need to ditch the whole vampire bullshit and do the real historical Dracula. That's just
Well, that's like, I mean, that's like saying they should actually do the actual Bible story into a movie. I mean, do you know how long that would take?
I don't have an issue with it. I say go for it. I sat through 8 hours of The Stand. I don't care. I want the real deal. I like it.
You understand?
The trouble is,
If it's naughty, she'll just say, "I don't believe it," and it won't be done.
No, the trouble is the vampire fiction about the Dracula is, well, actually less interesting than the real history. Sometimes you can make a fact, and yeah, it's better than the real thing, but not in the case of Dracula. Dracula's a lot more interesting from the real case.
Yeah, Bram Stoker took the story from an actual living person, Vlad Tepes, and his father, Vlad Dracul. And they pretty much single-handedly stopped the advance of Islam into Europe by impaling the Turks and basically scaring the heebie-jeebies out of them. And,
well, the impalement was the Battle of Trigavista. After the Battle of Trigavista, the Sultan Mehmed II actually gave control of the Turkish armies going into Wallachia to Radu Selfrumus, Dracula's brother. And, of course, the Sultan's gay lover. Hey, it's a gay Muslim. There you go. How about that for a conspiracy?
Oh, by the way, I'm just throwing this out there, Mac. Commenting upon your thing, you said about making. Can you just imagine if they were to make a movie based upon a historical, actual historical event? How long the movie would be? In most atheist eyes, you'd just see the beginning credits and then you'd see the ending credits. Because they don't believe anything else. They would say, starring Nadia. Then they just have her in the beginning like, I don't believe this, so it's no longer true. And they'll just say, ending credits, Nadia, music by Nadia.
Oh my goodness.
Nadia, what do you think? Think that is a good representation?
I think they might star me, but they wouldn't use my music. They'd use Alaska Thunderfucks, your makeup is terrible.
Okay, well, whatever she said, that's what it would say.
Well, what does the fox say?
Don't stop, please.
Oh, please.
That was.
Man, sorry, I couldn't resist. I mean, she set it up.
I never thought that was a real song until I actually saw the commercial of it, and then someone told me about it, and they kept repeating it over and over, and I wanted to strangle them. You know, I wanted to do that Sub-Zero fatality, just rip their vocal cords out.
What? Your makeup is terrible?
I actually
Which song? Your makeup is terrible?
I actually did my Scorpion impression. Get over here! You know, so quick, man.
Vaughn, there's the link to the modern Dracula movie that I was talking about. You'd like it.
Hey, Mac, letting you know, actually, that was Scorpion's move, first off. And second off, I forgot my train of thought, but yeah, you get my point.
There was also a movie I think that Nadia might actually enjoy, as well as many of you in here that I've seen recently, and it actually has to do with evolution. Watch a movie called Lucy. Man, that thing is off the wall.
I've
It
seen that.
looked demonic from what I saw.
Well,
to be honest.
basically, I'm not going to give the movie away. Only thing I'm going to say is it tampers with it tampers with most of the physics of reality whenever you watch that movie. That's what they're trying to imply.
See, but Admin, did you see in the commercial when they show it, or one of the trailers, that when she gets that little drug implanted into her system, she winds up having a snake eye?
I know what you're talking about, yes, but that's not what it's trying to portray.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
not trying
I'm
to
just saying.
represent her being like a demon. It's you do realize that evolutionists, they claim that they evolved from all kinds of different animals. So basically, she's going through all the little animalistic phases, you know, rat monsters and such. But the idea is that humans use 10% of their brain. And the drug somehow enhances and causes evolution to speed up rapidly, and then she becomes almost like that of a, how shall I say, a pretty powerful force to be reckoned with. Who the hell's over there pounding on their desk while I'm trying to talk?
That would be Ermine.
I am not pounding on anything.
No, I hear her moving a whole bunch of like heavy
Equipment? No, I'm moving a piece of paper. And I'm purposely doing it. I'm purposely doing it while Brett's trying to talk.
Oh, so you're purposely doing it so Brett don't get a chance to talk.
That's rough.
Not et tu, Hermine, et tu.
What?
It's from Caesar when he was talking to Brutus, and Brutus stabbing him. He said et tu, Brutus, et tu, meaning you, like, really, Brutus, you gonna stab me in the back like that, really? Kind of in that translation.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, Mac, referring back to your songs that you'd rather not listen to, how about try listening to the song I Want to Ride My Bicycle about 50 times over. I swear that song, you'll throw a book at your computer.
Yeah, I only have one good working laptop. I don't want to have to do that. Please don't make me have to do that. Please.
Well, I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm just saying you'll probably not want to throw a book at it. You'll probably want to throw a brick at it and then throw it through a mulcher.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh my God, God TV radio show guy.
Well, that.
I want you to see this link. I just put it in there, and I was like, okay, so I've seen this just now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's disgusting. It's like, it's Elastic Heart by Saya, and I was like, looking around on YouTube, and it has Shia LaBeouf, and like, okay, so has the little girl Maddie from Dance Moms and Shia LaBeouf, and they're both in nude suits, and it basically go to 341. And you can see, like, alright, no, actually, 333, and you can see where this little girl's on top of him.
Okay.
Holding him and shit, and he's holding her, and it's fucking, oh my god.
No.
It's like, it's pedophilia in a way, you know what I mean? It's fucking bad.
Oh, boy. Worse.
I'm fucking surprised that all these people find this so lovely and captivating when it's seriously saying, like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, if you read the Bible, it tells you that people who are wicked, they basically pervert the knowledge of God, the goodness of God. The Bible says that they make goodness look evil and evil look good. So it's real messed up stuff.
I don't understand perverting little and sexualizing little kids like that. Like, I can sit here and you rant about how she has this little girl dressed up in, like, leotards and showing off her whole body, but that's a fucking man right there that's holding her and looks like they're basically being
Well, because if you're so perverted, you really don't have any sense. It's not that you really have no standards. You will go as far as to sleep with anything that has a hole, basically. I mean, really, people like that really have no standards. I mean,
What do you mean? This is I don't know, like, okay, with today's like sexualization of like little girls, you can see where this fucking little girl is dressed in a nude suit, dude. From far away, it looks like this little girl's naked.
that's what I'm saying. When a person who is perverted in the mind has no standards, they don't care.
What? No, I'm saying that just doesn't look right. That's it. They're in a cage together. He's in a nude suit. She's in a nude suit, and it just doesn't fucking look right. That's all I'm saying. If saying that I'm implying that I don't have any fucking standards, I wouldn't let my fucking kid be in that sort of like, you know, music video where
Well,
she
I'm
has.
not talking about you. I'm talking about the parents. I'm talking about the people who's in there who know that they know that it's wrong.
Look at this. Look at this part right here. Go to 333, and you can see where that little girl is on top of him, and it looks fucking intimate.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Uh-oh.
Oops, sorry.
Implying that there's something wrong with me, there's a problem with you, thinking that shit's okay.
Anyone who willingly and knowingly harms a child should be put to death. Period. End of story. No exceptions.
Hey, I agree with you, Vaughn. That's what Jesus said.
What did you say again?
Vaughn said that anyone who willingly and knowingly harms another child should be put to death. And I agree, you know, because yeah, I understand. Hey, if you're like a surgeon, you know you have to cut, you have to cut someone to do the surgery. Yeah, I'm talking about seriously violating someone, like. You're hurting them. It's not to benefit them in any way. We
understand what child abuse is.
Yeah,
child
but she's
abuse
not
is what you're
fucking-
talking about.
This kid isn't being she isn't being abused in this video, but it just doesn't. It looks really intimate. It looks really wrong
Are
for a
you
little
talking
girl.
about a creepy Shia LaBeouf video?
Yes, I just seen it, and it's.
I don't want to see it because after you done said what you done said, I do not want to see that. No.
Good.
Who
Don't
Shia
see
LaBeouf what?
Shia LaBeouf is from Transformers, and he did this Sia music video with this little girl Maddie.
Oh my
who's from
God, yes.
Transformers. And I just seen it, and
It is creepy.
I've never heard of it.
It's a really bad song. That's probably why.
Really?
What are you calling it?
The video's stupid, as well as the song sucks. So the only thing that got it any kind of play was the controversy in it. Otherwise, it was shit all around.
No, but I think it's deeper than that, way deeper, because I believe that's like because I believe and I want to say like 99% of it is that I know it's like a subliminal message that's the type of evil that you're going to expect in this world. It's going to wind up being natural to where people think it's okay to do those kinds of things like normally, not in no music video where it's like publicized and it's rich people doing this. I'm talking about it's normal.
But that's not the conversation surrounding that video. The conversation surrounding that video is how inappropriate it is.
Okay.
There's nobody coming out in support of it except for like maybe the director who thinks it's aughty or whatever.
Okay, the fact that these people even rehearsed this, even brought it into the mindset of people shows you that that's what they're trying to do. It's the same way. It's the same way when you desensitize killing, the murder of someone. Like for instance, we've seen like the movie Taken, and it shows like this you know, the character William Neeson. He's going after people and just killing them.
But why? Because they kidnapped and tortured his daughter.
I understand.
You can't just go just violence. You have to look at the why.
I cannot finish. I'm not saying is that. It's just that he is killing people. Yes. I will. In my standards, I would say for a just cause, but in the Bible standards, no. But
it's a movie. We're not talking about Bible. It's fiction anyway.
I'm saying at the end of it, I'm saying at the end of it is desensitizing the whole point of just killing people. You basically make it seem like you have a justification to just do what you want to do.
And the way it's presented in that movie, he did have the justification to do what he did because his daughter was kidnapped and tortured, probably going to be sold into sex slavery or something like that. I don't remember the plot of the movie.
I was just using that as an example. It was a bad example, yes, but I was just using that example. Because, like, a better example, Scarface.
Okay. The whole subliminal and, violence, inspiring violence on TV and from video games and music, that's all been debunked.
It hasn't been debunked.
Ever since playing records backwards, it's been debunked.
How's it been debunked?
Because it's not solid. You can't blame Marilyn Manson for a school shooting. You can't blame violence on TV for people getting carjacked. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, here's the weird thing though. If you have a record that when you play it backwards, it's seriously saying, my sweet Satan and stuff.
You're imagining things, unless.
Okay. No. I haven't finished it with that. The funny thing is that these are multiple songs that you can do, and they say the exact same thing. They literally talk about a specific Luciferian ideal.
It's just random words here and there.
It's
never like a full
Stairway
plot.
to Heaven. Whenever you played it backwards, it mentioned the things that was played forwards. You've ever heard that?
Another one, Rides the Bus by Queen backwards, it says, it's fun to smoke marijuana. But that's just wordplay. That's just how those words sound going backwards.
But if that's a subliminal message,
remember this, okay? Remember the tree by the brook. There's a songbird who sings. Okay, that verse from Stairway to Heaven. You played it backwards. Plus the history behind it. Jimmy Page owned what's his name? James Crowley's
Crowley's book.
No. Church. His church owns it now. Okay? And whenever you play it backwards, it mentions like the songbird in the brook, but in a whole different meaning. And you can say that it sounds like random words, but it's really weird whenever it has the consistency when it's played backwards and forwards. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You can look it up yourself, but it's really fucking creepy. It's really creepy. I've listened to it.
It doesn't work to indoctrinate people into Satanism, because I've listened to all of those records that had that supposedly, and
I love Led Zeppelin.
Thoroughly enjoyed the music, but did that make me a Satanist? No.
It did.
Because it's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
I would say it was part of it.
What was part of it?
I actually watched this entire video that's shared with me, James, and I got to be honest with you, as well as it's clear that 90% of the comments that I skimmed through as well also agree that there's something seriously wrong with that entire damn video. There's something wrong with it.
Yes.
There was only a few who said, "Oh, it's art." I don't know how a half-naked adult walking around with a child is art in any kind of way, but it is what it is, I guess.
But that's
personally,
not
I
going
think
to
the
be
music
used as
videos nowadays can completely suck. I mean, you want to see some good videos, go back to the 80s during Guns N' Roses, Don't You Cry, and November Rain videos. That was art. This crap nowadays, I don't know what the hell's wrong with people.
I do agree with you there. Music nowadays, I think, is just shit, as well as the videos and stuff. I mean, granted, I have a very big bias to the 90s and 80s, but that was just my generation.
It's not just a bias situation. Come on, man. You put Pink Floyd's performance and stage and music up to any of the crap nowadays, there's no way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just recently went and saw Alice Cooper and Marilyn Manson, and that was one hell of a show. It was a very big performance, lots of, you know, like acrobatics and just all kinds of shit going on. It's nice to see a concert when it's a performance as opposed to just coming out and singing their songs and getting off stage.
Right, and I've seen Marilyn Manson stuff, not live, but actually on DVD of him doing live. I haven't actually personally been to one of the things. He puts on a pretty fascinating show, but he even admits that he gets his inspiration from guys like Alice Cooper. So,
exactly, that's why it was great to see both of them together like that.
Right. So I mean that's the thing though. Even it's not just how they do it live, but it's musically, it's everything. It just felt like it had a lot of soul back then. Nowadays it's just about the bling, you know? It's rough.
I mean I agree. Like, you know, early rap where there was so much passion behind it. Nowadays it's just so lazy.
It is. I mean, I can, you know, I'm not a big into rap, but I did, whenever I was younger, listen to stuff like the original Gangster, Ice-T, and even listen to some Ice Cube. Nowadays, I'm gonna say it real frank, it's just pussy stuff. That's what it is. It's weak.
Dang. You're right, but dang.
I'm just saying it like it is.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
All her videos are creepy. Just watching on mute, it's fucking scary. It actually gives me cold chills.
Now, hey, Diggy. Now, let me ask you this: Do you think that that music has no influential power on people?
Not to the extremes. I mean, it can pump you up before a game. It can get you in the zone on video games. But as far as listening to a song and going out and killing somebody, you already had that idea of killing somebody in your head before you even played the song.
No, but okay, like I'll show you something simple. Like for instance, if you go into a club and there was a study on this, that if you played like Little John's that song called Shots, like that simple song that he keeps just repeating, shots, 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 like he keeps repeating that, the club actually gets more money in alcohol.
Well, duh, because that's a drinking song.
There are some songs out there that give you that inspiration or motivation to get kind of aggressive. I don't know how many of you ever heard "To Whom the Bell Tolls" by Metallica.
Yep, that was an old one that would do it.
There's actually a newer song though that is actually kind of pumps you up and gets you ready for that Rocky Balboa situation too, and it's I don't know what the name of the band is, but the song goes die MF over and over and over again. Man, that thing is rough with the beat drop going in it. Damn. So, I don't often listen to that type of music, but if you do hear that song, you'll realize exactly what I'm saying. It kind of has the same thing that bands like Slayer used to have. You guys ever heard that?
I think it's Dope who sings that.
And for those people out there who are saying, oh no, music can't move you to do that, I dare you to go into the mosh pit of a Slayer concert and see what happens to you.
But that's not murder, that's fun. Like, I mean, when I was younger, I used to get in the pit.
Knocked off pretty good in those things. You go to a Slayer concert, you're going to be in trouble, especially if you're in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, they purposely do it. That's all about releasing anger and steam and stuff. It's not about, you know, murdering somebody. You may get in a fight or something like that, but it's not about killing.
You do.
So in the mosh pit, it's about killing each other, not just
No,
each other's ass and having a good time.
No.
Did you guys ever see the DVD of? And I'm very open-minded when it comes to music. I'm willing to give all things a chance at least once, except for reggae music and opera.
Yeah.
But
I'll agree with you
on the Divine Intervention live DVD out there, that if you checked out, I almost had to turn it off from the introduction because there was a guy who literally cut Slayer into his arm and then poured gasoline on it and lit himself on fire. I think that was a bit unnecessary, don't you agree?
Well, yeah, those are the weirdos that take it to the extreme. In every group that you got, you're gonna have a weirdo that takes it to the extreme.
Okay.
Just like in religion, just like with music, just with different genres of music.
Don't get that influence.
And I understand that you're right. There are nutcases out there. There are people that do weird stuff. But why would you record them and then make that a part of your damn DVD? You know what I'm saying? It's like maybe you want to suggest that they go seek therapy or something. Maybe.
Well, you got from the
front of your damn DVD forever and ever.
Well, from the band's perspective, I look at it as this motherfucker loves us so much he just carved us into his arm. That's so fucking metal. Because that's how those guys are.
No.
That's how those guys are. Have you ever seen Death Clock?
There.
Come on. The individual not only cut their arm, but they also poured gasoline and lit their ass on fire. And that's when you pull out a damn hose, spray them down, and send them off to the damn doctor. You don't put that on a DVD.
But that's not the kind of crowd that listens to them. They're the kind of crowd that goes, yeah, burn, motherfucker. You know, they're that kind of crowd. It's the metalhead crowd. Or at least back when I was, friends with a lot of those people, I went to a lot of shows. It was just extreme.
Digi, just for a moment, let's try to see if we can be rational here. If Nadia all of a sudden stood up and said, man, I love Brett Keane, and started to get out the knife to carve, wouldn't you say, no, Nadia? Even though I'm an impressive human being, you wouldn't tell her that I can't do that.
Well, get up and do what again? Knife the car?
Nadia, never mind. We were just giving an example. I hope you're not.
I was suggesting
I
that
couldn't hear what the example was.
Brett was suggesting you put his name into your arm.
I did not suggest anybody do anything like that. I'm saying that if someone did that, you would rationally try to stop them, right? You're not going to say, no, that would look good on Brett King's YouTube channel. Hell no, you wouldn't.
But also, you got to consider that the situation that they were in when that was done is these guys who absolutely love the band are actually around them, going to be on their DVD, and they're just going to the absolute extremes. It's not something that's just done on a normal basis. It's something that was done for a video. It's just like jackass and stuff.
Unfortunately, Digi, there's no way that you can put this where I can say it's justified for a person to cut themselves up, then pour gasoline, set themselves on fire. Look, I understand music's extreme. Sometimes people like to milk things, but you don't milk damage and harm to a human being. That's all I'm saying.
But that's the kind of band Slayer is.
See, that's not, man, that still sounds like an excuse. And two, that still comports with what the Bible says when it clearly says that people will worship the creature rather than the creator.
See, Digi,
but you're talking about death metal.
According to your logic, Digi, if I decided today I wanted to form a band called Kick Little Old Ladies Out in the Street in front of buses, I know it's a long name.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Because that's my band name, and that's what I'm musically into. If I do a video kicking a little old lady in front of a bus, are you gonna say, well, that's just how Brett King does it? He kicks the little old lady, rock on. I mean, come on.
And how old is that Slayer video, for one? And two,
does it matter?
Yeah, kinda.
Not really, because people have known that music influences people for years. This isn't something new. People
to motivate someone to
No,
murder or
Diggy,
the
Diggy.
subliminal
Look.
messages that you're talking about, that's what I'm saying is bullshit.
Okay, Diggy.
What?
No. Wait a minute. I think we got something a little bit twisted here. I don't think it's Slayer's fault for why the guy did what he did. If someone kills another person at a concert, I'm not going to blame the band. However,
yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Take the footage of the man cutting himself and setting himself on fire, and then using it to market your damn CD. Something wrong there. That's what.
Yeah, well, see, and I do agree that there's something fucked using that kind of thing to market it, but I'm just saying that's the type of crowd that it is. It's not surprising that Slayer would do that.
And you don't find that
because it's fucking Slayer.
Hold on, you don't find nothing wrong with that, but you can actually say that God is immoral for doing anything. What? Anything that you don't like.
What do you mean anything that I don't like?
Basically,
as far
like
as
when he flooded the whole world. Okay.
Wait, I don't understand what you're asking me or what you're telling me about myself.
Okay, do you think that God is immoral for flooding the whole world?
What does that have to do with the guy carving Slayer in his arm?
No, I'm talking about if a band is using, like what Brett said, if a band is using that to market themselves, and you're saying that's just metal, yeah, that's the metalhead crowd. I mean, they can use a guy who literally carved that into his arm and killed himself because he just loved the band so much and put it on their DVD to market it. That's just their crowd. They're appealing to the crowd.
Okay, well, Christians on the same thing. They use a dead body to market their stuff. They've got Jesus.
What dead body we got?
As he dies on the cross.
Wait, hold on. Where's the dead body? Where's the dead body, Diggy?
That's Jesus on the cross.
No, where's the dead body? Where is it?
I'm saying the actual symbol that is...
No.
I'm not talking about the actual physical thing. I'm not talking about Jesus himself.
Well, you can't say we're marketing a dead body because God is not dead. Body's not dead.
Do you not understand what I'm saying? You know how like Ford or Chevy or whatever has like a little bow tie logo? Christianity's logo is a dead guy on a cross.
No, it is not. Because what
the crucifix isn't the international symbol.
There's nobody in here that is suggesting or encouraging anybody to do something like that to get themselves.
But there are Christians who believe
nobody is happy. Nobody's happy about the torment and the horrors that Jesus Christ went through.
But that doesn't take away the fact that it's the symbol.
But Slayer was using someone's harm in order to sit there and do this. This is a sacrifice. That is the point that it's about. I cannot believe you're actually going to compare a cutter who cuts himself and poured gasoline on himself with a sacrifice.
I'm talking about logos. I have nothing to do about the meaning behind the logo. I'm saying that they used someone with a graphic image cut into their arm to market their stuff and to market this other product and or service, however you want to classify it. A person who is dead on a piece of wood is the symbol.
Okay, that doesn't fly, Digging. You know that.
Why not? It's still a dead body that's shown around everywhere.
No, the cross.
They freak my daughter out when she sees them.
The cross is the symbol.
Why is he dead?
Jesus is no longer on the cross. That doesn't make sense. We don't worship Jesus Christ. Hold on, Diggy. If Jesus Christ was still dead on the cross, it would make Christianity would not exist. We worship Jesus Christ because he said he will rise.
I get all that, but it doesn't change the fact that almost every Christian out there will have a dead Jesus hanging around their neck. So Christians don't wear crucifixes? Lots of them do, huh?
Some do, yeah.
Lots of them do. And that is a dead body hanging on a piece of wood hanging from their neck. Therefore, they're using a dead body to market their religion.
How are we marketing our religion? That doesn't make any sense because Christianity is not one.
Here's a article from the Christian Post on Christians in the Philippines getting crucified for Easter.
Is this for real? Like they're
yes, they do this in their worship of God.
You, Diggy, thank you.
If you go running around on Google long enough, sooner or later you're going to find some religious guy or some atheist doing something goofy. It's just the way it is. That's the way the world works. Somebody's out there doing something goofy just so we can talk about it in a damn hangout.
No, the Filipino Christians, they've been doing that for a very long time. That's like a big part of their Christianity.
Do they literally cut the
they
nails?
get nails to their hands. Yeah.
Yes.
It's not like carving Slayer in their arm.
I would not sit there and promote that kind of concept right there. That's
wrong.
Oh, Philippines get crucified. Some guy carves Slayer in his arm.
Not the same thing.
I don't promote any suffering of any human being out there.
Well, nobody is. We're not saying that it's not been used.
Okay, you're still missing it. How are we promoting anything? Christians don't promote anything.
Slayer didn't.
Make the choice. That's it.
Slayer didn't ask anybody. Slayer didn't ask anybody to carve Slayer in their arm.
No, he didn't ask them to do that. The only difference is that these people did it, but he's using that, like the death of someone, to glorify themselves. Jesus did not do that.
Yeah.
And Christians don't do that.
Yeah. Well, is Jesus God or not?
Yes, he's God. We don't worship
everything. Isn't the entire creation for the glory? Isn't the entire creation for the glory of God, including humans, including the atonement?
Yeah, but
okay. Well, he's glorifying himself. Yeah.
No, it's not the same. Again, you're conflating the two.
I just proved it was the same.
No, it's not the same because. Okay. Anyway, you're conflating the two because what Jesus Christ did was to sacrifice himself for to save humanity from itself. Armin, what are you doing?
I'm clicking. What's wrong? You guys can hear all my clicking?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Just mute my ass. Dang.
I was trying to be nice. But anyway, Jesus Christ did that so he can. Jesus Christ lost his life so that he can give life to those who would obey him. Okay. The difference is with these idiots is that they're using the death of someone else to glorify themselves. Jesus is not doing that. I mean, even if the fact that he died for us, he still gives us the choice. Okay, just because you died, Jesus, I still don't want to obey you. I mean, he does.
For the glory of God.
Say that again.
So you guys are literally not able to tell the difference between someone who makes a sacrifice and someone who is deliberately injuring themselves, a cutter who then pours gasoline on themselves and sets himself on fire. You cannot tell the difference between a sacrifice and someone who is literally having mental issues, hurting themselves in that way. You do realize you're going down a very, very philosophical downward spiral with this argument.
Into idiocy.
While we're talking about the symbolism of crucifixion, I thought I would post a real-life crucifixion over there. Muslim converted to Christianity, and his fellow Muslims took him out and crucified him, literally.
Don't want to see that.
Links over there.
Yeah, that's the. Yeah, I don't want to experience that, but I would say he's at least he's in paradise because that that's some jacked up stuff. That's some painful stuff. I would not wish that on my worst enemy.
Yep.
Well,
All right, what else we want to get into, folks? What do you guys think about the band Journey?
Good for their time.
Actually, I just saw this online. Alright, so Saya uploaded that January 7th. Then the very next day, she fucking apologized for it.
Mm.
The very next fucking day. It seemed like she knew that some people would be triggered by the fact that this is fucking inappropriate.
Are you still on about that video? Is that what you're talking about?
Mm.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually sat through it and everything, and I for the life of me, and I think I'm pretty open-minded about art and what I'll listen to and everything like that. But yeah, that video sucked. The song sucked. What was going on with the actor just didn't make any damn sense to me. I didn't get it. Yeah.
The very end wasn't necessary, you know what I mean? Where he's trying to hold on to her hips and trying to, through the cage.
Yeah, I trust your peer review on that, Jane and Brett, because I still don't want to see it based on what you guys said. I can't do it.
Yeah, you're not missing anything. Trust me.
Thanks, Vaughn. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things man can create, that's questionable. I even question the statue of David where they made him, but they gave him such a small, like, wanker. Like, what kind of chest? That thing did not look normal, but hey, it's art to some people. It's just weird to others. I don't get it. So
Like sexual abuse on children is an open issue, in today's society, and we all know that. And the fact that seeing that this 40-something-year-old man, Shia LaBeouf, is acting very vulnerable toward a half-naked little girl through a cage and picking her up and putting his mouth on her on her stomach. That's what it looks like whenever he's picking her up and stuff, putting on her. Oh yeah, and it looks like he's putting his mouth kissing her stomach, but for one part of it, and it just doesn't make sense to me, because the rest of the end, you have 20 seconds at the end where it's complete silence, and she's just falling all over him, and he's trying to grab her through the cage, holding on to her hips.
Yeah, it looks like the Benham brothers, David and Jason Benham, twin brothers, were fired from a HGTV reality show because of their vocal opposition to gay rights. Have declared that Satan is behind opposition to or attacks on traditional marriage.
Take a look.
That's true. I agree. I can agree with that.
Am I driven by the unvarnished energy of Satan? Are you looking at Satan when you look into my eyes?
No. The Bible says that there's children of God and there's children of the devil. And a lot of the times, it's not the devil that it doesn't have to be just the devil that influences you. You sometimes a lot of the times influence yourself to do the things that you do. I mean, let's look at if you look at in the book of Genesis when God is talking to Cain when he's jealous of Abel. If you just look at it as a whole, Cain had nothing to be jealous about, because when God was talking to him, he was trying to figure out why do you have this attitude? Why are you acting the way this acting? If you just do what I say, you will just be rewarded. All you have to do is just, and I mean, he was warning him, hey, sin is knocking at the door. So he basically allowed sin to come in. The devil can only influence you, but he can't make you do what he wants you to do.
Am I possessed by the devil?
No. I wouldn't say that.
But you believe I am satanic.
You have the spirit of the Antichrist, yeah.
So, is having the spirit of Antichrist different from being an Antichrist?
No, having the spirit of the Antichrist is basically exactly what it means. It's the spirit that goes against Christ. You go against God, and that's what's in you. You don't want to have the desire to repent, to love Jesus Christ, to do what He tells you to do. You're basically rebelling against an Almighty God. That's the spirit of the Antichrist.
The Antichrist in your New Testament such refers to someone as something to usurp the place of Christ.
Yeah.
Not a direct opposer.
Yes, but it says that there is that the spirit of the Antichrist is already here, not the physical person, the spirit of it. So that means like people's personalities or actions that contradict the Word of God. That's the spirit of the Antichrist. You're going against the Word of God. You're going against what Jesus Christ is telling you not to do. That's the spirit of the Antichrist.
So you believe I'm attempting to usurp the place of Christ myself?
Here's the definition of Antichrist here. The first one is what you're talking about, Nadia. In some Christian teachings, a personal opponent of Christ is expected to appear before the end of the world. But here's what he's talking about, which is the second. A person or force seen as opposing Christ or the Christian church. You obviously oppose Christ, and you also oppose Christianity. You agree?
Strictly speaking, not in its entirety, no.
Well, you oppose the Christian church and Christ, right? You don't even believe that the guy exists, right?
Episcopalians are fine.
Yeah.
The Church of England's fine. The Church of England's fine.
I can't say all of Church of England.
Well, I can't really say all either, but at least the parts that accept LGBT people.
You know, I've been pondering on that LGBT thing. Because to be honest, I think the name should be changed. I mean what is it? Is it acronyms? It's like thank you. I can't think of it today. Like the acronyms should be changed. It should be the LHBT, not the LGBT.
LHBT? What?
Yes. Lesbian, homosexuals, bisexuals, transsexuals. The reason why is because gay has been hijacked. Okay, it meant happy, but then all of a sudden, gay homosexuals started to use that to justify how they supposedly felt.
Yeah,
but
the actual proposal is being floated to change the acronym or to GSM, Gender and Sexuality Minorities.
Okay, I could accept that.
And Mac, you do know that definitions change, right? Meanings of words change. The original meaning of atheist was a Christian, because that's what the Greeks called Christians, because in their view they didn't believe in the right God, so they didn't believe in a God, so they were atheists. So you should be calling yourself a atheist if you adhere to the original meaning of the words. Well, yeah, of course, I agree, but that just proves that definitions change.
No. I'm talking about your little history about them calling them atheists. I don't think that's accurate.
Pretty sure it is.
We have 9 minutes left change until the changeover.
Okay.
All right. You want to start getting your link ready for the next one?
I'll do it on the 5-minute mark.
Okay, sounds good.
Right on.
So, Mac, I actually wanted to have this conversation with you a long time ago. Because we started this conversation like a month ago, the first time we met, and that was, why should an atheist believe in God?
You're asking me that?
Yeah. So what's the evidence for an atheist to believe in a God?
Where's the evidence that you shouldn't?
That's not how it works, sir. I'm sorry. You don't get to believe in a claim until it is disproven. The claim has to be shown to be more likely true. Then you can say,
I haven't made any claim though.
And that is because Art North says so, and when Art says that's the case, we got to go with his claim.
Yeah, because to be honest with you, I haven't made any claim of.
Well, you kind of did.
When did I do that?
Well, you said, "Can you disprove my claim?" And I said, "That's not how it works."
No, I never said that. I said, is there any? I asked you just a simple question. Is there any reason not to obey God?
Wait, obey God?
Is there any? I'm sorry, not to obey God. Is there any reason not to believe in the God?
Right. I can think of plenty, but it doesn't matter because even if I don't have any reasons not to believe in a God, you still have to prove that there is a reason to believe in God because that is what you kind of claim as a theist, don't you?
I didn't claim.
Well, don't you claim that people should believe in a God?
Hold on. You saying don't I claim that people should believe in a God?
Yes.
No, I don't claim that people should believe in the God. I claim that people do. I claim that people already believe in God. They suppress the truth and unrighteousness.
Oh dear, you're a precept. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, so you're a presuppositionist, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
But you do believe that everybody believes that God exists. That's gonna be kind of the classic presuppositionalist claim of Seitenbrugge.
Yep.
Yeah, but still, I love the argument because I believe it. Because to be honest with you, I think it's just funny. When Saitan did that to Matt and people in the atheist community were laughing, but Matt could literally not answer any question.
You cannot answer any question. Did you watch the debate? He answered plenty questions, and the ones he didn't answer
No.
is because he didn't want to deal with rabbit holes.
No. It's not a rabbit hole because you've been through this with Arcane, you've been through this with Eric Hope, and it's not a rabbit hole because
there's tons of rabbit holes.
Art, because out of your own mouth. Okay, you've admitted that you don't know anything 100% for certain.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, then. With that in mind, you cannot say anything against. You cannot say anything against me, against Brett, against me, against anyone who believes in the Christian God.
Why?
Because you yourself cannot. You yourself cannot go outside of yourself. You yourself cannot even say that you. But that you think you yourself exist, or that anyone else on this panel you're talking to exists.
I didn't say that I don't know anything for certain.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Show me the link.
I can vouch that you said you didn't know anything for certain. Keep going.
I can say this. What I can do as a believer is simply make my case, put what information I can out there, try to explain why it's reasonable and rational to accept the mind behind the universe, and at the end of the day, it's really your choice if you feel like I've made my case or not. If I haven't, so be it. I've done what I need to do, though, and that's sow the seed.
Yeah.
Well, I can say the same thing. I can say, well, I provided you Christians with sufficient reason to not believe in a God, but it's your choice, and you obviously choose the rational part.
Well, the thing that you're saying that's the issue is that you just simply don't believe in it. It's imagination. Well, I would ask you, if it's imagination, can you even explain where creativity and imagination comes from in the first place?
When did I say that it's imagination?
Well, I've heard you sit there. I've heard you bring up imaginary figures and such like that. And by the way, Santa Claus, there was an actual Saint Nick who just so happened to be a saint.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, and that was when I said that there wasn't a specific context, right? And I don't know. Probably it was. And if you bring me the specific instance of where I said it, I will probably remember the context and why I said it. But you cannot just quote me and say, "Look, you said Santa Claus and you compare God to imaginary things. Therefore, you think God is an imaginary thing." It doesn't work like that. I'm sorry.
You know, Art, I can understand some points that atheists make whenever they say, well, I don't like this kind of thing happening politically. But you know, Art, that me and Mac here, we're no danger to you politically. We're not causing you any kind of danger or harm. So why do you vehemently go after individuals who mean shit to you? We're just internet voices.
Oh, well, first of all, I don't know if you're not a danger. I don't know all the things that you promote or believe in for me to evaluate that.
Okay, well, what do you think that I might be promoting that it cause you any kind of harm as an individual?
The reason why I'm here is because I enjoy the discussion. The way of viewing philosophy and theology, and I'm kind of interested in these topics.
But Art, it's Art, me and we've talked quite a few times. I know that you've had the opportunity to talk to many individuals. Hasn't people said pretty much the same thing over and over? I mean, when does it get boring for you?
I don't know. It's kind of subjective, and it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant what my motivation is to talk to you.
The light.
Well, I think you're motivated because you're attracted to it. You can feel something pulling you towards it. That's what I think.
Hey, Art, you could split the difference and become a pagan. There you go. Just meet in the middle there, bro. Meet in the middle.
I would rather, if I would...
Almost. Now persuade us to be a pagan. Come on now, meet in the middle.
Well, no, if I was to be splitting the difference, I would probably be a deist, okay? I'm kind of close to that anyway. I don't see any negative consequences from being a deist, and it does provide some explanations. I just don't think they're more likely than the possible naturalistic explanations, or that it's justified to jump to these supernatural explanations when we don't have a naturalistic one. So that's kind of why I'm not a deist. But I would be happy to be a deist, actually. I don't care. Sure, why not? Just that I don't see any evidence for it.
Yeah. We have like a minute.
Time to switch, yeah.
Doing up here, yeah.
Yep, but let's start a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, I will see you there.
Hi, Mac.
So, Nadia, what's up? What's going on? Here, I'm gonna go. It was good meeting you. You're really cool. See ya.
Oh.
Have a nice day.